Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto felt himself waking up. He swept his eyes across the room he was in. He didn't recognize it. Instead, he felt panic overtake him. Calm down, Naruto. You're in my office? He recognized the voice and snapped his head towards it. GG. Did you see it? I unlocked my chakra. The panic turned into excitement, which was clearly evident in his voice. I saw Naruto. You have a lot of it as well. The Sandaime said, smiling at the bouncing 5-year-old in front of him. But you are going to have to keep quiet about what happened. The Mokuton is a very powerful bloodline, and many people would like to end it before it becomes a problem later, the Sandaime said warningly. Mokuton? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows and tilting his head. He looked like a confused puppy. The Sandaime had to take a second to commit this to his memory. Then, a soft smile spread on his face. Yes, Naruto Mokuton. It's the bloodline of the Shodai, Hashirama Senju. The Sandaime felt nostalgic. The older man missed his even more senior teacher. That's so cool. Naruto became even more excited. He remembered what he read about the Shodai. Naruto did listen to a word I said. You can't tell anyone until you're strong enough to defend yourself. Sandaime said, sighing. Why? Naruto said, calming down slightly. Like I told you, the Mokuton is a very powerful bloodline. Some will want to kill you for having or experiment on you. So I'm going to give you a teacher who can teach you how to use it, the Sandaime explained to the small boy. Okay, but I don't like it. It feels like locking a part of myself away. Naruto agreed, slightly out of the character he portrayed to the public. The Sandaime himself was somewhat taken aback. He stood up from behind his desk and walked towards the small boy. He knelt to his level and put a hand on his shoulder. This poor boy, who had lost more than what most people would ever lose, was now asked to lock away a part of himself within. Thank you, Naruto. I don't want to lose you too, he said in a soft voice, almost too small to hear. It was Naruto's turn to be taken aback. He didn't know he meant so much to the old Hokage. He teared up a little. He knew the old man was important to him. The only important one. His shoulders slumped. I'll get so strong that you'll never have to worry again. His bottom lip trembled as he said his vow. I know you will. I just hope I am alive to see it. The Sandaime said, moving his hand on his shoulder to his arm and placing his other hand on the other arm. I'll make sure of it, Naruto said finally, with a fire in his eyes. The following week, Naruto was to meet his Mokuton teacher. He was sitting on a tree pole on the training ground. Training ground 3 was in a clearing in the middle of woodlands. Since unlocking his chakra, Naruto hated being away from soil and nature. Concrete was the worst. It felt so dead and inorganic. The time of the meeting came, and so did an umbu with a tiger mask. The man seemed to be in his teens. Hello. My name is Tora. You will call me Tora-senpai or Tora-sensei. I hear you unlocked your chakra already. The tiger-masked man introduced himself. Yes, Tora-sensei, Naruto answered as he jumped down from the pole, connecting to the root system of the forest around him. Good, then we'll start with the training that followed was the hardest thing Naruto had ever done. And then I was like, bam and wapow, Naruto animatedly explained. The older man listened as Naruto explained his training with great zeal. Naruto had been training with Tora for 6 months now and was showing great promise. His Mokuton has significantly grown. Other than his ninjutsu, his taijutsu was already on a genin level. However, his genjutsu skills are significantly below average. The old man suspected it was because of the tenet in his seal. Do you want to take the clan name of Senju? The man suddenly interrupted the young man's rambling. What? Naruto didn't understand the question. Do you want to change your last name to Senju? The older man repeated his question. I did some research on how you could have gotten the Mokuton. To begin with, the Hokage explained. Apparently, your mother was the great-grandchild of Hashirama and Mito Senju. Mito was from the Uzumaki clan, and their second child was sent to Uzushiogakure. Soon he married into the head family of the Uzumaki. Your mother came into being eventually and was sent to Konoha before Uzushio got annihilated in the Second Great Ninja War. The Hokage explained. He was seeing the gloom look on Naruto's face after hearing of his mother's family's fate. You do have an aunt, though. She isn't in the village, but she is out there, he said, hoping to encourage the young boy. However, he did not expect the rage of a 5-and-a-half-year-old. Why did she leave me here instead of helping me? Naruto seethed out. She didn't know you were related, Naruto. She also lost a lot in the previous wars. I've tried to get her back for years. The Hokage explained. So, will you take the name? The Hokage asked again after a few minutes. What would happen if I did? Naruto asked in return. Well, the political stuff will be out of your hands until you're 15 or Chunin, the Hokage said. But it would mean the other founding clan would resurface and it may make the villagers behave better towards you, he continued. But I want them to stop doing that because they respect me for who I am, Naruto said, crossing his arms pouting cutely. But they dislike you for something out of your control. Why don't you fight it back with something else out of your control? The Hokage countered. Fine, I guess I'll do it. Naruto finally relented. Also would like to start the academy program. You would be slightly ahead your age group, but it would do you some good to meet people your age. Also advise the return of the Senju. The Hokage asked. I'll do it. Naruto instantly agreed. The first day of the academy was coming up, nearly 6 months since the Hokage asked him if he wanted to join. Naruto was feeling excited and nervous. He stood outside the door. He could hear the uproar inside, then a deep yell and everyone calmed down. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It slid open, and 40 pairs of eyes stared at him. He walked up to the teacher's desk and handed him a scroll that the Hokage had asked him to give to his teacher. The teacher skimmed through, his eyes bugging out more and more the longer he got into the scroll. After finishing, he cleared his throat. This is your new classmate, he said to the class. He will be with us from now on, so be nice to him, he continued. Naruto heard some whispers and they weren't that nice. Some people must have recognized him. You should introduce yourself, the teacher said towards Naruto. Hello. My name is Naruto Senju. I hope we can get along, he said as he bowed. You could hear a pin drop after he said his last name. Ch was the collective response to his last name. A black-haired and black-eyed boy perked up. He seemed unimpressed with the newcomer until he said his last name. He smirked slightly, finally someone who could keep up. Naruto walked up to an empty seat. He asked to sit down next to a pineapple ponytail and a slightly chubby boy. The pineapple head he asked had his head on the desk, obviously trying to sleep. He knew the chubby boy was from the Akamichi clan since he had that chubby cheeks and blush that all of them had. The pineapple head he mused was from the Nara clan. The sleepy Nara turned his attention towards the blonde boy smiling at him. With great reluctance, he allowed him to sit down. The rest of the lesson was fine, if not a little boring. A couple of days later, some villagers have begun to leave Naruto alone since hearing the rumor of his heritage. Naruto is sitting on his favorite pole, waiting for his sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto says towards the forest. A black-haired head poked out from a bush. That is my question. We aren't supposed to be here until we have a team. The black-haired boy said. Typical Senju behavior, expecting favoritism all the time, he said whilst emerging from the bush, crossing his arms over his tea and pouting. You're Sasuke Uchiha, right? I have something that requires training. It's not that different from you receiving training for your Sharingan, is it? Naruto countered. Also, don't you have training ground at the clan compound? Naruto mirrored his expression and body language. Lightning shot out from both eyes at this point. I didn't know there were any Senjus left except for Tsunade, he suddenly said. My mother was the great-grandchild of the first Hokage, Naruto said, turning slightly sad at the thought of his mother. That's the moment Tora decided to make his appearance. I thought I told you to keep this a secret, Tora said to Naruto. I did, he followed me from school. Naruto slumped his shoulders as he explained how an academy student followed him without him noticing. The training continued as per usual. Except for that Sasuke was training with as well. Naruto was happy he had a rival to measure his growth and strength. However, as Naruto went home after training, he felt a horrible shiver and that something terrible was about to happen. Naruto was sprinting down the main street of Konoha without a care in the world. The somber atmosphere took him by surprise. As he barged into the classroom, he was surprised not to see Sasuke in his ordinary seat near the window. Instead, he walked up to one of his fangirls with pink hair, Sakura, whom he thought her name was. "Where is Sasuke? You would know, right?" Naruto said with a smile. "Didn't you hear? Something big happened to the Uchiha clan yesterday night. Sasuke has been unconscious since," she said. She looked down onto legs, clenching her fists. "Well, I guess I'm going to be skipping class today then." Naruto started walking out. Sakura snapped her head towards his retreating form. He waved to her as he stepped around the corner. Naruto sat in a squat on the balcony outside Sasuke's window. He knocked on the window to be courteous. No change in Sasuke's sleeping form, so he opened the window and hoped to the side of Sasuke. Well, what do we have here?" Naruto said out loud to himself. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" An older man's voice interrupted his musings. "Gigi, I could say the same to you. Me myself, I thought he would want a friend," Naruto said as he placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "I didn't think you were," the Hokage said in surprise. "We aren't. But I hope we can be." Naruto had moved a chair to sit next to the bed. The Hokage smiled and walked out of the room. After 15 minutes of just sitting watching for changes in Sasuke, nothing happened. He stood up, slapping his legs as he did. He paced around the room for another 5 minutes. Naruto sat down in the lotus position, hands in the ram seal. The seals were still fresh in his mind from his academy lessons. He molded chakra that felt different from his usual Mokuton, or even Suiton or Doton. A hint of green sheen began glowing around his hands. The chakra felt refreshing and nurturing. He decided to put his hands to Sasuke. It just felt right to do. The exhaustion was getting to Naruto now. He was able to hold it for a couple of seconds longer. Sasuke felt lighter a second before he woke up. The pure sadness and anger towards his brother also felt more manageable than before. He opened his eyes. He saw a mop of yellow hair and striking blue eyes. "Naruto, was the first thought in his mind. He blinked twice, his vision cleared. Naruto was sitting in a chair, panting. Naruto was running down the streets of Konohagakure. A couple of angry voices were following after him. He starts to laugh as ran past more store owners. Most have a favorable opinion of him nowadays. And those who don't, well, they had to expect to get pranked by him at some point. He had only gotten better at avoiding those who were trying to punish him after the pranks as well. The only one able to stop him at this point was Iruka Sensei. That was because he knew Naruto would show up to class afterwards as if nothing had happened. He'd get an earful after always pranking people. Most of his classmates enjoyed watching him get chewed out. The rest found it immensely annoying having to start most of the days with Naruto getting into trouble. Sasuke was in the latter camp, but for a different reason. He found it annoying that someone of Naruto's skill level would stoop so low. It didn't make sense to him. As a result of the Uchiha massacre, he had begun to withdraw himself from village life. Still, Naruto was always there to pull him back. He hated and loved him for it. Naruto had started filling in the Itachi-shaped hole in his life. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. Naruto was sitting in the classroom, waiting for the graduation exams to start. He had prepared himself for this. Even if he couldn't do the stupid Bunshin jutsu, he had gotten a replacement from Tora Sensei. Iruka Sensei walked in soon enough. "All right, everyone, calm down," he said as soon as he reached his desk. No one listened, and the chatter continued as if nothing had happened. "Quiet down now," he screamed at the top of his lungs while using his signature big head jutsu. Naruto never figured out how he does that. He talked to Shikamaru about it, but the lazy Nara never engaged the blonde Senju, so it was usually Naruto ranting at Shikamaru. Everyone quieted down as soon as Iruka Sensei screamed. "Let's get this started. We'll start with a test, and then we're going on to taijutsu and then finally ninjutsu." Iruka continued in a more reasonable tone and volume. "The test will start now, and it will take 90 minutes to finish," he said as he walked around handing out tests along with his assistant Mizuki, who had joined in soon after Iruka. "Good luck, Senju? Mizuki said with enough venom to kill an elephant. Mizuki, just like Irika, was wearing the standard Chunin uniform with a blue shirt with Uzumaki swirls on each shoulder and blue pants. The flak jacket, which signifies their rank, was a deep green with 6 pouches on the sitsuti. The Uzumaki swirl is also on the back of the flak jackets. Both were wearing their haitayat, the symbol of a shinobi's loyalties, around their forehead. Mizuki, however, was wearing it as a bandana while Irika had it as a headband. Naruto was still wearing his orange jumpsuit. Bright orange was going to get him killed one day, was the prevailing thought among his peers. Naruto ignored the venom from his teacher, he was used to by now, and broke the weak genjutsu he had placed on Naruto's test. Naruto finished the examination without difficulty. He had studied this since he was a kid, after all. The whole class began moving out for the next part of the test, taijutsu. Naruto was not worried. He was effortlessly Chunin level in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Genjutsu was strong for him, but he could break most low to mid-level ones, and Iryo ninjutsu was strong to train, but it felt just right when he suppressed the fox's chakra within him. Naruto was the first to arrive at the training ground and sat down in a lotus position, a habit he developed as he needed to focus. The rest of the class came soon enough. Naruto sat a few meters away from the testing ground. Irika soon went in front of the class and said, "All right, good job on the theoretical part, now we're going to test your physical skills." And then he gestured towards his assistant. "You're going to have a spar against Mizuki to test your skills," Irika said. Mizuki waved with a friendly smile. "Did you hear that, Naruto?" Irika asked. He has clearly given up on stopping the boy from seemingly not listening to him. Naruto lifted a thumb to his teacher, showing that he heard what the teachers expected of them. Most of the kids who passed were clan kids or kids with clan kid friends. Soon it was Naruto's turn. He stood up from his seated position and walked up towards Mizuki. Mizuki saw this as his chance to put the demon in his place. He didn't care if the monster changed his name or dyed his hair pink. He would always be an eyesore, devil, demon, or whatever. He had tried to sabotage his chances of becoming a shinobi of Konoha. He would get his hands on the scroll of seals and give it to Orochimaru and take his place at his side. Hopefully, he could take the demon out with him. The demon was now standing in front of him in his disgustingly orange jumpsuit. Mizuki would raise the difficulty slightly to put him in his place. Irika started the spar. Naruto disappeared from Mizuki's sight, and then before he could react, a strong punch found itself in his stomach. Mizuki found himself flying into the academy wall. Naruto didn't mean to strike him so strong. He just pissed him off so much. Naruto shifted his look towards Irika, who was staring bug-eyed at the young Senju. He floundered at what to do for a second and then called the match in Naruto's favor. The rest of the class had to fight Irika instead of Mizuki, who still hadn't woken up yet even after being tended by medical personnel. The class was done with the taijutsu before long. The ninjutsu was next, and Irika and a newly awakened Mizuki sat in the room next to the classroom. People were going in regular intervals and coming back either with or without a haitayat of their own. Finally, Naruto's turn comes up, and he walks into the room. "All right, Naruto. We need to see a kawarimi, a bunshin, and a henge," Irika said with a smile. Naruto stood in the center of the room, put his hands in the tiger seal, a henged into a perfect copy of the Shodai. Hokage robed and hat on his head, he stood there for a couple of seconds before turning back. "Okay, good job now, kawarimi, please," Irika approved after he recovered slightly. A poof of smoke and a log took Naruto's place. Then Naruto came back. "And finally, a bunshin please," Irika said after approving his kawarimi skills. Naruto put his hands in a cross and said, "Kage bunshin no jutsu." 10 perfect copies of Naruto appeared smiling and high-fiving each other. This was not something an academy student was supposed to be able to do. Irika was about to say something but was interrupted by Mizuki. Now Naruto. We asked for the bunshin, not Kage bunshin." "No, the bunshin is the lowest we accept. If you know a better version, it's alright," Irika said, shutting down Mizuki. "Congratulations, Naruto, you passed. Come up here and grab your haitayat. You deserve it." Naruto let out one of his vibrant smiles. He walked up and grabbed a blue-banded haitayat. Naruto was feeling great. Sure, he didn't get to be Rookie of the Year. But who cares about a title like that anyway? He was finally a ninja of the hidden leaf. So, he decided to celebrate at his favorite food joint, Ichiraka Ramen. He had eaten 2 bowls when Mizuki suddenly sat down next to him. "Congratulations on becoming a shinobi, Naruto," he said with a smile. Naruto said a quiet thank you and waited for what Mizuki could want from him. "You didn't get Rookie of the Year, though, and with your physical abilities, you really could be. So I'm going to give you a secret test that you can take to get the title." Naruto wondered what Mizuki had in mind. "Go on," he said, and Mizuki smiled. "So you're going to need to steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's office? Well, this could be interesting." Naruto was sneaking through the Hokage tower. He didn't want to explain what he was doing to anyone other than the Hokage. He soon found himself outside the Hokage's office. He knocked twice. "Come in," the aged voice of the Hokage was heard from within his office. Naruto opened the door. "Gigi, I'm going to need to borrow the scroll of seals. We have a traitor in our midst," Naruto stated with a somber expression on his face. "Okay, but I can't just let you have it," the Hokage declared. Naruto just chuckled and the old man got a little worried. "Oirike no jutsu?" A poof of smoke and the 13-year-old boyish form was gone. A late teen, stark naked and perky in its place. The perfect girl body. The old Hokage could only last a couple of seconds until he shot blood out of his nose and fainted. Naruto felt good about his own jutsu working perfectly. He walked up the scroll and took it. Naruto sat on a tree in the lotus position. Mizuki soon arrived in the same clearing. The only difference was that he had 2 Fuma shurikens strapped to his back. "Good job, Naruto. Now give me the scroll," he said. Naruto's blue eyes turned ice cold. "Now why should I do that when you are just going to run away with it?" A just as frigid voice snapped Mizuki out of his musings. He didn't even notice the new presence in the clearing. "Oh, so the demon can think." His fake cheerfulness fell away and turned into the smuggest expression Naruto had ever seen. "Do you know why the village hate you?" Mizuki's smugness reached new levels. "No, Mizuki, you can't, it's against the law." The presence made himself known. Irika had apparently heard of Naruto's betrayal. "It's because you are the 9-tailed fox. You were the 1ww killed all those people 12 years ago." Mizuki screamed at the top of his lungs. Naruto shifted slightly and stood up. "Oh, you really came out and said it?" The iciness hadn't left his eyes nor tone. "You knew?" Both Irika and Mizuki screamed at the same time. "I've known since I was 6, but that isn't important." Naruto took a step forward and unleashed just his chakra. The chakra exploded around him. So much that you could see an outline of green around his body. Both Mizuki and Irika took a step back, scared of the aura Naruto released. "I'm not the DMN Demon Fox. I'm Senju Naruto, great-great-grandchild of the first Hokage, Genin of Konohagakure and Juinchiriki of the 9 Tails. And you dare threaten my home. I'll kill you." Naruto screamed out the first part but almost whispered out the last threat. "Don't get cocky, demon." Mizuki screamed back as he charged at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the obvious right hook and countered with a devastating uppercut. Mizuki flew back to the tree he jumped from. "Let me show you the real limit of my Kage Bunshin," Naruto said as he lifted his fingers into a practiced cross in front of his Sti, Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2,000 Naruto stood around the poor man who thought it was good to threaten Konoha. Mizuki lasted not 2 seconds of the Naruto barrage, lying unconscious at the feet of Naruto. He had dispelled the clones as soon as Mizuki fainted. "Sorry that I lost my temper in front of you, Iruka-sensei," he said. "The icy aura is long gone. It's fine. How about some ramen on me?" "You've had a long day." Irika's soft smile brought tears to Naruto's eyes. "Yada. I'm gonna eat 10 bowls, Databeo." He jumped up and down in happiness, and it brought the same joy out in Irika, even if Naruto was going to eat him out on the street. The room was filled with high-ranking jonin as it always was at this time of year. It was time for team placements. And the Hokage had just given out the first 6 teams. None of the members were clan children, so no one had high hopes that one of them would succeed in the second hidden test. Neither were they particularly optimistic about the chances for the next team. They would get Kakashi Hatake as their Jonin sensei. He had not passed a single unit since he started being a sensei. Team 7 will be led by Kakashi Hatake and consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and the old Hokage was reading out from his list. Excuse me, Lord Third. The Jonin in question interrupted the meeting. Yes, Kakashi. The Hokage indulged his elite Jonin. Since the Civil Council was the one that placed Sasuke on my team, and not by random chance, I would like to request the third member on my team. If that is all right with you, of course. He said as he bowed. What? Just because you're some big shot doesn't mean you can make demands on the Hokage like that. A voice came from the back. Yeah, he is right, another said, agreeing with an annoying voice. I was just asking the Hokage a question. A bored-looking Kakashi answered the criticism. I'll allow you to make a suggestion, but you must have a valid reason for why this person should be on your team. The Hokage answered after a few seconds of deliberating. Thank you, Lord Third. Kakashi said as he bowed again. I was thinking if we could put Naruto Senju on this team as well. The last Hatake said, pandemonium as soon as the rest of the Jonin soaked in his words. Some accused him of wanting both founding clans under his thumb, others called him a glory hog. The only ones quiet were Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Lord Third. Everyone quiet down. He didn't even need to raise his voice, everyone went dead silent. Kakashi, you will need a great reason for me to put them on the same team. We would at least like some semblance of equal teams. Lord Third continued. Well, except for my own personal reasons for wanting to teach Naruto. The prestige of a Uchiha and Senju team back together again. Also, Sasuke is flight risk, and seemed to have a great relationship with Naruto. Kakashi said. The Hokage stroked his beard, thinking of a way to counter Kakashi's argument, or even if he should. Danzo made his presence known. You should let the Senju be together with the Uchiha. Hiruzen, he almost called him the weapon. He also thought he could use the relation between the two to gain more pawns in his little army. I'm still your Hokage, Danzo. Speak to me like it. A small amount of killer intent leaked out. Of course, Lord Third. My apologies. Danzo bowed, seething on the inside. I will allow you to take the two Kakashi. But don't fail them just because, give them a fair chance. He finally said. Kakashi bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Third. Naruto sat in the middle of a room, with the Hokage and Irika on the other side of a desk. You know the ninja registration form is a vital document held in high regard by our village. The Hokage finally said. I know. I read all about it. Answered Naruto. Then why didn't you take it seriously? The third sighed as he put his head into his hands. A ninja's greatest weapon is the element of surprise, Naruto quoted. I believe you said that to me when I was but a child. Naruto said, pulling his arms up in a shrug. If portray myself as a goof, people will go easier on me and I'll live longer. He said as he brought his fist into his hand. That is true, but if you want to become Hokage one day you're going to need the reputation as serious leader, you know. The third said thoughtfully. Naruto brought his hand to his chin and sat in deep thought for a second. Fine, I'll retake the stupid picture. He finally said. But sup, because you're annoying me with this, I'll take my revenge right now. Oirike no jutsu. A poof, and Naruto was a appealing girl again. Hokage-sama, he blew a embrace at the old man who fell backwards by the force of his nosebleed. Irika just barely managed to hold himself together. After the meeting was over and Naruto was about to leave, the door burst open, and a small boy no older than 10 stood there, shuriken in hand. Today is the day that I defeat you, Gigi. As soon as he stepped into the room, he fell face first into the ground. Slightly embarrassed, the old Hokage pulled his hat over his eyes before saying, Naruto, this is Konohamaru Sarutobi, my grandchild. Konohamaru was staring bug-eyed at the older boy in front of him. So this is Naruto, was the thought that went through his head. Hello there. We're done here, right? Naruto asks. Just as he does, a new head pops into the room. Honorable grandson. There you are, I have been looking all over for you. He said. Yes, Naruto, we are done here, you can leave. However, could you come to my office tomorrow? Lord Third says. Naruto nods and leaves. Ebisu, you need to have better control over Konohamaru here. He continued in a stern voice. Of course, Lord Third. My apologies. Honorable grandson, you should mix yourself up with people like him, or you will never be able to become the Hokage, but if you stay with me, you will get there in no time. You hear that, honorable grandson? Ebisu started spewing. I think he left to look for Naruto, Lord Third said in a calm voice. Ebisu panicked as he left the room to look for the small boy. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office. So, do you know why I called you in here? The Hokage asks, a serious expression on his face. Yeah. That I know, it's because I know what I am. Naruto answers. I like to read and it came up. It made sense to what I have been feeling and the disgust from the villagers who don't understand Fuinjutsu. He continues. I see. I guess I owe you an explanation. The Hokage sighed. The story starts on the day of your birth. The previous Jinchuriki, your mother, was to give birth to you, and it was all going well until you were out. Something happened. I don't know what, but my wife, a retired ANBU, was killed, and the 9 tails were out of your mother. Giving birth weakens the seal that holds it in. The 4th was held up fighting someone, the one we believe was behind all this. He was able to seal the 9 tails in you at the cost of his life. The Hokage explained. Tears were silently running down the whiskered cheeks of Naruto. Who was my father? He choked out. I think you know, was all the Hokage could say. I want you to say it. I want you to say that my own father condemned me to this life. I want to hear how someone could do something like that to his own child. The anger was evident in Naruto's tone. Stop. Your father loved you more than you could ever know. He loved you so much. As did your mother. I never saw them happier than when they got the news that she was Prgnant. Your father had so much faith in you that he made it easier for the fox to get out just so that you could mstr its chakra. The Hokage was crying now as well. Your father loved the village. Had faith that you would be seen as a hero who held back the fox. That was his flaw, not that he didn't love you or anything like it. He calmed down and sat down in his chair again. He hadn't noticed when he stood up. He couldn't ask someone else to do something he couldn't do himself. He calmed down enough to finish the sentence without any more tears. Naruto was speechless. He was loved, wanted. He wasn't some accident or demon or were child or whatever the horrible villagers had said to him. Now, what are you going to do with this information? The Hokage asks. Naruto rubbed out the tears and said, what else? I will become the greatest Hokage the village had ever seen, Databeo. And I never go back on my word. He said as he put out his arm as if asking for a fist bump. Good, because I need you to be wary of some people. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. My advisors, they have the civil council by their ear. Be especially wary of Danzo. I can't tell you why without him figuring out, but don't trust him. The Hokage warned. Now enough serious subjects. Why, oh why did you teach my grandson that Kenjutsu? Watching the Hokage struggle for words was amusing to Naruto. Kenjutsu? I didn't teach him the Kage Bunshin. He played innocent. No, I mean the Oirike no Jutsu. I just made it a Kenjutsu, it's too powerful. The Hokage explained. I mean who could say no to that kid? Naruto chuckles guiltily as he scratches the back of his head. The chewing out he got afterwards was the stuff of legends. The secretary's staff passed it on to the newer staff members for years to come. It showed how mighty the third was as he could chew out the strongest Hokage without recourse. Today was the day of team placement, and Naruto felt both excited and anxious. He was walking down the main street. As he did, he saw someone he didn't expect, Ino Yamanaka. He forgot that the head of the Yamanakas run a flower store. He loved gardening. Obviously, some might say, if they knew about his Mokuton. He walks up to the girl who was also going to the placements. Hello, Ino. He says as he comes within speaking range. Ino jumped slightly, not expecting a voice from behind her. Especially not Naruto's. He had a bit of a reputation of being a prankster. But he didn't talk much to the people in their class, except for Sasuke. Many of the girls, her included, had a crush on the brooding Sasuke. They all were jealous of Naruto's relationship with Sasuke. Sasuke also seemed to change around Naruto, being more round and warm instead of the cold edginess he displayed to anyone else. Ino hadn't said anything in a while now, lost in her own thoughts. Naruto even took to wave a hand in front of her face. Hello, Naruto. Ino wasn't rude towards Naruto. She didn't understand the hatred some civilian kids showed towards Naruto. She wasn't his friend or anything. God no. She was just apathetic towards him. They walked next to each other the rest of the way to school in silence. Naruto didn't know what to say. He didn't talk to girls much except for Ayame, the daughter of the best cook in the village, according to Naruto. But it wasn't the same. It was more sibling banter than his peers. Just before stepping into the school ground, Naruto finally said something. I'll visit your family store sometime. It took Ino off guard. She was getting used to the awkward silence between them. You garden, was the intelligent response that came out of her mouth. She almost hit herself for that. She didn't know him, so who was she to judge? Yeah, you don't believe me, a cheeky smile spread on Naruto's face. No, it's not that. We don't see many guys in our shops, that's all. Her cheeks were burning as she threw out the first excuse she could think of. She turned away from Naruto not to give him the satisfaction of seeing her flushed cheeks. Naruto didn't know why, but he liked teasing the blonde girl. If you say so. See you later, Naruto said as he ran into the academy. He was leaving an angry or at least embarrassed girl in his wake. Naruto was ready for whatever his new sensei would throw at him. As he entered his classroom, he reveled in the competitive atmosphere he encountered. He sat down next to Sasuke, the only one brave enough to do so. Cold eyes met anyone daring enough to try. The boys hated them. The girls swooned at them, but none of them was brave enough to take the seat. Naruto even slung one arm around the last loyal Uchiha. The envious eyes from the girls bored their way into his back. He ignored them. The boys didn't understand their out-of-place friendship and Naruto's effect on the emo. If anyone else would do what Naruto would do, they would probably die on the spot. You ready to find out our teams, Sasuke? The beaming smile accompanied the question, were blinding to anyone who saw it. The icy exterior Sasuke displayed outwards melted as quickly as Naruto put his arm around him, and the smile only made him smile himself. The girls melted at the soft, genuine smile on Sasuke's lips. It was at this moment a stampede interrupted Sasuke's answer. But his smile remained as Sakura and Ino barged into the room, both screaming firsts. Ino saw Naruto with her crush and fumed slightly. That could have been her if Naruto wasn't such a JRK and left her flustered and angry. She could have sat next to Sasuke. Naruto saw her angry look and winked at her. He still didn't understand the urge to tease her. Sakura stomped over to the two of them. What are you doing here, Nao? She demanded an answer. Sakura did as her mother had asked and treated Naruto like an outsider. Sitting with my friend, I'm sure you have friends you like to sit with, Naruto said with some cheek. Naruto never really liked Sakura. She was too obsessed with Sasuke and too cold towards him to really have a real conversation. That sort of behavior didn't exactly endear her to Sasuke, who didn't like his friends mistreated. You aren't friends with Sasuke, she scoffed, clearly in denial that a class clown would ever be friends with her perfect Sasuke. I like to decide who my friends are myself, thank you. The ice-cold eyes leveled at Sakura was enough to make her stop in her tracks and snap Ino out of her inaction. She stomped over to Sakura and dragged her away. She sat down next to Naruto, and then she thought about what she had done. Ino didn't like what Sakura implied. Sasuke obviously really liked Naruto. Anyone saying otherwise didn't know Sasuke or were trying to undermine Naruto's influence on their precious Sasuke. Ino liked Sasuke, but she wasn't delusional enough to ignore the evident friend in Naruto. Naruto infuriated Ino. His obnoxious pranks were the central part of that dislike. Sure, she wasn't rude or anything, but that didn't mean she liked him. Now she was sitting next to a smiling Naruto, who obviously had something in mind, and Ino was not particularly interested in finding out what. So you wanted to sit next to me so much you dragged Sakura away. The smugness was so thick that Kiba Inazaka, who sat behind them, almost smelled it. Ino seethed out of clenched teeth. Sasuke enjoyed the show though he didn't show it. Irika chooses that moment to interrupt them. Naruto mused that the door had impeccable timing. Everybody quiet down. Nobody quieted down after Irika's first prompt as per usual. Everybody quiet down. Irika yelled. Everybody promptly shut up. I can't tell you how immensely proud I am of all of you. It's been a true pleasure to teach you all, and I hope you defend our home with great vigor. He continued. Now to the team placements. Naruto zoned out for a while. Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. He got interrupted by a happy shout from Sakura. A pointed look shut her up. And Naruto Senju. Your sensei is Kakashi Hatake. He said as Naruto snapped out of his surprise and high-fived Sasuke beside him. Sasuke was shocked himself. Weren't teams to be balanced? A bored voice asked. It came from Shikamaru. The teams came directly from the Hokage, Irika countered. Troublesome, the Nara answered back. Team 8 Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazaka and Shino Aburame your sensei Kurinai Yuhi? Irika said. Team 9 is still in rotation. So our last and final team is Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka your sensei Asuma Sarutobi. Ino made a heavy sigh. Thank you again for these years. Your new sensei will come and pick you up. Irika said before leaving. It was only Team 7 left. The other teams had gone away with their sensei. Naruto envied Ino and her team. Asuma was one of the first senseis who came. Sakura had moved to Ino's seat, and Naruto had now moved to the back of the classroom. So, much to Sasuke's annoyance, he had to deal with the annoying Sakura alone. It's been 2 hours now, and Naruto was about to start crawling on the walls. Sakura had stopped trying to talk to Sasuke, which Sasuke was happy for. His throat could only itch so many times. Naruto senses someone coming. From the presence alone, he had never felt someone like this. Not even Tora-sensei came close to the aura he felt. He swallowed. Sasuke saw Naruto's tenseness and got a little scared himself. The door opened, and an aloof-looking Cyclops with gravity-defying hair stood there. He had his high-tie over his left eye and a face mask covering everything except his right eye. He was wearing a standard Jonin uniform, with a blue undershirt and pants. Team 7, he said. The eye was the only thing that told them he was smiling. The three nodded. Good. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. The man disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto's tension finally left him, and he drooped down into his chair. You alright? Sasuke asks. Yeah. I'm fine, just never felt anything like him before. Naruto answers. We should hurry up and get to the roof, Naruto continued. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke sat on some stairs looking at their teacher. How about we introduce ourselves? The man says. Naruto was still a bit shaken from the first meeting with Kakashi. Can you hide your presence a bit? My whole body is screaming at me to get as far away as possible from you, Naruto whispered out. Sorry about that. I didn't know you were a censor, he says with an insincere laugh. Naruto was shocked when the man disappeared from his senses. The only indicator that he was still there was that his eyes told him so. So introductions. Who wants to start? Their sensei clapped his hands together as he spoke. Why don't you start since we already know each other? Sakura spoke up. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like some things and dislike others. My dreams for the future, I haven't really thought about it. Kakashi's half-arsed response came out. The only thing we learned was his name. The three younger shinobi simultaneous thought with a clear sweat drop forming on their temples. Why don't you start, Pinky? Kakashi interrupted their thought party. Pinky got a bit offended at the nickname but continued anyway. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like and dreams about my future. A squeal interrupted her introduction and a blush spread on her face as she looked towards Sasuke. I dislike Naruto. Sakura finished her introduction in a harsh tone. What did I ever do to you? Naruto sighed as he spoke. Sakura humphed and looked away from him, and Naruto sighed again. Why did I have to have fangirl? Kakashi thought to himself and sighed though no one noticed. Alright, emo then. He interrupted Naruto's and Sakura's little argument. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like a few things, don't dislike many things. And I don't have a dream. It's more like ambition, and it's to kill a certain man. Sasuke presented himself. What I expected, Kakashi thought to himself while Sakura screeched about Sasuke being dark and mysterious. And last but not least, Blondie, Kakashi finally says. Naruto stood up to his feet and said, "My name is Naruto Senju. I like ramen and Sasuke. I dislike traitors and people who can't separate the scroll for the kunai. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen." Well, at least he has energy, Kakashi thought with a fond smile. "Alright, so we're going to do survival training tomorrow?" Kakashi said. "And we already did that in the academy," Sakura complained. "Oh, but you haven't had me as your opponent?" Kakashi lifted his finger as he countered her argument. "You technically aren't real genin yet. The academy test is just a way to weed out those without talent." Kakashi says with an eye smile. "Come on. I presented myself as a genin in a badass scene." Naruto whined. Kakashi laughed at him a bit. "Well, you aren't gonna like the fact that 66% of those who take the real test fail." Kakashi openly laughed at the shocked faces on all their faces. "See you tomorrow at 5 a.m. and don't eat breakfast, or you'll throw it up." Naruto was dragging his feet down the main street. It turned out he wasn't ready for anything his sensei was going to throw at him. As he walked past the Yamanaka flower store, he got new energy. He walked in, the bell pinged. "Welcome, oh, it's just you," Ino says, who stood behind the counter. "I didn't think you would actually show up." She sounded kind of surprised. She noticed the flowers looked a little more alive. Weird, she thought. Naruto walked around the store. He hadn't even replied to Ino's greeting or taunt. He was just basking in the ambient life of the store. He reached and touched a bud, and it felt a little dry. A slight frown spread on his face. "You should water this one, and it will bloom soon," Naruto says. Ino looked at him. Shock was the only way to describe her feeling. Naruto just went against everything she thought she knew about him. He was so gentle and caring. She almost squealed. If she hadn't stopped herself, she would have actually. Naruto's frown turned upside down when he saw the healthy flowers, though. "Was it you who took care of this one?" he asked. "Yes," Ino stammered out. She hadn't done that since the second year in the academy when talking to Sasuke for the first time. "I can tell. It feels very attached to you," Naruto says. Ino feels a little confused. "What do you mean attached?" Ino tried to get him to elaborate. Naruto just put a finger to his mouth in a hush motion and winks. A smile spread on his face. Something about that smile was intriguing. She couldn't quite place what about it was so intriguing, but it was. Inoichi chose that moment to interrupt the young ninja wannabes. He opened the door to his home and flower shop, and he saw a young man feeling up one of the blooming flowers. He recognized him as soon as he saw the yellow mop on his head. He knew of the child's parentage. He had petitioned the Hokage for him to get adopted into his home. He obviously didn't get the adoption he wanted. "Hello there, Senju-san. I hope you aren't here to prank our humble flower shop," Inoichi says. "You need not worry about that. I only prank those who can't see." Difference between a scroll and a kunai sealed inside it. Naruto answers. It seemed Ino was the only one who didn't understand what he was talking about because her father nodded as if he understood. "What does that mean?" She voiced her lack of understanding. "Sorry, Ino, I can't tell you," Inoichi said to his daughter. "I will go see your mother now, so continue your great work here. We will talk later." Inoichi walked past her but not before placing an embrace on the top of her head. Naruto and Ino were alone again. "Right, I forgot to ask. How's your team and sensei?" Naruto broke the silence that had been building since Inoichi left. "Shikamaru is as lazy as ever, and Choji follows him like a lost puppy. Asuma Sensei feels reliable enough, but I have a feeling he is going to be as lazy as Shikamaru is," Ino huffed. She was clearly annoyed with her team members. "At least you get along. Sakura straight up hate me for some reason. Probably something stupid like her mother told her to or something." Naruto says with a sad smile. "Why do so many of the civilians hate you so much?" Ino asks. She surprised herself with the forwardness of the question. "The nine-tailed fox attacked and got killed the day I was born. Some see me as the reincarnation of the fox. It's a coping measure." Naruto answers her. He told the same lie as when he asked the same question to the Hokage. I see. Ino reflects. I'm afraid you don't. But that is okay, Naruto says. Ino looks at Naruto in a new light. The boy in his store was complex. A lot more complex than what she thought he was at first glance. She walks up and hugs him. It wasn't anything behind it, he just needed a hug in her mind. Naruto is shocked he had never gotten hugged like this before. He hugged her back. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were quietly sitting on the poles on Training Ground 3. Naruto thought of his weird interaction in the Yamanaka flower shop the day before. Sakura was stealing glances at Sasuke while Sasuke himself got worried over Naruto. He wasn't this quiet for this long. If a girl hugs you out of nowhere, it is considered good, right? Naruto asks Sasuke. I don't have the best experience with girls, but I would say so, Sasuke answers. Why do you ask, Naruto-baka? Sakura flicked in with her usual venom. Sasuke shot her a stern look. Ino hugged me yesterday, Naruto answers candidly. Ino. Why would she hug you of all people? Sakura continued with her tone from before. Sasuke started getting annoyed by her manner of speech now. That's what I have been trying to understand, Naruto sighed. I was pretty sure she was up there with you in the annoying scale, but yesterday she was different, Naruto says. A tick mark grows on the girl's forehead. She went in for a punch, but Naruto deflected it easily. She tumbled to the ground. Your taijutsu needs work, Naruto says offhandedly. She got up quickly and tried to fire another stab. Naruto dodged it this time. It was his turn to go in for a punch, and he would have punched her straight in the face if he hadn't had stopped an inch away. Sakura collapsed. She had never been hit before, and it showed. Why are you trying to become a kunoichi, Sakura? Because I swear if it to impress Sasuke, I'll beat you straight. A serious expression on his face. She doesn't understand, Naruto. She'll never understand. Sasuke came up from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto shrugged him off and sat down in a lotus position next to the pole and flashed through practiced hand signs, and an earth dome covered him. Sakura, you should start training as you mean it because you're going to get yourself or one of us killed. Sasuke put out a hand for her to grab. Sakura was shocked. That was the longest conversation she had ever had with Sasuke. She grabbed his hand. He pulls her up. You need to work on your taijutsu, strength and stamina, he says. Do some push-ups or something, he adds. Sakura swallows, then nods. She went off to a corner of the training ground. She went down and begins to do some push-ups. 3 hours later and Kakashi finally shows up. Naruto dropped his dome the second he felt the overwhelming pressure of Kakashi's chakra. Kakashi saw a sweating and tired Sakura. Reading her files, she didn't seem like the girl who pushes herself. This is weird. Well, are you guys ready for survival training? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. He then pulled out 2 bells. Your objective is to take one of these bells, Sakura interrupted with, but there are only 2 bells. Yes, there are, which means at least one of you will fail. And those who fail will be sent back to the academy. You have until noon. Any more questions? Kakashi's eyes smile as if he didn't just threaten them. Naruto didn't wait for any more instructions than that. Instead, he ran at Kakashi, who outmaneuvered him and kicked him in the back. Attacking before the start. Kakashi says while looking around for Sasuke and Sakura. They both jumped away with Naruto as a cover. Well, at least they can hide decently. Had I been a Chunin, I wouldn't have found them. Kakashi thought. What are you, a samurai? Naruto countered. Naruto jumped back to engage in taijutsu. A punch, kick, then an uppercut. Kakashi blocked all of them with relative ease. Diamin, I don't think I can read. I got to focus on this fight. Kakashi thought with a smile. I guess we're not, Kakashi answers Naruto. Naruto continued with a variety of punches and kicks. Kakashi didn't attack back, but he countered every move Naruto threw at him. Alright, time wrap this up. He grabbed Naruto's hand, threw a punch for his face, and pulled him under the ground using a jutsu. Only his head was over the earth. Good job on making me sweat, Kakashi says, not looking any worse for wear. Oi, you're joking, right? You haven't broken a sweat. Naruto says, trying to get away. Sasuke was watching Naruto's fight with Kakashi and was deeply impressed. He knew Naruto was good since he was the only one who could keep up with him in the academy. He rethought his approach. He didn't think he could do this alone anymore. Kakashi just pulled Naruto under the ground. Sasuke pulled back. Kakashi was about to search for the remaining Team 7 members. Sasuke sneaked his way over to Naruto. "We are going to have to work together," Sasuke said to a bodiless Naruto. "You're right." Naruto agreed. "We're also gonna need Sakura," Naruto added. "You sure?" Sasuke asks. "Yeah. I think the test is meant to divide and conquer." Naruto confirmed. "Alright, I believe you are right." Sasuke proved his buying into the plan. Sakura was running. She had a jonin hot on her tail. She regretted not training enough. Kakashi sat in a tree watching his female student struggle. He activated a genjutsu. Sakura stumbled and hid behind a tree. If Naruto couldn't get a bell, how the hell am I supposed to do it, Sakura thinks. She then heard a small voice. A voice she would recognize anywhere, Sasuke-kun's. She looked out from behind her tree. Sasuke was injured badly. He had a lot of kunai sticking out of his body. He was slumping down on a tree as a stilt since he had a broken leg. Sakura fainted on the spot after screaming her lungs out. Maybe I went too far, Kakashi thinks. There were only 15 minutes until the end of the test. Naruto and Sasuke looked all over for Sakura. They had already been looking for 5 minutes. They heard a scream a few minutes ago, but no sign since. They were about to give up and just take Kakashi on themselves, but Sasuke saw a tuft of pink hair peeking out behind a tree. He ran up to it, checking for any traps Kakashi might have left for them on or near Sakura's body. There were none. Sasuke woke her up by canceling the genjutsu placed on her. Sakura was frantic for a second. She searched for the injured Sasuke that she saw before passing out, only to find a perfectly healthy Sasuke sitting next to her. She jumped up and hugged him. "I thought you were dead," a small but hearable voice squeaked out of her. "Like I would let anyone kill me before I get my revenge." Sasuke answers. "Come on, we need you if we're going to pass this test." Sasuke continued. 3 genin hopefuls were surrounding Kakashi. "So you're trying teamwork now? Remember, only 2 of you can pass." Kakashi says, trying to divide them one last time. "We figured out your little play," Naruto says in complete confidence. "Oh, do tell," Kakashi says. "You are trying to divide us. We need to work as a team." Sasuke says. Just as Sasuke started talking, Naruto dashed at Kakashi, fist raised. Kakashi countered. Just as Kakashi hit back, Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kagebunshin, Kakashi thought. Sasuke took the opportunity to attack. Naruto jumped out from the trees and tag-teamed with Sasuke. A smile crept up on Kakashi's face. Their teamwork was sloppy at best, but it was there. Sakura was sneaking out of Kakashi's eyesight. Kakashi was distracted by the tag team. Sakura reached out, grabbed the bells and pulled. Naruto and Sasuke smiled and stopped fighting. Kakashi was surprised. "I guess you pass," Kakashi said in a sigh. Team 7 high-fived. Being a shinobi wasn't what it was made out to be, at least according to Naruto. Team 7 was stuck in drank hell. Since the bell test, Sakura had picked up her training. Kakashi may not like them yet, but they were growing on him. Team 7 was standing in the Hokage's office, waiting for their next mission. "Oi Gigi, can we have a mission that actually matters?" Naruto burst out. "Come on, Naruto, you need to show the Hokage some respect," said Irika, who sat next to the Hokage. "It's all right, Irika. He has called me Gigi since he was a child." The Hokage tried to ease Irika's worries. Sakura wondered what kind of relations Naruto had with the highest head in the village. Kakashi knocked Naruto on the top of his head while mumbling a sorry towards the Hokage. "While I agree he should show more respect, I also agree we should get a higher-ranked mission," Sasuke agreed with Naruto. "Not you too," Irika sighed. "Do you think they are ready for a crank?" The Hokage asked Kakashi. "Well, we will never know until we let them loose. They are the heavy assault team of their batch." Kakashi said with a bored look on his face. "I must disagree. They have only been genin for a couple of months. These things take time," Irika voiced his displeasure. "Let's try with a lighter crank mission, to test the waters." The Hokage offered. That's fair, right, Naruto? Kakashi was pressuring Naruto to agree by leaning over him. Yeah, sounds good, Naruto mumbled uncomfortably. Both the Hokage and Sakura were giggling like schoolgirls at the scene. Bring in Tazuna, the Hokage said to Irika. Tazuna was a carpenter. A drunk carpenter. An old, drunken carpenter. So it wasn't that surprising when he took one look at his protection and scoffed. So naturally, both Naruto and Sasuke took offense to that. So they were disappeared from the sight of Tazuna and placed a kunai on each of his cheeks. Tazuna sobered up instantly and swallowed strong. Now, Naruto, Sasuke. Killing our clients isn't very good for business, Kakashi said. Sorry, felt the pride of the founding clan's honor was being insulted. Sasuke half-heartedly apologized, and both he and Naruto pulled back. Tazuna released a breath he didn't know he held. Where do you need to go? Kakashi asked with an ice smile at their employer. Land of Waves, Tazuna said, still shaken up. We will meet up in an hour at the South Gate, Kakashi simply announced. Team 7 was waiting at the South Gate. Kakashi was late as always. Tazuna was also not here. Geez, when is Kakashi going to get a grip and stop being late all the time? Sakura whined. Hell will freeze over when that happens, Naruto sighed in response. He was leaning against a tree, his high-tie over his eyes, hands behind his head. His legs were crossed. On the other hand, Sasuke slanted on the gate, looking more ready for a fight if one was to happen. Sakura was sitting on a stone. Tazuna came before Kakashi. He loudly complained about ninjas and their work ethic. Naruto nearly slit his throat after the 5th minute. Kakashi came 6 minutes after Tazuna. So you guys ready to go? It came out of his mouth as if he was on time. Yeah, finally, Naruto said as he fixed his headband and stretched out any kinks. A couple of hours in, Sakura asked their temporary travel buddy. Are there not a hidden village in Land of Waves? Kakashi answered, no, there are not. Some of the smaller nations don't have the number of missions to support hidden villages. So they often go to the nearest big village to ask for help. They walked for a few minutes longer. They walked up to a puddle, and Naruto, having sensed the presence inside it, weaved a sign to Kakashi, who nodded slightly, acknowledging Naruto's warning. As soon as they walked past it, 2 people jumped out of it and shot a chain each at Kakashi. The chains wrapped around his body and pulled him apart. One down was the only thing one of them said. Sakura screamed. Naruto made eye contact with Sasuke, who nodded. They both took off, running towards one of the attackers each. Naruto jumped, avoiding a chain coming towards him. He took out a kunai from his pouch and slammed it down in a chain link, looking it in place. Shocked that a genin got the upper hand against him, the attacker froze as Naruto finally got close enough to punch him, and he clogged him straight in the jaw. The attacker stumbled into Kakashi, who was okay. Kakashi already had the other attacker in a headlock after Sasuke was able to lock away his chain. Sasuke was slightly jealous of Naruto. He couldn't knock his attacker out before Kakashi showed up, but Naruto could. A brief annoyed expression was visible, but he hid it quickly. Good job everyone, Kakashi said with a smile. Sorry Sakura, I needed to know if these guys were after us or our employer, Kakashi explained. Sakura slumped onto her butt. Sure, she had gotten stronger, but seeing Naruto and Sasuke in action just hammered home how far behind she was. So fellows, who were you targeting? Kakashi asked with a smile, but he tightened his grip. The attackers broke almost immediately. Kakashi walked over to Tazuna. You have some things to tell us if you want our continued protection, he said threateningly. Alright. Tazuna broke under Kakashi's heavy eye. Land of Waves is in financial ruin right now and it's all Gado's fault, he continued. You mean the business tycoon Gado? Kakashi interrupted. The one and the same. He is killing Land of Waves with exuberant fees and high taxes. He even took the daimyo captive in his own palace. If I can't build the bridge to completion, my poor country is going to die and I can't get there without your help. But I understand if you want to go home. I lied to you after all. My poor daughter and grandson will just miss their old man if I die on the way. But I completely understand if you want to go home. Tazuna put on a bit of a show as he explained his position. Kakashi-sensei, as much as I hate manipulators, Naruto shot a dirty look towards the bridge builder, who didn't even have the decency to look guilty. But I hate people who take advantage of others more. We should do something. Naruto finished his thought. I agree with Naruto, Sasuke said, eager to get a chance to show up his rival. What do you say, Sakura? Kakashi didn't want to finish this mission. These were Chunin in level, and he doubted they would be the strongest ninja they would face on this journey. To agree with the boys, Sakura said, unsure if this was a good idea. Well, I guess I got outvoted. You are lucky, Tazuna. If I had my way, we would have left you here, Kakashi said as he started walking towards Wave. Team 7 and Tazuna were sitting in a boat. One of the Land of Wave's citizens was steering the rowboat. Thank you for doing this, Tazuna says to the steerer. Don't worry. Just because most are afraid to help you doesn't mean we all are, he answers. An impressive bridge came into view. Diamond was the only thing Naruto could say. Impressive, right? Tazuna replies. They soon reached the shore. Keep your senses up. The next opponent will be even stronger than the first ones. Kakashi warns his team. Naruto and Sasuke ready to kunai. They continued on the path. Naruto snapped and fired his kunai into a tree. A scared bunny jumps away. Why did you scare that poor innocent bunny? Sakura scolds Naruto. Someone's kawarimi, Naruto counters while looking around for the presents. Everyone, get down, Kakashi screams. A giant sword flew over them and lodged itself in a tree crown. A figure jumps and stands on the handle. Sheet, this guy is as much of a monster as Kakashi, Naruto mumbled, only Kakashi heard him. Well, if it isn't the Rouge Ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi identifies the newcomer. Kakashi, of the Sharingan, Zabuza shows some of his knowledge of Kakashi. I make it a point to memorize all Rouge Ninja that are Jonin and above, Demon of the Mist, Kakashi counters. He raises a hand to his Haitayat. Sorry, but can you hand over the old man? It would spare a lot of BLD if you did it peacefully, Zabuza threatened. Guys, get into the Manji formation, protect Tazuna. I'll take care of this guy. Kakashi instructs his genin. He pulled up his Haitayat, and instead of another black eye like his right, there is a red one with 3 black tomo dividing it into thirds. A scar ran from above where the Haitayat now rested and below his face mask, straight over his eye. The whole of Team 7 was shocked by the reveal. Fight me, is all Kakashi says. Well now, I didn't expect to see the Sharingan this early. This is an honor, Zabuza says, clearly amused that he will have a great fight. Oi, sensei, don't you think it is a bit of a cheat to have a Sharingan if you are not an Uchiha, Naruto adds with little thought, missing the hurt expression on Kakashi's face. What's so special about the Sharingan anyway? Sakura asks, genuinely curious about the power Sasuke could hold. The Sharingan can see through any technique, be it genjutsu, taijutsu or ninjutsu. But that's not all it can do, Sasuke explains. Well said, it can also copy the technique, Zabuza adds to Sasuke's explanation. A thick fog was descending all around the clearing. When I was in ANBU of the Hidden Mist, certain information in the bingo book says that you copied over a 1000 jutsu using that eye of yours. That's how you became known as the copy ninja, Zabuza says. Is Kakashi-sensei some sort of super ninja? Sakura thought. Naruto was moving to take his place in the ordered position. It was a death sentence to try and get in between 2 high-level jonin. Sasuke soon fell into pace with Naruto, while Sakura was basically standing in it already. They all drew a kunai each and held it in front of them. Sasuke was still seething because Kakashi had something exclusive to the Uchihas. Let's end our talking here, Zabuza says. It looks like I have to kill you before I finish my job here, though, isn't that right, Kakashi? He continues and jumps down, standing on the water in front of them. He can stand on water. Sakura screamed in shock. Ninpo, Kurigakure no Jutsu, Zabuza unleashes his technique, and the fog becomes thicker. The genin knew they were standing only a few meters away from Kakashi, but they couldn't see him. 8 spots. The larynx, the spine, the lungs, the kyver, the juglar and subclavian veins, the kidneys and the heart. Now then, which spot would be good? A disembodied voice says to the group. Kakashi flares his chakra, clearing out a small area of the fog. I can't feel him anywhere. The fog is laced with too much chakra. Naruto warns Kakashi. Sasuke is focusing on something else entirely. The overwhelming killing intent of Jonin had him shaking in his boots. Don't worry, Sasuke, I will protect you with my life. I won't let anyone on my team die. Kakashi says and turns towards Sasuke and smiles, calming Sasuke down. I wonder about that. Zabuza suddenly appears in the middle of their manji formation. Kakashi turns and runs at him, but Naruto is quicker, lodging a knife in the man's ribs. Naruto was shocked. He had never killed anyone before. The man in the middle burst into water. Mizu Bunshin, Hunt, Naruto thinks, still shaking after. Another Zabuza appeared but was stopped by a knife to his neck by Kakashi. Don't move, Kakashi threatens. It's over, he proclaims. Zabuza laughs. It's over, you say? You don't understand, Odi. You won't be able to beat me just by making me like a monkey, no chance. He says and continues to laugh. But I must say you're both good, he compliments Kakashi and Naruto. Taking down one of my Mizu Bunshin at your age is impressive, he elaborated. But it won't be enough. Because I am no fool. He says and appears behind Kakashi. The body Kakashi had been holding hostage explodes into water. TCH, another fake. This mist is really screwing with my senses. Naruto scoffs. Zabuza takes a giant swing towards Kakashi's head, but Kakashi dodges the strike by ducking under it. Unfortunately for Zabuza, the sword's path took it to the ground. But he switched his grip and kicked Kakashi onto the body of water. Zabuza takes his sword and runs towards Kakashi but stops suddenly. Caltrops, he noticed. He scoffs and jumps over the trap and into the water after Kakashi. Sakura was shocked that someone was able to kick her sensei so easily. His taijutsu is also really good, Sasuke bemoans. As Kakashi rises from the water, he notices that it feels cumbersome. Too cumbersome. HMPF full, Zabuza appears behind him, standing on the water. He did the hand seals for the Suiro no Jutsu. Kakashi soon found himself inside a water ball. The water was too pressurized to move in. You're caught? Zaza laughs at his prisoner. This time Naruto starts laughing uncontrollably. What's so funny, brat? Zabuza snaps at Naruto. Naruto stops laughing for a second. I can't believe I didn't sense it before. Man, this fog really is annoying. You just fell for the same trick as Kakashi did? Naruto says, and before Zabuza could react, the body he was holding hostage disappears in the water prison. Kakashi swings a kunai at his throat from behind. Zabuza drops the jutsu and somersaults away from the knife. Now, Naruto, you aren't supposed to tell the enemy an attack is coming, Kakashi scolds Naruto. Sorry, sensei, I just found it too ironic not to laugh at. Naruto apologizes sincerely. Well, you do have a point, Kakashi says. Zabuza was trying to piece together how Kakashi had fooled him. Just when he flared his chakra, that was when he copied my jutsu. He scoffs and readies himself for round 2. Zabuza and Kakashi stand a few meters away from each other in the middle of the body of water. Kakashi's Sharingan focuses on Zabuza's form. I'll show you. Zabuza screams as he starts going through a lot of hand signs. Kakashi copies his every move, including naming the seals as they go along. They both finish on the same on at the same time. Finally, both yell out, Suiten, Suryuden no Jutsu. 2 massive dragons begin to rise from the water. They dance around each other for a while until they crash into each other, destroying both. Water washes over Team 7 as a large amount of water from the jutsu flood the entire area. Sakura was surprised to see ninjutsu on this scale. Zabuza thought something was off. He knew the Sharingan could copy movements, but he had never heard that it could do something simultaneously as the original caster. Kakashi followed all his moves, even the ones that were unnecessary, precisely at the same time. This guy, my movements. He's perfectly reading them. Kakashi finishes his thought. He's reading my mind. Zabuza panics. Blast him. He's giving me that barren, evil eye, right? Kakashi finishes it again. Huh. You're just copying, you're a pale imitation. Zabuza scoffs. Both yell at the same time, you won't be able to beat me. You monkey. I'll shut that copycat monkey mouth permanently. Zabuza yelled out and began doing hand signs. Just as he did, he could see a shadow behind Kakashi starting to form. It was an image of himself. Jinjutsu, he thought. But diagnosing the shadow didn't stop him from stopping weaving the signs. Kakashi took advantage of Zabuza's stop and finished his signs. Suiden, Daibaku no Jutsu, he yelled out, and a massive amount of water shot out and crashed into Zabuza. After a good minute of water washing over Zabuza, it finally stopped. Kakashi threw 4 kunai, and they all hit a limb each. Kakashi was sitting in the tree Zabuza was leaning against. Why? Can you read the future? Zabuza asks. Yeah, and your future is death, Kakashi answers, and just as he was about to finish him off, 2 Senbon hit Zabuza in the neck. Looks like you were right, a young person in a mask says. Kakashi checks Zabuza for a pulse. When he didn't find one, he pronounced him dead. Thank you. I have been waiting for a chance to kill Zabuza. The masked person says. By the look of that mask, you're a hunter ninja from Kirigakure? Kakashi states. You're well informed. The hunter ninja confirms. I'll be taking Zabuza's body with me. It holds too many secrets. The hunter ninja says and disappears with the corpse. Kakashi could hear a loud smack from Team 7. Naruto had hit himself pretty strong because a red mark was already viable. What are you doing? Sakura asks tiredly. Punish myself for not sensing properly. The mist is still here, but I should have felt a lot more. Naruto stubbornly says. Kakashi starts to stumble. But Naruto runs up and catches him before he hits the ground. Thank you, Naruto. I'll see you guys later. Kakashi says just before passing out. We should hurry to Tazuna's place, Naruto says, and everyone agrees. The bridge builder's house was a simple 2-story building, probably larger than the average house in the Land of Waves. Kakashi woke up. He was lying in a futon on the 2nd floor. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 were helping in the kitchen downstairs. Kakashi could hear them. He liked the sound, it meant they were okay. He surprised himself with that thought. Kakashi hadn't cared about anyone new since Minato and Kushina died. He felt like a walking curse. Killing everyone he came close to. He always thought guys' days were numbered. But these kids had wormed their way into his heart. He wasn't blind to their faults, though. Sakura needed to get over her fangirling, Sasuke had a jealousy streak a mile wide, and Naruto's attention span should be measured in milliseconds. Naruto was the first one to come to check up on their sensei. When he saw he was awake, he yelled at the rest of Team 7 to go upstairs. They all sat at Kakashi's side. You guys need to get stronger, I'll train you until we meet Zabuza again. Kakashi says, catching their attention. What do you mean meet Zabuza again? He is dead, you said so yourself. I also didn't feel any life from him when the hunter ninja took him away, Naruto questions Kakashi. His 2 teammates nodded as if to agree with Naruto. That hunter ninja is part of the reason for why I believe he is alive. Sakura, what can you tell us about hunter ninja? Kakashi asks his female genin. Well, from what I remember, they are a specialist part of Kirigakure's ANBU division. They specialize in hunting rouge ninja. Sakura explains. That's exactly what this one did, so what's so suspicious about it? Naruto says, trying to understand Kakashi's suspicions. Well, hunter ninja are supposed to destroy the body in the field to limit errors, yet this one took him away. It also used Senbon, a strong weapon to kill with. It's essentially impossible to kill someone with Senbon in the neck. But you can put someone in death-like state. Kakashi explained. Alright, so we're going to have to fight Zabuza again. Sasuke, who had been silent until now, says. You're right. Probably that hunter ninja Oswell. Kakashi says. You said you're going to train us, but you can't even walk. Naruto says. Ha, my cute little genin, I don't need to walk to train you. Kakashi says. Team 7 sat in a clearing. Kakashi walks into view, and he is on stilts. I'm going to show you how to climb trees without hands, Kakashi says as he starts to walk up the side of the tree in front of him. Naruto sighs. He has done this since he began the academy. Sasuke and Sakura were staring wide-eyed. Kakashi was now standing upside down. Now it's your turn, Kakashi says with a smile. Start by pushing chakra into the soles of your feet, Kakashi instructed. Sakura managed to get to the first branch on her first try. Sasuke had more problems. He got halfway between the ground and the branch. Naruto sat still, flipping a kunai in his hand. Kakashi walks up to him. "Come on, Naruto, you do it too," he says to the bored teen. "Alright, but I know how to do this already." Naruto sighs. Naruto walks up to the tree and starts ascending. He didn't stop for any branches and then sat on the top. "Well, would you look at that," Kakashi states. "Come on then, Naruto, let's get you started on something else." Kakashi screams out to Naruto, and Naruto jumps down. Kakashi leads him away. Sasuke got annoyed and started trying even harder. Sakura was a bit worried about him. Kakashi and Naruto were standing near a body of water. "You are going to do the same except on the water. It is harder since you need to fluctuate the amount of chakra," Kakashi explained. "I am going to check up on the other ones," he says and disappears in a swirl of leaves. "Alright then, let's do this," Naruto says to himself. Kakashi sits at the dinner table, and all his students sit next to Kakashi, all of them exhausted. Kakashi has watched his students train over the days and was most pleased with their progression. However, Inari, the carpenter's grandson, observes the exhausted ninja and scoffs, "Why do you even try? You are all going to die anyway. Gato is too strong," he says as tears roll down his cheeks. "I wouldn't count on it. I won't die until I become the greatest Hokage, Databeo." Naruto points at him, a severe expression on his face. Inari's tears intensify. "How can you say that when you haven't lived a cushy life in your village? You haven't suffered at all." "Not like I have," Inari rants. "You call this suffering? You have a roof over your head, a mother and grandfather who love you and food in your belly. I was hated by my village until recently. I was kicked out of an orphanage at the age of 5. I had to find my own food and shelter. I had no one except a Gigi that couldn't do anything directly for me. Do you have slightest idea how much I would have sacrificed to have just one day with my parents?" Naruto is now standing, tears not far off. Inari runs upstairs to his room, crying. "I'm going outside, I need to blow off some steam," Naruto says to his sensei. Kakashi just nods. As Naruto left, Sakura leaned over towards Kakashi. "He must be exaggerating, his life couldn't have been that bad, right? I mean, he is a Senju, right? The same as Uchiha, right?" Sakura scoffs. She was ignoring the evident emotion in Naruto's voice. That sort of emotion is not easily faked. "No, he was hated by everyone until Lord Third found his connection to the first Hokage. Since it has been better, but some still hate," Kakashi explains. "I'm not proud that I didn't do more for Naruto. But I had my own orders at the time," Kakashi sulks. Naruto was sleeping outside. A person is picking herbs a bit away from his sleeping form, and the person walks up to Naruto and reaches out to strangle him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Naruto's voice snaps the would-be attacker out of their trance. Naruto opens his eyes, and a appealing girl meets his eyes. She wore a pink kimono and had long silky black hair. Her brown eyes were soft. She was cuter than Sakura but not as pretty as Ino. Where did that thought come from? He surprised himself with the comparison to Ino. "I didn't mean to scare you, living in Wave makes you do strange things," the girl says, snaping Naruto out of his musings. "It's alright. It can be crazy out here. My name is Naruto, what's yours?" Naruto says as he sits up. "My name is Haku. Are you a ninja?" "Your headband is nice," the now identified Haku says. "You think so too?" "I love it." Naruto's inner child is shining through, eyes sparkling, and he strokes the headband fondly. "You must have someone important in your village, right?" Haku asks, smiling at the teenager. "Yeah. My Gigi, he isn't my real Gigi, but he is the closest thing I have to family," Naruto says. A fond smile spreads on his face. "Then you will become strong. I believe that you can't become truly strong unless you have someone Prez-Eus to protect." Haku encourages Naruto as she is about to leave. "And also I am a boy," Haku says as she leaves the clearing. Naruto just laughed at himself. He felt so stupid. It has been a week since Team 7 ran into Zabuza and the Hunter Ninja, and Kakashi was finally up and about. However, Kakashi feels a bit paranoid about the watch they were about to take at the bridge today. Naruto had come home late the night before, so Kakashi let him sleep in. Then he gathered up Sakura and Sasuke. The trip to the bridge was uneventful. But as soon as they stepped on the bridge, an unnaturally thick fog descended around them. "This is the Kirigakure no Jutsu, right?" Sakura asks. "Yeah, we better be careful from now on," Kakashi answers. He was right because as they got a little further down the bridge, unconscious bodies were lying strewn all over the place. The smell of BLD soon invaded their senses. "Well, what do we have here?" Zabuza's eerie disembodied voice proclaimed. For Zabuza suddenly stood in front of them. "Look at your poor students." "He is shaking," the disembodied voice says, referring to Sasuke. Sasuke smirks. "I am trembling with excitement." He grips his kunai harder while he sends a glance towards Kakashi. "Go ahead, Sasuke," Kakashi says with a sigh. After the go-ahead, Sasuke started running towards the nearest clone, and he sliced it. When he was done with the first one, then he went after the second one. He didn't stop until there were no clones around them left. "Look at him go," another voice says. Two figures begin to get visible. One was Zabuza. The other was the hunter ninja that supposedly killed him the first time. Impressive for someone his age even if one clone only is 1/10 as strong as the original, Zabuza says. "Looks like I was right. You were working together," Kakashi interjects. "Take care of the boy and the girl." "I'll handle Kakashi," Zabuza orders. "Yes, sir," the hunter ninja accepts. Naruto was just waking up. His training went a little overboard. He couldn't remember the last time he slept in this much. Then, just as he had that thought, he panicked. "Where are the others?" he thought. He jumps up and gets ready. He runs downstairs and sees Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. The others wouldn't happen to be at the bridge, would they? Naruto asks. He was jumping up and down and looked like an excited puppy. Tsunami couldn't help but laugh at the teenager in front of her. "Yes, they left not that long ago," she answers. "Okay, see you in a bit." Naruto runs out. He gets about 500 meters away when he feels two presences making their way towards the town. He stops and does a 180 running back as quickly as possible, just if something is up. When he comes back to the house, he sees an unconscious Tsunami and Inari running right at the two men responsible. Naruto creates a Kage Bunshin and Korimi no Jutsu with Tsunami while his clone switches with Inari. The two thugs didn't have time to get shocked since Naruto clogged them at the back of their heads so strong they knocked them out. "Good job, Inari, you're really strong standing up for your mother like that." "Sorry that I yelled at you the other day," Naruto says earnestly. "No, it was because you yelled that I was able to do it," Inari says, smiling with tears in his eyes. Naruto patted his head. "I'll leave this to you then," Naruto says with a big smile. "Yeah, leave it to me," Inari says. Naruto smiles towards Inari, then starts to run towards the bridge. Sasuke is not having a good time. At first, he was able to keep up with the masked ninja. But, after the first scuffle ended, the masked ninja then pulled up a sort of cage made of ice mirrors. Inside the mirror cage, the masked ninja could move a lot faster. Fast enough that Sasuke couldn't even see him anymore. Sasuke got punctured by Sunban flying at him in irregular intervals. Sasuke didn't know what to do. Then a poof of smoke erupted in the middle of the cage. "That show-off," Sasuke thought as he realized who it was. Naruto was standing there looking at the masked ninja. "So what did I miss?" Naruto asks with a smile on his face. Kakashi had a strong time against Zabuza. The mist made it strong to see Zabuza, even with the Sharingan. The man he was against just laughed. Kakashi's hand was bleeding since he had to stop Zabuza's sword from cutting down Tazuna and Sakura. Zabuza was having the time of his life. After all, having a powerful ninja like Kakashi on the back foot was a great testament to his own skill. Sasuke was both happy and angry that Naruto had shown up in the way he did. Naruto gave him some much-needed breathing room by taking the focus towards himself, but that also meant that Sasuke had to admit that he needed the help. To begin with, Naruto could see the masked ninja move. Not clearly, but he could see the blur move between mirrors. The chakra felt familiar, but he couldn't place it. He would worry about that after the fight. Now he had to focus. He starts by running up to one of the mirrors. He sees the blur moving towards him. He jumps out of the way of the punch that the blur sent after him. Impossible. He can see me. The masked ninja asks himself. Sasuke was also impressed. He could only see the aftermath and couldn't get as close to the mirrors as Naruto had. Naruto lands next to Sasuke. Sheet, I couldn't get to the mirrors, Naruto swears. Why am I so far behind Naruto? I need to get stronger if I am to kill him. Sasuke thinks. Sasuke, I'll need your help if we are to get that ninja, Naruto states. Fine, Sasuke answers. Throw a fireball at him when I try to hold him down. Don't worry, even if you hurt me, I'll heal it in a second. Naruto lays out his plan and starts running towards the mirror again. Not letting Sasuke counter the strategy. Naruto creates a shadow clone, and both run towards the nearest mirror. The blur moves towards them. Naruto nods at his clone, who nods back. Naruto jumps towards the blur and grabs it. He Koarimi with his clone. Sasuke was shocked. Naruto's efficiency in carrying out his plan was beyond anything he had ever seen in someone his own age. Naruto reminded him of him. He fires a katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu at the ninja in the clone's grasp. The fireball slammed into both of them. The clone poofs into a cloud of smoke as soon as it hits. The masked ninja gets flung out of his mirror cage. The mirrors cracks and breaks, so do his mask. Haku's appealing face was lying there unconscious. Naruto got up from his crouched position. Good job, Sasuke. I couldn't have done it alone, Naruto says with a smile. Sasuke just scoffs at him. The Uchiha was beginning to see the clear difference between their skill level. The same smallness he felt around him. Naruto ignores the cold response. He had gotten it before. It had been a while since he had gotten it from Sasuke. It hurt quite a bit. Sasuke scoffs and walks over to the unmasked ninja. Stop, Sasuke. I'll take care of him, Naruto says. Sasuke sends him a glare SP intense. It awakens his Sharingan. Naruto was taken back. Sasuke, your eyes, Naruto says. Sasuke didn't feel any different at first. Then he saw every little movement Naruto did as he took back the slight stutter when he saw the eyes. Naruto was hurt that Sasuke awakened his Sharingan when he was angry at him. Sasuke was walking towards Tazuna and Sakura. Naruto walks up to Haku's unconscious body. So what are going to do with you? He says as he sits down next to the boy. Kakashi finally had an idea to end this battle. He pulled out a small scroll from his pouch. I'm going to end this now, Zabuza, he said. And how are you going to do that? Zabuza laughs at him. Like this. Kakashi screams. He used the wound on his hand to smear a thin line of BLD across the entire scroll. Kuchios, SD no Jutsu, 9 dogs jumped up from underneath Zabuza and bit him down on him. I'll show you how I got the reason why I am feared as more than a copycat. I'll show you a jutsu of my own, Kakashi says as he starts going through the hand signs. Raikiri, he shot forward and pierced Zabuza's. Zabuza coughed up BLD Demenu, Kakashi. He soon died. Well, would you look at that? The undefeatable devil of the mist wasn't so undefeatable. A new voice states. Kakashi looks over to the voice. A diminutive man was standing there with a small army of thugs and getting ready to fight off the troops. Haku had begun to stir and was greeted by Naruto sitting next to him. I failed to protect Zabuza, didn't I? Haku asks. I guess, Naruto answers. You should kill me, Haku concludes. I'm not going to kill you, and I won't let you kill yourself either, Naruto says. But I failed in my duty of tool, Haku argues. You are not a tool, Haku. You are a living, breathing human, Naruto argues back. But he took me in, trained me, fed me, he did everything for me. Haku was crying now. You don't need to define your life based on what someone else wants. You should become your own person, Naruto argued back. I want to be his tool, I want to keep him safe, Haku says. You want that because you haven't had anything different, Naruto says. Come to the village with us. I'll show how you can live an ordinary life not becoming any sort of tool, Naruto continues. I can't, Haku answers. Why don't we stop the small army that is here and then we can talk, Naruto says. Naruto and Haku walk up in front of the small army. Naruto, can you handle this alone? Kakashi asks. Yeah, I'll end this, Naruto says, a serious expression on his face. and he punches his open palm. Kakashi sits down. Good because I'm spent. Sakura, Sasuke watch over Tazuna, Kakashi orders. Sasuke was fuming. Gato was about to betray Zabuzasan. That's unforgivable, Haku says. Haku starts going through some hand signs, and the water around the bridge starts to levitate and form into ice sunbon. Naruto forms a cross in front of him. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Naruto matches the number of thugs. The Narutos and Haku starts running towards the thugs. And it was a slaughter. Only 10 of Naruto's clones got dispelled, and those thugs who managed to do that were easily taken care of by Haku. Gato is shaking in his boots. These two teenagers are devastating his army. They were walking up to the small man. All he saw was two beasts with glowing eyes. Wait, a small voice screams. Naruto and Haku look over to the voice. Inari was standing there with the entire village behind him. They were equipped with anything they could find. We should let them take care of their tyrant, Naruto says and leads Haku away from Gato. The townspeople were not friendly to their tormentor. Team 7 is on its way home. They had parted with Haku, who was on his way to help out in the civil war in Kirigakure. Naruto is feeling great. Land of Waves is safe and sound. Tazuna and his workers had completed the bridge connecting the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. They also named it after Naruto. It was Enrai's idea. So it was appropriately childish. Naruto was also happy to be on his way home. Haku gave him some things to think about before he left. Why was he trying so strong to get strong? Does he really only have one meaningful person in his life? Why is Sasuke so mad at him? But all these things could wait until he got home. Haku had first been very sad about his MSDR's death after a burial and a pep talk from Naruto. Then he had agreed to honor his MSDRs by continuing his mission and fight for the Bloodline Rebels. Team 7 arrived at a bustling Konoha in the middle of the day. Naruto and his team said their goodbyes. Naruto wanted to go to his favorite flower shop. However, he wasn't sure if it was to meet Ino or see the flowers. Probably both. As he weaves through the busy streets with practiced ease, he soon finds himself in front of the flower shop. He walks in. When he isn't met with a girl his age, he is slightly shocked. Instead, he sees a woman with brown hair and eyes in her middle ages. "Welcome," she says in a warm and kind voice. "Thank you. You must be Ino's mother, right? You look younger than I expected," Naruto asks and compliments. "Why, thank you and I. My name is Inomi." "You must be Naruto," she says while holding up a hand covering her mouth. The flowers in the shop had gotten more lively since Naruto stepped into the shop, something Inomi noticed. "How did you know?" Naruto asks. "Ino speaks a lot of a blonde boy with whisker marks," she answers. She was filling away something behind the counter, so she didn't see Naruto walking up to the counter. "Really? What does she say?" Naruto says, a smile forming as he sets his elbows on the counter and rests his chin in the palm of his hand. "Oh, I couldn't say that. She would be quite mad." Inomi says a teasing smile spreads on her face. Come on, now I've got to know," Naruto says. Ino's day couldn't have been worse. She had done a drank, which was bad enough, but she also had to drag her lazy teammates and sensei. Now she was spent. She just wanted to go home and sleep. She walks through the streets of Konoha, almost bumping into the people in her way. She soon stands in front of her home and flower shop. She is surprised to see her mother talking at length with a customer. Most of the time, they get intimidated by her regal aura and stick to more short and polite conversations. Come on, now I've got to know," Ino hears a familiar voice say. She panics. She did not want Naruto to know of the rantings she had made to her mother. He was already teasing enough. She opens the door and sees that her ears didn't play a prank on her. Inomi sees her immediately after the small chime goes off. The smile said more than what she would ever want to know. Ino runs over to her mother and pushes her away from the counter. "Well, Ino, if you wanted to tend to the shop that much, you could have just said so," Inomi says, a teasing smile on her face. "No, I just don't want you to talk to him," Ino seethed out of her teeth. "But he is such a nice boy," Inomi says, a hand on her cheek. "Just get out." Ino shoved her mother back into their home. Ino was now alone with Naruto in the shop. So you talk about me with your mom, Naruto says teasingly. Ino blushes slightly. I just complain about how annoying you are, she says, crossing her arms and looking away from Naruto. Oh, is that so? Naruto asks. He reaches out to the plant he reached out to before. I've taken good care of since you last saw it, Ino says. I can tell, Naruto answers, a small smile on his face. Team 7 stands on a bridge waiting for Kakashi. He hadn't told them why he wanted to meet them. Naruto sits on the railing in a lotus position. Sasuke is leaning on the first pole of the bridge, a bit away from Naruto. Sakura is standing on the bridge but leaning on anything. Kakashi was only 15 minutes late at this point, so Team 7 didn't count on him coming for at least 45 minutes more. But contrary to their expectations, a swirl of leaves clued them that Kakashi Shinshuing to them. Hello, my cute little Genins, Kakashi says as soon as he becomes visible. You are not as late as you usually are. Who are you, and what have you done to Kakashi? Naruto says as he raises a finger pointing accusingly at the supposed Kakashi. You wound me, aren't you supposed to be a pretty good censor? Kakashi says as he lays a hand on his iti to show where he is hurt. Anyway, I am here to talk to you about the upcoming Chunin exams, Kakashi continues, recovering from his banter with Naruto. He pulls out 3 pieces of paper. These are your entry slips. You are supposed to go to room 301 at the academy at 1,300 hours in 2 days. Good luck, he says as he leaves in another shunshin. Naruto doesn't have anything to do, so he walks down the street. He soon felt 3 presences behind him. Oi, Konomu, you aren't fooling anyone with the square rock look, Naruto says as he stops. Then an explosion went off behind him. Konomaru and 2 other kids stood on all 4, coughing. Konomaru, you used too much gunpowder, the other boy says. As expected of my boss, Konomaru say, ignoring the other boy's misgivings. Come on, Konomaru, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Naruto asks. I am the cute and XY Moegi. The girl introduces herself. Naruto sweat dropped. I am Udon, I like algebra, the other boy says. And I am Konomaru, Konomaru states as if Naruto didn't already know. And together we are the Konomaru Corp. They all finished together with choreographed poses in the end. They were all wearing matching goggles on their head. The same ones Naruto had been wearing before he became a ninja. Nice introduction, Naruto says as he takes out his tum. I knew you would like it, boss, Konomaru says, rubbing his finger under his nose in a satisfied manner. Anyway, why don't you play ninja with us, boss, Konomaru says. Sorry, but I can't, Naruto starts. Sakura, who had come out after the explosion in front of her family store, interrupts him. Being a ninja should disqualify you from playing ninja, she sounds smug. Konomaru ignores the pink-haired woman, leans in and whispers, Oi, boss, is she yours to Naruto? Naruto took a few seconds before understanding what he meant. No. No way, he answers. Yeah, you could do a lot better than her. Her forehead is huge, Konomaru says loud enough for Sakura to hear. She gets furious at him. Konomaru, you should run, Naruto says. Konomaru didn't like Naruto's female teammate. The fact that he is running away from her at full speed probably didn't help. He ran around a corner and ran straight into a boy in his teens. Oi, watch where you are going, the teen says as he grabs his collar. Calm down, he didn't see you, said a teen girl that was standing next to the boy holding Konomaru. No, I am going to teach him a lesson, the teen boy says. Sakura comes around the corner. She stops running as soon as she sees the poor boy she was trying to discipline held up by his collar. She didn't know what to do. I would put him down if I were you, Naruto says, leaning on the fence, and he had a slight smile on his face. Sakura didn't even realize Naruto appeared next to her. And why should I do that, the boy says. You are standing on Konohagakure ground as a foreigner and treating our Hokage's grandson. You got some ball on you, Naruto says, his smile gone, and he kicked himself off the fence. A cold, calculated look in his eye shocked Sakura. She had never seen Naruto like this, not even in Wave. Naruto got ready to fight the boy. Stop this, Kankuro, you are embarrassing our village, a new voice says from behind a tree. He steps out from behind the tree. He had messy red hair and a large gourd on his back, and heavy bags under his eyes. The boy, now named Kankuro, drops Konohamaru quickly. Naruto drops his stance. Sasuke, who had walked in on the standoff. He walks up and stands next to Naruto. I am guessing you are here for the Chunin exams, Naruto asks the red-haired boy. Obviously, what is your name? You interest me, the red-haired boy states. Is it not common decency to introduce oneself before asking for someone else's? Naruto counter. Fair enough. My name is Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara introduces himself. Naruto Senju, Naruto offers in return. The other boy and girl do a sharp intake at the mention of his clan name. Gaara just smiles maniacally. Take your teammates and leave. We will see each other in the exams, Naruto says, seeing the expression on Gaara's face. Gaara reluctantly left. Why did you let them leave? Did you see him? He wanted to kill us. Sasuke screams in Naruto's face. Fighting here would be detrimental. Too many chances for innocents to be hurt, Naruto counters. Do you seriously think yourself so powerful you could fight off 3 of them without hurting anyone else in the background, all without knowing anything about their strengths or weaknesses? Naruto continues and points towards Konohamaru and Sakura. Sakura felt incredibly sad about being talked about as a liability. Sasuke scoffs and walks off. Naruto huffs and walks off in the other direction. Konohamaru and Sakura were sitting near the fence, not quite sure what to do next. 2 days went by, and Team 7 was on its way to the Chunin exams. Sasuke and Naruto had not been talking since the incident with the Suna team. Sakura is worried about their teamwork. They walk up the first set of stairs and meet a big crowd. The door in front of the group said 301. 2 Chunin stands in front of the door blocking the door. Like we would let any of you fools become Chunin, one of them says. They don't even realize we are on the 2nd floor. It's obviously a genjutsu, Sasuke scoffs and is about to tell all the other participants. He is stopped by a hand on his shoulder, courtesy of Naruto. Naruto just motioned him to get upstairs. Sasuke pulls away from Naruto and is about to yell at him. But he is stopped by a long brown-haired boy with lavender eyes. He was part of the Hyuga clan, if those were anything to go by. Drop the genjutsu, he says in a smug voice. Way to not understand the assignment, Naruto says as he rubs the back of his head in a lackadaisically manner. What did you say, punk? The Hyuga says. It was a first test to see if they were worthy of doing the Chunin exam, Naruto says. The 2 guards stiffen. This kid just figured out their mission in 2 minutes. The other test participants made their way towards the actual test location. The guards also left. The Hyuga was taken aback. He hadn't thought of the possibility of a test before the test. But then his teammates walk up to his side, a girl with 2 buns and Chinese-style clothing and a boy with a bowl cut and green onesie with orange leg warmers and bandaged arms. What is your name? The Hyuga asks Naruto. Seriously, what is with all you people asking for names before giving up your own? Naruto states. Fine, my name is Niji Hyuga, the Hyuga states. Naruto Senju, Naruto states. No way, Niji's female teammate exclaims. So cool, the weird bowl cut says. Naruto looks towards him and gives him a nice guy pose. The weird-haired guy gains stars in his eyes. He is just as cool as Guy Sensei. The girl, however, lost a bit of her earlier reverence. So you are the Senju everyone has been talking about, Niji states. I can't see it, he continues. Well, I wouldn't let you know all my tricks now, would I? Naruto says. Come on, let's go. Niji motions his team up the stairs. Team 7 walks up slightly behind them. Actually, can I try to fight the Uchiha? Niji's male teammate asks. Just don't get yourself hurt, Niji states. I won't, his teammate answers and runs off to find Sasuke. He soon finds them. What do you want? Sasuke asks. I want to test you. As the strongest genin in Konoha, I would like to see you fight. Uchiha Sasuke, my name is Rock Lee. Also, I want to show Sakura-san what I can do, Lee states as he gets into a fighting stance and then winks at Sakura. Sakura panics. Everything about him is too intense, she thinks and shivers. Oi, don't do anything stupid. The test is about to start, Naruto warns Sasuke and places a hand on his shoulder. He completely ignores Sakura's struggle. Don't tell me what to do, Sasuke answers as he shakes off his hand and gets into a fighting stance of his own. Don't say I didn't warn you, Naruto backs off. Sasuke took off as soon as Naruto walked away from him, and before Sasuke could react, a fist came crashing into his arm. He put it out of instinct. He slid back and activated his Sharingan. Naruto had an impassive look on his face, and Sakura was shocked that someone other than Naruto could get such a punch off on Sasuke. Lee took the offensive, and Sasuke was forced to defend himself. However, he couldn't find an opening even with the Sharingan active. Just as Lee was about to unleash an attack, someone yelled at him and blocked the kick from Sasuke. You idiot! You know you shouldn't use that attack on people you consider comrades, a turtle says. A summon. Naruto thinks as he amusedly watches the spectacle in front of him with a small smile gracing his lips. Actually, it was the reverse version. Lee tries to explain. You idiot! Another voice screams and punches him on the head. He was clad the same way Lee was, except he had a Jonin flak jacket. He looked remarkably like his student. The only real difference is age. They soon start to cry tears of happiness, and a sunset's image forms behind them. That is enough, Lee. You don't have to say anything, Lee-sensei says. Lee just cries more while calling out sensei. Then they hug, and the sensei sets an unreasonable penalty of running 100 laps around Konoha. Naruto's smile widens. What is this genjutsu? I can't seem to break it. These guys are pretty funny, he thinks. Sakura was shivering at the image, and Sasuke was seething at his loss to a guy like him. So you are skipping the Chunin exams? Naruto recovers as they are about to walk away. Oh, that's right, the sensei says abashed towards Team 7. You will be punished after the Chunin exams for pulling out a move like that, he says as he turns towards his student, who just accepts that with a salute. The sensei turns to Team 7 again. How is Kakashi? He says. You know Kakashi? Sasuke asks. Yeah, I know him well. Some might even say we are eternal rivals, he says as he points to himself using his thumb. That sounds like such a lie, Sakura burst out. What are you saying? Guy-sensei really if Lee defends his teacher. They finally learned his name now as well. That's fine. Actions speak louder than words anyway, Guy-sensei interrupts his student. By the way, my record is 50 wins and 14 losses, he says as he appears behind Team 7. Truth be told, I am stronger than Kakashi, he says in a confident voice. Team 7 couldn't believe their eyes. Even Naruto was surprised by the show of speed. How about that? Guy senses awesome, isn't he? Lee says from across the room. This time around, Lee caused the trouble. Out of consideration for my face, forgive him. Guy-sensei says. Of course, we don't want any trouble either. Naruto says. He was the fastest one to come out of his shock. Good, you guys should probably go to the classroom pretty soon. Guy-sensei says. Guy-sensei bid his farewell and disappeared in a poof of smoke. So did the turtle. Sasuke, sorry I laid, but I am not the strongest genin in Konoha. That title belonged to my teammate. I'm entering to defeat that person. And you are one of my targets. Please prepare yourself for the exam. Lee says and runs away to the exam room, leaving a shocked Team 7 behind. I warned you, Naruto says and starts to walk away. Team 7 was walking away from their weird encounter with Rock Lee and Guy Sensei. You all came. I am glad. A familiarly aloof voice calls out to the team. What do you mean, Sensei? Sasuke asks in an annoyed voice. Well, I wasn't sure if all of you would show up, he says, looking towards Sakura. She folded under his gaze. You wouldn't have been able to compete if you didn't have a full team. He elaborates. Why didn't you tell us that? Sasuke says through gritted teeth. Naruto nods along with him. Well, I wouldn't want you to force your teammate to come, Kakashi explains. Fair enough, Naruto accepts the explanation. Well, that is all I wanted to say. Good luck, Kakashi says before vanishing in a poof of smoke. Team 7 walks into the exam room. Oh, so you are finally here. Naruto, Shikamaru says. Ino jumped on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, did you miss me? Ino says. She was rubbing her cheek against his. Naruto-kun. He hears a small voice. He looks towards it and sees Team 8. Oh, Team 8, you're also doing this? Naruto asks. Apparently, all the rookie teams are doing the Chunin exams for the first time in forever. It's so troublesome, Shikamaru says while rubbing the back of his head. You guys really should learn to quiet down, a new voice said as he walked up the group of rookies. Who are you? Kiba asks, the distrust clear in his voice. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and you are making a target out of yourself, Kabuto says as he pushes his round glasses up his unremarkable face. The only thing that stood out on his body was his silver hair, which he kept in a low ponytail. Naruto's senses told him that Kabuto had a lot more chakra than the average combatant. I have information on the people taking the exam and on the exam itself. If you want to listen, Kabuto sits down in front of the rookies. Oh, so you have done the exams before? Shikamaru asks the older man. Yeah, this is my 7th try, Kabuto answers while he rubs the back of his head and smiles embarrassingly. So the tests are really that strong troublesome, Shikamaru adds in a scoff. And why should we trust you? I have never seen you in the village before, Naruto asks while eyeing Kabuto. Sakura hit lightly on the shoulder. Oi, Naruto, don't you see his headband? He is obviously a shinobi of Konoha. Sakura scolds him. No, he is right to be skeptical. But I promise I don't have any ill intent in helping you. I just want to see my fellow Konoha shinobi do well in the exams. Kabuto explains while raising his hands in defeat. Enough. I want info on Sabaku no Gaara, Naruto Senju and Rock Lee, Sasuke exclaims. Oh, so you know their names? That makes things easier, Kabuto says as he takes a card and places 2 of his fingers in front of him in a one-handed ram seal and spin the card in the other hand. The blank card starts to show some information. Here is the information on that Gaara fellow, Kabuto says. His teammates are Temari and Kankuro, and their sensei is Baki. Not bad, he has an unknown number of drank, 7 cranks and 1 branks, all without getting a scratch, Kabuto exclaims. Naruto Senju, ninjutsu specialist. Teammates Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, sensei Hatake Kakashi. 10 dranks, 1 crank and a solo brank mission. He also became the hero of the wave not that long ago. How did he manage to do all that since he graduated? Kabuto exclaimed. All strong work and grit, Naruto pumps his bicep and has a cheesy smile on his face. But he was worried since the brank should have been secret. When the hell did you do a branked mission, no? Kiba exclaims. Can't tell, Naruto answers Kiba as he puts a finger to his mouth in a shushing motion and winks. Kabuto looks up at the blonde and forces a smile. The rest of the rookies sweat drop at his behavior. Except for Hinata, who was blushing slightly. And finally Rock Lee, taijutsu specialist no, his other skills are next to 0. Teammates, Ten and Hyuga Niji. Their sensei Mato Guy. 20 dranks and 11 crank. They are probably the strongest team here, from what I've heard. Kabuto says. Sasuke scoffs at that. There are genin here from Konoha, Suna, Kusa, Aim, Taki and Oto. All of which are exceptional for genin in their own village. Except maybe the team from Oto. They are a small village which formed not that long ago. Kabuto explains. Kinda makes you lose your confidence, Hinata says with a worried expression on her face. Ino scolds her for her lack of faith in herself. The strongest team here, and just because we formed recently doesn't mean we are weak. A voice says as it comes closer. The man who spoke up was slumped over and had a bandaged face. Only his left eye and eyebrow was visible. He had a straw raincoat on his back and long sleeves, way longer than his arms. His headband had a musical note on it. Naruto hadn't seen it before. He guesses it is from Odo. He looks towards the man and readies a kunai. You could add Dosu and my team to the list of future Chunin. The now named Dosu exclaims as he stretches his arms and pulls back the sleeve. A weird contraption sat on his arm. It was big and bulky and covered his whole forearm, and the top was littered with holes. He ran towards Kabuto and swung his arm. Kabuto easily dodges, but soon after, his glasses shatter, and he falls to his knees and pukes. What happened? I thought he missed. Sakura exclaims. Silence. You guys can kill each other in the other part of the test, a male voice said from the front of the classroom. He was with a large number of ninja. Dosu stopped his assault on Kabuto. Sakura and Ino tended to a sitting Kabuto. Kabuto thanked the two younger girls. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I'll be the proctor of the first test. So sit down, you have been given your seating order. The voice in the front of the room commands. Naruto and the rest of the rookies sat down. Welcome to the Chunin exams. This is the first test. This will be a written test. You will start with 10 points, and for each wrong answer, you will lose a point, Ibiki explains. As you can see, we also have multiple Chunin watching your every move. They will write you up for any cheating they catch, and if they do, you will lose 2 points. Ibiki continues. If you are to reach 0 points, you will fail, and you and your teammates will be forced out. Ibiki further explains. You have 45 minutes for the first 9 questions, and you will be given the last question then. Any questions? Your test starts at 9 exactly. Ibiki finishes. Begin. Ibiki says as the clock strikes 9. Team 7 was having a strong time. While the boys were. Sakura was always the smartest out of the 3. At least when it came to book smarts. So she blasted through the questions. Sasuke soon figured out that you are supposed to cheat and copied a shinobi's hand movements with his Sharingan. Naruto similarly figured that you were supposed to cheat, but he didn't have such a luxury as the Sharingan to just copy someone's movements. So he sat down and crossed his arms to think about how he would cheat without getting caught. Time was running out. It had already been 25 minutes since the start of the test, and Naruto had not found a suitable way to cheat, and his answer sheet was still blank. Hinata, who sat next to Naruto, saw his struggle. "Psst, Naruto, you can look at my test if you want," she whispered. Naruto was shocked he didn't realize Hinata sat next to him. Sheet. She nearly made me fall of my chair. Talk about not having a presence. Naruto exclaimed in his mind. No thank you, Hinata. That would be too obvious and we will get caught immediately. But seriously, thank you, Naruto whispers back and shoots her a smile. Hinata blushes and looks away. At random intervals, the proctors were calling out those who had failed. 15 minutes passed, and Naruto was starting to panic. He was beginning to bank on the last question now. There were only 5 minutes until they would be given it. Sasuke and Sakura were done with their 9 questions. They were hoping Naruto was able to answer at least one question. The other man on Gaara's team came back from his bathroom break. I hope you playing with your doll was enlightening, Ibiki says, eyeing the genin, and the guy visibly swallows. Go back to your seat. Ibiki orders. Before I give you the last question, I will give you some extra rules. Ibiki states. First, you don't need to take the last question. Ibiki holds up a finger as he explains, counting the rules as he describes them. What would happen if we don't take it? The girl who was with Gaara asks. You and your team will be forced to leave. Ibiki answers. Then, of course, we are going to answer it. Someone screamed out. Most of the participants agreed. I am getting to that. The second rule is, if you answer the question wrong, you and your team will forfeit your ability to take the Chunin exams ever again, Ibiki says as he pulls up a second finger. You are lying. Some have done multiple tests already. Someone else shouted. Quiet. They never had me as a proctor. Ibiki says in a raised voice. Or are you questioning my authority? Ibiki says he raises an eyebrow, and a creepy smile spreads on his face. Raise your hand if you are not taking the final question. You have 5 minutes to decide, Ibiki says finally. At first, no one gave up. But soon some did. Few at first, but they grew in number. Finally, about 26 teams were left, and Naruto felt the heat. Could he put enough faith into himself to manage to answer this last question, right? Sakura was also worrying about Naruto. She knew he would be too stubborn to give up on his own. She also knew they would be able to do this again in 6 months if they just gave up now. She was about to raise her hand when Naruto bursts out, like we would fall for such an obvious trap. Don't underestimate me. And even if I can't become Chunin, I'll be the first genin Hokage this village has ever seen, as he slams his desk and an earnest smile on his face. The few who had doubts felt them vanish as they watched the loud blonde. Some even cracked up and laughed despite the tense situation. Sakura felt stupid for not believing in Naruto, even if it was just a second. This guy. He saw right through the test. He will be fun to watch in the future, Ibiki thinks to himself. No point in dragging this out, they all have their heart hardened by the blonde boy. Ibiki believes as well. You all pass? Ibiki says. But what about the last question? Someone yelled out. Do I really have to spell it out FOTU? That was the last question. Ibiki answers. But this blonde brat ruined my test. Ibiki continues, a small satisfied smile forming on his lips. Take this lesson well. Information can be even more valuable than life sometimes. If you are going to be chunin, you will need to remember it well, Ibiki says as he unties his bandana high-tie and shows his scarred scalp. Everyone drew a shocked breath. An explosion sounded through the entire classroom. A young adult stood next to Ibiki. She was only wearing a beige trench coat and orange skirt over her mesh armor, and she wore the standard ninja sandals but guards over her feet and shins. She had her hair in a high ponytail, not unlike Shikamaru, but hers were a dark purple. On a banner that had somehow managed to make itself above her and Ibiki stood the SXY and single Proctor Mitarashi Anko. You let 26 teams pass. You are losing your touch, Ibiki, she says. Anko, you are early. Also, this is an interesting batch. Ibiki says as he looks towards the clock with a smile. It just hit 10. And show some respect to your seniors, Ibiki continues. Yes, I know. But don't worry, I'll cut them down in half. Anko waves off Ibiki's criticism with a sinister smile. Meet me in 25 hours at train ground 44. If you're late you will get disqualified, she says to the group, still smiling. You are not allowed to meet up with your Jonin sensei to get information. That is all. Dismissed, see you tomorrow. She says. Ibiki was staying late to clean up the classroom when he saw the paper of one Senju Naruto. It was blank since Naruto didn't come up with a way to cheat. To think he passed my test with a blank paper, what an interesting guy. He thinks to himself with a slight smile on his lips. The 44th training ground was littered with dangerous animals and plants. Naruto had read about it when he was younger. Apparently, the fauna got altered by the massive chakra permeating the air. The Shodai Hokage formed it shortly after the village's founding. Anko loved this place, so she spent most of her time away from the villagers and other ninjas. They didn't want anything to do with her anyway, saying that it is only time before she joins back up with her treacherous teacher. Of course, she never would. He could burn in hell for all she cared. Why she was thinking of that snake, she didn't know. There is something kind of creepy about this place. Sakura complains as she shivers just looking into the forest. The fence around the forest was tall and had multiple warnings on the opening. Naruto had to agree with Sakura even if he felt oddly in tune with the big trees. It was almost like they were calling out to him. It probably has to do with the first's Mokuton, he muses. This place is called the Forest of Death, you'll soon realize why. Anko says with a sadistic smile as she stands in front of the Chunin hopefuls. Naruto didn't like the tone she used, so he mocks her by doing a silly little dance and repeating what she just said. That kind of threat won't work on me one bit. I'm not scared. Naruto then exclaims. Anko took offense to Naruto's chipperness and disregard for her warning but just smiled and said, Really? You have a lot of energy. Then before anyone could seemingly react, she threw a kunai towards Naruto. She had seen many like him in her days, loudmouths who are nothing but bark. Having been trained by an ANBU since he was 6, Naruto caught the handle on instinct, shocking even himself. He had never been able to do that to Kakashi Sensei's nor Tora Sensei's throws. Sasuke seethed at Naruto's skill. He couldn't catch that kunai, even with the Sharingan. See it? Yes, avoid getting hit most likely but not grab it. Sakura was starting to get used to Naruto doing ridiculous stuff by now, but this was something else. To be fair, Anko had thrown it at a mere Chunin level. But she was also shocked that he was able to catch it. It seems Ibiki was right. There are some interesting participants in this batch, she thought with a smile. She appeared behind the loud blonde. Kabuto and his team, who stood next to Team 7, saw the feet Kabuto's face stretched into a sinister smirk that he had to hide under his hand. My kunai? She asks as she reaches past his still raised hand. Naruto had not seen her move this time. So that is your real speed? Naruto thought before an overwhelming sense of dread flooded his system. Worse than he had ever felt. His senses stretched themselves out on instinct after Anko disappeared from his line of sight. He dropped the kunai before Anko could take it from him. She saw the look on Naruto's face. It looked like he had just watched the whole village die in the most gruesome way possible. She picks up her kunai from the ground while muttering about weird blondes while also wondering what got him so spoked all of a sudden. Naruto walks over to his teammates. If you ever run into the kunoichi over there, get away as fast as possible, he says as he pulls them into a one-armed hug. What is it, Naruto? I've never seen you so spoked before. Sakura asks, concerned for her teammate. Naruto looks towards her. Just do as I say and run away from her if you come across her, he says. The panicked look in his eyes makes Sakura shut up and nod. Naruto's sudden shift in energy weirded Sasuke out. He would heed the warning. Naruto had not been wrong yet when it came to his sensory abilities. Well, before we start the second exam, I have to pass these out to you. Anko says in front of the group again while pulling out a stack of paper from inside her trench coat. It is a consent form. Before you can take part in the test you have to sign this. She explains. Why? Someone from the crowd asks. From here on out, corpses are going to come out. I have to get your consent to that. Or it'll be my responsibility. She says with the same sadistic smile she had before. The participants just understood how dangerous this test was going to be. Well, I'm going to start the explanation for the second exam. In a word, the limits of your survival will be challenged. She starts her explanation. First, I'll give you step-by-step instruction on the terrain of this training field. Training ground number 44 is surrounded by 44 locked entrance gates. There are rivers and a forest and a tower in the middle. It's about 10 kilometers from the towers to the gate. In this confined area, you will go through a certain survival program. She continues. The contents of which are anything goes scroll battle. She finishes. You will be given one of two scrolls. Heaven and earth. You will need both to pass the test. In other words, at least half of the teams that made it through the first test will be knocked out of this one. She says her sadistic smile was back on. Bring both of the scrolls to the center, and you pass, easy, right? She clarifies. Also, you have 120 hours on you to get both scrolls and get to the towers, she adds. What are we going to do about food? Choji exclaims. Be self-sufficient. There are plenty of animals in the forest you can eat. Anko waves away his whining. You also need to still be a three-man cell by the end to pass. So should anyone on your team die, you fail. Also, you can't open the scrolls until you are done with the test. Anko adds. What would happen if you read it before? Naruto asks. The color in his face had returned slightly. Well, why don't you open and find out, Anko answers, but the smile turns more teasing this time. There are times when Chunin will be given secret scrolls where you will not be allowed access. So see this as your training. Anko says seriously this time. You can SWCH 3 signed consent forms for a scroll over there. She points towards a small tent with 3 Konoha ninjas sitting in. After that, pick an entrance, and all gates will open simultaneously. She says and sighs. Finally, just a word of advice, don't die. She says in a harsh voice. Team 7 were making final preparations to enter the second exam. Naruto has recovered from his chance encounter with the scary competitor and is back to his energetic self. He was all but bouncing off the walls. Sasuke and Sakura were glad he was back to his usual self. They felt pretty stupid. Of course, he was going to be okay. It was Naruto they were talking about. Naruto was still nervous and scared of the kunoichi but chose to act as he usually does to ease his teammates' worries. They were now just waiting for Anko to start the exams. They had their heaven scroll and stood ready to run into the forest as soon as they opened the gate. We now start the second test of the Chunin exam. Anko screams out at exactly 10:30. All the teams jump into the forest as the examiners open their respective gates. The first thing Team 7 decide to do is look for water. They soon find a small river and set up a small campsite near but not on the riverbank. Team 7 hears the screaming voices of other groups. Idiots, attacking without doing recon, Naruto thinks to himself. They did not have a strategy to hunt down other teams, instead, setting up some traps near their camp. Naruto was also searching the vicinity with his sensory abilities. All in all, almost no genin would be able to attack them. Sakura is feeling anxious. The Lady Naruto was afraid of his lurking around in the same forests as them. Even if they were safe from ordinary genin, that label couldn't be applied to someone that made Naruto shake in his sandals. A few hours pass. Naruto and his team had just hunted and eaten lunch. Naruto paused in the middle of his sentence. "We need to move," he says as he looks into the thickness of the forest. "What do you mean?" Sakura asks. "The freakish woman and her team are coming, and I don't feel anyone else near. So I presume she is here for us," Naruto answers as he starts to remove any trace of them being there. Sasuke had begun doing that as soon as Naruto's warning came. They soon started jumping away from the site. Naruto clicks his tongue. "She is good, way too good for a genin," Naruto states. "Get ready. She is here," Naruto warns, and just as he says that, a giant gust of wind comes flushing from behind. Team 7 lost their balance. In the middle of their jumps, Sasuke flew into the tree in front of him. Naruto missed any trees and flew away from the other members of Team 7. Sakura had more luck. She managed to stick to the branch she had landed on. As soon as the boys got bearings together, they hid in the bushes under the trees. Sakura followed suit and hid as well. "You guys, go have fun. I'll go alone," a female voice states, and the two companions to the creepy girl disappear. "Now then," the weird girl says as she licks her lips, and a sinister look comes over her eyes. Sakura snuck away from her hiding place. She needed to get to Sasuke. She knew she didn't stand a chance alone. She soon found Sasuke squatting near the tree he hid near. "Sasuke, what are we going to do about that kunoichi?" Sakura whispers to him. "I don't know. She is a lot more powerful than I thought," he answers. Naruto then comes running towards them. "Guys, you okay?" Naruto asks in his normal speaking voice. "Yeah, we are fine," Sakura whispers back. Sasuke, on the other hand, throws a kunai towards Naruto. He easily dodges. "What the hell? Why did you do that?" Naruto screams. Seems it won't be that easy." Sasuke scoffs. "What are you doing towards Naruto?" Sakura bursts out. Naruto is smart enough to whisper when there is an enemy nearby, and that movement was totally unlike Naruto's. "Show your real self." Sasuke just says. "Kukuka. That's how it is." A creepy laugh comes from Naruto's mouth, and an equally disturbing smile spreads on his face. A giant poof of smoke erupts from Naruto's body, and the unnerving kunoichi sat in his place. She was wearing a straw hat and a weird purple belt. Otherwise, it was an entirely unspectacular outfit. She had a Kusagakure high-tie around her forehead. Naruto is sitting near the trunk of a tree, a fair bit away from Sasuke and Sakura. He held his head. "Ouch, that one hurt," Naruto spoke out loud to no one in particular. Then he hears a hissing sound in front of him, and he snaps his attention there. The hissing came from the largest snake he had ever seen. In all the books I've read, there has never been any mention of snakes this huge in the forest of death. It must be a summon. This means the creepy girl is the one summoning them. I must get back to Sasuke and Sakura. Pronto his mind rapid fires. The snake launches at him. He manages to dodge the mouth, but the snake shoots out its tail and encircles Naruto as soon as he gets away. The snake then swallows him whole. The Kuzunin pulls out her team scroll from a pouch behind her back. "You want our Earth scroll, don't you?" she asks in a condescending voice. "You have the Heaven scroll, right?" she asks in the same voice. She then swallows her scroll using her freakishly long tongue. "Let us begin our battle for the scrolls," she says in a more harsh voice and realizes some of her killing intent. The overwhelming pressure of the Ki froze Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke had never felt anything like it. He even saw himself die in 100 different ways. Genjutsu. No, this is just killer intent. Even Zabuza's killing intent was but a fraction of this. He panicky thinks. Sakura was too paralyzed even to think. Sasuke falls to his knees and pukes. What the hell is this woman? Sasuke asks himself. Sakura? He manages to ask for his teammate. She had also fallen to her knees, but she was crying with an empty look on her face. It's no good. We have no choice but to flee here. He thinks. It's no good. I can't move a muscle. He adds. If we can't get away, we die. His panicked look shifted over to their tormentor, who just looked at the two and smiled evilly. Naruto was struggling from inside the snake. He knew he would dissolve if he couldn't find a way to get out. Then he got an idea. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? He says as he puts his fingers in the seal. 200 Narutos poof into existence. The snake's stomach explodes, and the snake vanishes in a giant poof of smoke. Now to find the others there. Naruto says to himself as he spreads his senses across the forest. He can't move already. The Kuzunin says to Sasuke and Sakura. Move, move, move. Sasuke tries to tell his body. She is going to kill me, he adds. He pulls out a kunai with shaky hands and manages to get to his feet. What do you intend to do with that? The Kuzunin asks. Sasuke panics. He doesn't know what to do. Don't worry. I'll end this in a second. The Kuzunin says as she pulls out 2 kunai of her own and starts walking towards the two of them slowly. I wanted you to entertain me more, she says as she raises her arm with the kunai in to throw. It is too bad, she says nonchalantly as she throws the kunai. Naruto was jumping on the trees. You better be alive when I find you, he thinks to himself. He thought back to the time in the hospital after the Uchiha massacre. He had tried to be there for him. But lately, Sasuke had begun competing with him. It hurt, especially when he unlocked his Sharingan while mad at Naruto. Naruto just wanted to go back as friends again. Sasuke and Sakura had managed to get away from the Kuzunin. At least for the moment. Sasuke had stabbed himself in the leg, hoping the pain would bring back the ability to move. And it did. He managed to pull Sakura with him, and they were now hiding behind a tree not that far away from the Kuzunin. How do we flee? Was one of many questions running around in his head. Sakura was afraid she had never seen Sasuke like this before. He was so terrified of the Kuzunin that he didn't know what to do with himself. Then, a colossal snake snuck up behind them. It bit down where they sat, but they managed to get away. Sasuke's Sharingan had activated, but he didn't know that. The snake coiled away around a tree for another attack. It launched itself at Sasuke, who panics and screams, "Don't get near me." He saw the terrifying Kuzunin in its eyes. He threw shuriken into its mouth, and it died. Sasuke sat on a branch heaving. He was tired. That demon Kuzunin was exhausting to deal with. The scales on the snake began cracking up, and the Kuzunin started emerging from it. Don't lower your guard, not even for a moment. A prey must always stay tense and try to flee desperately in the presence of a predator, she says threateningly. Her freakishly long tongue licked her lips. The Kuzunin starts coiling around the nearest tree trunk like a snake and gets ready to attack Sasuke. But before she gets close enough, shuriken and kunai land in front of her. Oh, sorry it took so long. I had to deal with something, Naruto's cocky voice echoed. Oh, sorry it took so long. I had to deal with something, Naruto's cocky voice echoed. The Kuzunin stops in her approach. Naruto. Sakura screams out in relief. Naruto. You have to run. She's even more powerful than I anticipated, Sasuke screams at Naruto. You think I'll leave you behind? Baka, Naruto answers back while sticking his tongue out. Sasuke looks up towards Naruto Sharingan activated. Now is not the time for games. She is on a completely different level. Sasuke roars back in an angry voice. I know, but she caught up to us before. What makes you think we can get away now? Naruto asks in return. Ho, you thought that far ahead, and you brought that giant snake down as well, impressive Naruto-kun. The Kuzunin interrupts their argument. Well, that means a lot coming from a Sannin and all, right Orochimaru? Naruto answered the Kuzunin. How did you figure it out? Orochimaru asks in his regular voice. It was coarse and deep. It irritated Naruto's ears. That summoning contract with the snakes makes you stand out quite a bit, you know, Naruto summaries. Sasuke looks toward the shinobi in disguise in disbelief. He had been fighting a legendary Sannin and was still breathing. You know I always like toads more than snakes anyway, Naruto interrupts Sasuke's train of thought. Orochimaru scowls at the reminder of his old teammate. Naruto had a cocky smirk on his face, showing he knew exactly what he was doing. Sasuke's one plan for getting away was now capit. This ninja had snuck in and was obviously way above the level Genin or Chunin, for that matter. They had to fight. Naruto jumps down to land next to Sasuke. Orochimaru rolled up his sleeve, and an odd tattoo could be seen. He took some BLD from inside his cheek and drew a straight line across his tattoo. Kuchios no jutsu, he says as he makes the hand signs. She kind of wanted to stop him from summoning snakes anymore, Naruto swears as he readies a kunai. A snake, the size of the one Naruto fought before, was now under Orochimaru. Oi, you old bag, you should at least fight fairly. You know none of us has any summons, Naruto screams as he dodges a tail coming for him. Kakuk, we are not samurai, you know. So why should I fight fair? Orochimaru says from the top of the snake. Yeah, I know, Naruto says in resignation. He then steals himself. Looks like I will have to get serious, Naruto thinks. Sorry Gigi. I know you wouldn't want Orochimaru to see me do this, but I have no choice. Sakura, Sasuke. I am about to do something that you can never tell anyone. Naruto says as he stands up from his crouched position and goes through the seals tiger horse tiger snake in quick succession. Mokin, Daijirin no jutsu, he screams after finishing his seals. Sasuke looks wide-eyed toward Naruto. At first, he felt betrayed that he hadn't said that he had the Mokuton. Then a wave of more severe anger took over and completely overshadowed the hurt. He was falling even further behind his teammate. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. To get to see this legendary Kekkei Genkai in action's naturally wonderful, he thinks. As the best-scoring student in her year, Sakura also recognized the feat as the Shodai's exclusive Kekkei Genkai. However, she was too shocked to grasp what implications Naruto's skill had. Naruto's left arm morphed into 3 wood logs, and he stretched them out towards the snake and held it down. Sasuke, I might need some help here. Naruto turns towards Sasuke with a slight smile on his face with closed eyes. A small sweat drop ran down his temple, showing his exhaustion. Sasuke snapped out of his musings. His Sharingan flaring to life, jumped onto the snake and stabbed it in the stomach. It disappeared in a poof of smoke. Orochimaru lands on the branch underneath the snake, and he smiles sinisterly. Look at you two go, Orochimaru says to himself. If I remember correctly, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox is a blonde boy whose name was Naruto. I guess this is him then, Orochimaru mumbles. Naruto and Sasuke land on the ground, smiles spreading on their faces. Orochimaru disappeared into the tree's bark underneath him and sneaked up behind Naruto. Naruto jumps away from the strike from behind. You really are going all out in this we're not samurai thing, aren't you? Naruto asks as he lands next to Sasuke. Of course I am. You should do that too, Orochimaru answers. Naruto put his hands in the snake seal. Mokuton, Jukai Koten. Naruto screams out, and the trees around them begin to sprout from the trees around them. They grow at a steady pace toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru cuts the trees that come into his vicinity with just wind chakra. I guess it won't be that easy, Naruto scoffs. Naruto jumps down and attacks Orochimaru with taijutsu instead. Wait, Naruto. Sasuke screams after him, but he doesn't stop. Naruto throws a right hook straight for Orochimaru's temple. He deflects the strike easily. You have to do better than that, Senju Orochimaru taunts. Naruto's gaze hardens. He grabs onto Orochimaru's arm and pulls down. Orochimaru's eyes widen in shock. How can this genin pull down my arm? He thinks. Naruto uses his left hand to switch with his right and pins down Orochimaru's arm. With this momentum, he flips and uses his leg to swing down onto Orochimaru's head with his heel. Orochimaru crashes down into the branch. This guy. Orochimaru thinks with a wicked smirk. Naruto jumps away when he feels Orochimaru melt away in a mud clone. Naruto readies his stance. Orochimaru walks out of the tree opposite him. What a splendid shinobi you will be in a few years if you live that long, Orochimaru threatens. Naruto reaffirms his stance. He was not going to die today. Naruto snaps out of his inner monologue when Orochimaru begins to attack. He blocks the first few strikes but misses the third, fifth and sixth strike. He flies into the tree behind him strong. Sasuke is staring at the battle, unable to move. How was Naruto so far ahead of him? Orochimaru walks over to Naruto slowly. You truly are talented, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru says as Naruto tries to stand up. I'm not done yet, Naruto answers. He applies some healing chakra to his broken ribs. Oh ho, healing as well, Orochimaru says with that sickening smile. Well then how about we end this now then, Orochimaru says when he is close enough to strike Naruto. Orochimaru opens his palm and engulfs his fingertips in a purple flame. Had Naruto had better eyesight, he would have seen 5 different kanjis on each fingertip. Naruto gets hit by the open palm in the stomach. Naruto instantly lost consciousness. Naruto! Sakura screams out in concern. Sasuke looks back at his teammate and looks on in shock. He had never seen Naruto so outclassed before. Orochimaru throws Naruto away. It is a shame he is a Jinchuriki, otherwise I would have taken him in as my new vessel, he thinks. Sakura snaps out of her surprise and throws a kunai to lodge him in place. Sasuke took a second to gather himself. He remembered the words Itachi said before disappearing after that night. If you want to kill me, resent me, hate me and continue to live your ugly life, flee. Flee and hang on to your life. He screams. He activates his Sharingan again and gets ready to defend his teammates from this monster in front of him. Just what I expect of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru states mainly to himself. I should take my time and confirm his true power, he says as he gets into a ready stance. Sasuke takes the kunai he used against the snake and places it in his mouth, reading himself. Then he runs towards Orochimaru and jumps up into the air. He throws a couple of kunai and shuriken toward his opponent, but Orochimaru tilts his head out of the way. He reaches a tree and uses it as a springboard to launch himself toward Orochimaru. When he comes close enough, he throws a blocked kick, but he flips in the air and throws another one. This one connects with Orochimaru. It was weaker than the first. However, he used it as leverage to get away from his grasp. Sasuke landed a few paces away from Orochimaru. Orochimaru was impressed that he managed to land a kick on him, even if it was a weak one. It was his turn to attack though. And he was adamant about testing the Uchiha's abilities, so he started running towards Sasuke at high Chunin level speed. Sasuke was able to match him. Sasuke and Orochimaru exchanged kicks and punches at a high rate. I can see through it, Sasuke thinks triumphantly after dodging some strikes. Orochimaru suddenly vaulted over Sasuke and increased his speed, vanishing from Sasuke's view. Sasuke looks around frantically, trying to glimpse Orochimaru's form. He soon finds him. I can see him. He thinks even more triumphantly than last time. He was starting to have fun. Orochimaru extended from his legs to get a punch in. Sasuke manages to dodge. Orochimaru tries to crash into Sasuke, but Sasuke manages to jump away. He lands a few paces away. He shoots out a Gokaku no Jutsu from his mouth without weaving any signs. The branch Orochimaru had struck lit up in a fiery explosion. Sasuke gathers more chakra in his lungs and shoots out an even larger fireball. Orochimaru smiles within the fire. Then he expels chakra, and the fire dissipates. He drags himself near the ground like a snake. The branch didn't stand a chance against the force and broke violently. He swipes when he gets within striking range of Sasuke. Sasuke does a backflip high into the air to avoid. Sasuke lands 5 meters away from Orochimaru and breaths out. He readies himself for an approach from his opponent. He's pretty good, you foretell my movements, and your aim is sure. You can see my moves, can't you? Orochimaru thinks of his younger opponent. Orochimaru sends a blast of wind towards Sasuke. The branch explodes, and a considerable chunk falls, but Sasuke evades. He uses his evasive maneuver to get in behind Orochimaru at lightning speed. He pulls him off the branch and into a grab. I got you. Sasuke screams as Orochimaru is driven into the branch headfirst. Orochimaru hit the branch so strong it cracked and broke his neck. Sasuke lets go and jump away in a flip. The limp body slowly turns into mud and falls apart. Kawarimi! Sasuke exclaims before kunai starts raining down on him. He manages to dodge by flinging himself off the branch he is standing on. He pulls out a ninja string and wraps it around a small stub to swing across. The stub almost catches on fire due to the friction. He lands on a new branch and looks around for his opponent. Orochimaru comes from in front of him with a punch ready and hits him straight in the face. Orochimaru continues to press his advantage. A few punches, a knee, and a final punch connect, and Sasuke flies off. Sasuke lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screams out in fear. Humph. You are too easy. The Uchiha name is crying. That's okay. I'll take my time and play with you before I kill you. Orochimaru mocks after he walks up to the youngest Uchiha. Like a worm, he adds with delight. Sasuke opens his eyes. Small charges attached to Orochimaru's clothes light up and explode, catching Orochimaru off guard. Sasuke uses his surprise to jump up and away while flinging shuriken with ninja string attached to them and manipulates them to go around the tree they were standing on to tie Orochimaru up. Sasuke flashes the signs to a jutsu. Keton, Ryuka no Jutsu. Sasuke echoes in his mind before he unleashes a massive flame breath guided by the string in his mouth straight at and through Orochimaru and the tree he was tied to. Orochimaru screams in pain. Orochimaru's lifeless body only remained upright thanks to the string still around him and the tree. Sasuke finally lets himself rest a bit. Sakura comes running towards him. Sasuke-kun. She screams, "You did it?" She adds as she stands next to him. "Are you okay? Hang in there," she says to her crush. Orochimaru's body begins to move. It tore itself through the string. He took a couple of steps away from the trunk he was stuck to and looked towards Sasuke and Sakura. A piece of his face had begun peeling off his face, and his slit-like pupil and yellow eyes could be seen. The skin was also extremely pale, almost white. He put his hands in a seal, and Sasuke was suddenly unable to move. Paralysis. His mind deduced. "I didn't expect that you could use Sharingan this much at your age. You are truly a member of the Uchiha clan. I do want you after all," Orochimaru says as he changes the Kusa headband to an Oto one instead. Sasuke screams as he tries to fight off the paralysis. "You're definitely his brother. Your eyes hide more ability than Itachi," Orochimaru says, and Sasuke's breath hitches at the mention of his brother. "Who in the world are you?" Sasuke asks. "Didn't you listen to your teammate? My name is Orochimaru. If you think you want to meet me again, desperately run to the top of this test." He introduces himself as he burns their scroll in a green flame. "The scroll?" Sakura exclaims. "Defeat the 3 sound ninja under my control," Orochimaru explains to Sasuke. "You are not making sense at all." Sakura cries, "We don't want to see your face ever again, got it?" She adds, "Kukuka. That won't do," Orochimaru says. Orochimaru makes a custom seal, and his neck extends to a ridiculous extent. He flies through the air and bites down on Sasuke's neck. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cries out. Orochimaru's neck goes back to his body after a few seconds and a weird mark with 3 tomos forms on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke grabs it in pain. "Sasuke-kun. What did you do to Sasuke?" Sakura yells at Orochimaru. "I gave him a parting gift. Sasuke would absolutely come to look for me looking for power. I enjoyed seeing your various powers," Orochimaru says as he sinks into the bark of the tree. "I will even leave your precious little wood user as a to see what he will become," he says just before disappearing. "Sasuke-kun. Hold on, Sasuke-kun. Come on." Sakura pleads with a screaming Sasuke. He was clearly in a lot of pain. He was struggling, and Sakura was holding his hand. "Sasuke-kun, come on." Sakura pleads with him. "Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun," she says as he falls into her arms, unconscious. Sakura sobs silently. "Naruto. Sasuke-kun is." "Sasuke-kun's," she yells out for her other teammate. No response. What should I do?" she asks herself as she holds Sasuke close. Naruto began to stir. He felt an abhorrent chakra nearby. It was so disgusting that he almost felt like puking. He opens his eyes and sees Sasuke standing in the middle of the clearing. His hair shadows his face. Some other ninja was lying at his feet screaming while holding his arms. Odd he hadn't heard his screams until he saw him. Sasuke had weird markings all over his left side. He was leaking a dark purple miasma-like chakra. It felt so malevolent. Sakura and Team 10 were standing a bit away from Sasuke. Her hair is short now. It's a shame, really. Even he could say that her hair was always appealing. Bushy brows was also lying unconscious near Sakura. BLD was visible from his left ear. Stop. Sakura screams as she runs up behind Sasuke and hugs him. Please stop. She whispers, barely audible. The marks and the gross chakra began receding back onto his neck. Then he falls to his knees. Sasuke-kun. Sakura says as she helps him sit up. He was heaving. You're strong. The only conscious attacker says as he holds up his team scroll. Sasuke-kun, we can't defeat you the way you are now. He says as he lays the scroll down on the ground. This is our fee for settling this, please let us withdraw from here. He says. He walks over to his male teammate, slung his arm over his shoulder, and carries him. It seems selfish, but we now have something we need to confirm, too, he says. That being said, let's make a promise. If there's another opportunity to battle in this test, we won't run or hide, he adds while picking up his last companion. The attacker then starts to walk away. Wait, Sakura screams. He turns around. Who in the world is Orochimaru? What did he do to Sasuke? Why Sasuke? She asks. I don't know, we were just given orders to make the hit on Sasuke. He answers, then walks away again. Naruto tries to get up. He stands up and stumbles over to Lee. What do you think you are doing? A pompous voice says, catching everyone off guard. Everyone except Sakura and Sasuke looks towards Lee and sitting Naruto. Healing his ear, what does it look I am doing? Naruto replies without looking away from Lee's body. So shut up, this takes concentration, he adds as he starts focusing. There was something weird though. He didn't feel the Kyuubi's chakra in his body at all. He remembers Orochimaru slamming his hand into his stomach, but not what he did. He would have to talk to his Gigi about it later. Naruto seals his hands into the snake seal and tries to concentrate again. A faint green glow emanated from his hands. It was weaker than it used to be, and it flickered. But he persevered, and the chakra got more stable. He places his hands near Lee's ear and waits. It took him a few minutes longer than usual, but he felt the ear heal up. Thank you, Lee's female teammate says quietly as she walks over to Lee. Naruto fell almost immediately after he stood up. Ino caught him. Hey there, big guy. You really ought to rest after you were unconscious, you know. She says softly into his ear. Ino, ah shit, sorry, didn't mean to scare you, just had to play the hero, you know how it is. Naruto tries to joke, but a sudden pain interrupts him. I know, just lie back down. Ino guides him down into her lap. She strokes his spiky hair with her hands softly, and a small smile spreads on her face. Geez, what am I going to do with you? She asks herself softly enough that nobody heard. Sakura saw their little interaction and sighed. At least she had one less rival to compete with. She looks over to Sasuke, who is still shaking. Here, take it. We already have the Earth Scroll, and it's a thank you for healing Lee. Niji says as he throws it to Sakura. She catches it and puts it in her pouch while giving him a curt nod. We're leaving, Niji says to his teammates. Lee had woken up and was ready to leave, so was Tenten. They jumped away. Team 10 were waiting for Ino, who was still stroking Naruto's hair softly. Come here, Sakura, I'll fix your hair, Ino says as she gently moves Naruto to the ground. That would be great, thank you, Sakura answers and walks over to her former friend. Man, that's so good too, Ino heard Naruto say, and a tick mark forms on her temple. She hits him pretty strong. Naruto screams as he flops around. Taking advantage of me like that? Unforgivable. Ino screams in her head. The others just laughed awkwardly. Ino began cutting Sakura's hair. You alright? Naruto says to Sasuke as he walks up to him after simulating how much it hurt getting hit by Ino. Of course, it wasn't that strong. He just likes to exaggerate for theatrics. I'm not sure, Sasuke interrupts his thought. You want to talk about it? Naruto asks as he sits down next to him. No, Sasuke simply states and walks off. Naruto sighs. And we were just getting back to normal too. Ino was done with Sakura's hair, and they were ready to move out. Shikamaru, Choji and Ino took off not that long after. Team 7 were alone again. It has been 4 days since the test started. Team 7 was sitting around a campfire and ate. We only have a day left to find a heaven scroll, Naruto observes. If there even is another heaven scroll around. Orochimaru destroyed our original heaven scroll, who is to say that other teams didn't do the same. Sakura adds her own observation. I get what you are saying. The next enemy we meet is probably the last chance we have, Sasuke says while getting a sad nod from Naruto confirming his suspicions. Well, anyway, I need to fill this with water. We will move afterwards, he says as he stands up. Kabuto jumps down next to them pretty soon after Sasuke leaves. Oh, if it isn't the Senju and Uchiha team, he says with a warm smile. Naruto reaches for a kunai immediately. Did you lose your last member? He asks in a friendly tone. No, he is fetching some water, Sakura answers in the same manner. Naruto, he is a friend. She whispers shout at her teammate. No, he has every right to be cautious especially in this late in the exams. But worry not, I have my 2 scrolls. Kabuto says while pulling out one of each scroll. Naruto lowers his hands but still keeps an eye on Kabuto. Sasuke chooses that moment to come back and sees another ninja with his team. He goes into attack mode but is stopped by Naruto's glance. What are you doing here then? Naruto asks. Simple, my team has already passed. We just need to get to the tower. We choose to do so separately, Kabuto explains. It looks like you only have one. So let's team up to get to the tower. It will give you more of a chance to beat someone on their way to the tower, and I'll get some company. What do you say? Kabuto asks. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, but Sakura spoke up on their behalf before deciding. Sure, we need all the help we can get, she says. Great, let's get a move on, Kabuto says. Naruto signed to Sasuke that someone was watching them. They traveled in silence. Naruto still didn't trust Kabuto. His story didn't make sense to him. A 6-time failure shouldn't have this much chakra. Sakura didn't know what to speak about, and Sasuke never liked to talk to anyone. When they came within seeing distance of the tower, it was already nighttime. So they decided to move slowly through the last patch just in case of traps. After moving a bit further, they soon realized that they hadn't moved at all. Genjutsu, Naruto just stated. Seems like it? Kabuto answers. They back up to form a square with their backs together. Soon an impressive number of clones began moving toward them. The clones moved closer to the 4 of them. Scroll please, they all ask in a monotone voice. It looks like this is some form of genjutsu. I've never seen clones like these, Naruto says. Yeah, I saw it with my Sharingan, Sasuke says. They fought off those that came close enough to do damage for a couple of hours. Soon those who cast the genjutsu walked down to the tired bunch. Looks like we are done here, Lucky, he says. His teammates just laugh along. Hats Naruto says out of nowhere Team 7 and Kabuto was standing behind them with smirks on their faces. The 4 in front of him disappear in a poof of smoke each. Looks like Kage Bunshin is a lot more useful than I first expected, the real Naruto says. They all jump onto the backs of their would-be tormentors and knock them out. Team 7 looked for their scroll and found it on one of the members. It was a heaven scroll. Yusha second exam done. Naruto screams out while jumping into the air. They hastily moved to the tower to make it on time. Team 7 stood in front of the tower. Finally, they could relax a bit before the last test. Being on guard for 120 hours straight was tiring for the best of them. They had left Kabuto to his teammates when they met up outside the tower. Sasuke seems to have seen Naruto's mistrust towards Kabuto and his team because he acted more guarded around them. They walk into their room and notice that it is empty except for a big frame with a poem inside. If heaven does not exist, enrich your knowledge and prepare for the chance. If earth does not exist, run in the fields in search of an advantage. Open the series of heaven and earth, and the perilous way shall be redressed. This is namely the secret of the one that guides. Naruto reads aloud. What the hell does that mean? He asks his teammates. It looks like there are words missing there. Sakura states as she is pointing towards holes in the poem. It probably has something to do with the scroll. I think this means we're supposed to open the heaven and earth scrolls, she deduces. Naruto hands her one of the scrolls. They unravel both at the same time. Look out, that is a summoning jutsu. Throw it over there. Sasuke says urgently. A giant poof of smoke erupted, and Irika stood before them. Hi there. It has been a long time, he says as he gives them a warm smile. What is going on? Sakura asks. It appears you guys have had a rough time, Irika observes. Tell me about it. 5 days is way too long to be on guard. Naruto says with an easy smile on his face. By the way, we need to talk to Hokage Gigi. Some stuff happened in the forest. Naruto's easy expression melted away. What happened? It must be serious if you need to talk to Sandama-sama, Irika asks with a worried expression. We ran into a nuke. We can't tell anything more than that. I'm sorry. Naruto says before anyone had a chance to tell Irika. I understand, but I can't promise that you get to speak with him, Irika says after thinking about it for a bit. Although you aren't even supposed to talk with your Jonin senseis, so I will see what I can do, Irika adds. Thank you. Naruto's smile returns quickly. I'll go and see if you can talk to him. Also, congratulations on surviving the second exam. Irika says with a smile as he leaves in a shunshin. I can't believe you didn't tell us you had Mokuton. Sasuke says in a hurt voice. We are supposed to be teammates. You should be able to tell us anything, he continues to rant as he walks around the room. Naruto was sitting on his knees in front of him. He did feel bad about not talking about his Kekkei Genkai. It is a big part of who he is and a big source of pride. Same as it is for Sasuke and his Sharingan. Sasuke paces back and forwards while ranting loudly about trust and camaraderie. Sakura, on the other hand, had totally forgotten about the incident. She was too focused on what had happened to Sasuke afterwards. Now she wanted to voice something about the weird bruise Orochimaru had left on Sasuke but couldn't get a word in edgewise. After a couple of minutes of Sasuke's rantings, there were a knock on the door. Naruto went and opened it. Am I interrupting something? The kind voice of his Gigi says. No, please come in, we have a lot to talk about. Naruto says while sending a warning glare towards his male teammate. So I hear you had a run-in with a nuke in the forests, the aged Hokage says. Yes. We ran into Orochimaru, Naruto says seriously. The Hokage almost swallowed his pipe. He hadn't gotten any report that said Orochimaru was back in the village. Are you sure it was him? He asks in a grave voice. Positive. He had a snake summoning contract and confirmed my suspicions himself after I confronted him. Naruto says in a somber tone. I think he did something to Sasuke, Sakura pipes up. She couldn't hold it to herself any longer. Sasuke looks towards her angrily. He also knows about my Mokuton, Naruto adds. The Hokage took a couple of puffs from his pipe. This was bad. Very bad. Orochimaru knowing of Naruto's Mokuton was bad. His interest in the Sharingan was also something to take into consideration. He also put some form of seal on my stomach. I can't feel the Kyuubi's chakra anymore. Naruto whispers to the Hokage. Okay, here is what we will do. Sasuke, you will come with me, and we will check whatever Orochimaru did to you and Naruto. Can you lift your shirt? The Hokage says. Naruto lifts his shirt, and Hiruzen looks at the seal. He saw the Gogyo Fuin. This won't hurt a bit. Ready 3-inch, but instead of counting down, he slammed his hand into Naruto's stomach. Gogyo Kain, he says as Naruto loses consciousness. He will wake up in an hour or two, don't worry, the aged man soothes the worried-looking Sakura. Come on now, Sasuke, let's meet up with Kakashi so he can look at that thing Orochimaru did. He leads Sasuke out of the room. Your final examination starts in 3 hours. You should rest until then, he says as he closes the door on Sakura and the sleeping Naruto. A couple of hours later and Naruto began to wake up. He heard some quiet small talk a few meters away from him. Sasuke looks over to Naruto. Looks like you are up. Good, we only have an hour before the start of the final exam, Sasuke says to Naruto. Naruto nods back. He stands up and shakes off the last sleepiness he felt. He was ready for whatever this annoying exam could throw at him. Team 7 and the other teams that passed the second exam stood in an arena of sorts. It had concrete floors and 2 giant hands placed in a ram seal coming out one of the long walls. There was a stage in front of the hands. It also had a balcony that was looking over the entire arena. The Hokage was about to speak. He stood in the front of the stage with the sensei of the passing teams behind him. The proctors of the test stood in line with the Hokage but not on the scene. First off, congratulations on finishing the second exam. Anko congratulates the 21 passing participants. I'm hungry, Choji complains. There are still this many remaining. Talk about a drag. Shikamaru chimes in. Sasuke and the others passed too? An excited Ino says. Of course they did. They are the strongest genin team we have, Shikamaru shots back. Your team didn't do too bad. I guess they were lucky, Guy underhandedly compliments Kakashi. But as long my team is around, this is probably as far as they can go. After all, whether you like it or not, ability talks at the next barrier, he boasts. Well, adolescence can sometimes be bittersweet and harsh, Kakashi he says. Did you say something? Kakashi simply replies. Oh my god. Guy screams out in frustration. Please watch, Guy sensei. I'll shine you. Lee screams out of nowhere, gaining a few weird looks from his competitors. What, all the Konoha rookies are here? Sakura observes. Of course they are. They trained with us for all their academy years. Naruto says confidently. I guess that is true, Sakura didn't sound convinced. I still don't have a very good feeling about this. Sasuke whispers to himself while rubbing the weird bruise on his shoulder. The sealing helped, but he still felt strange. Almost like he was weaker with it sealed. Now then, we will now listen to the explanation of the third exam from Hokage-sama. Anko continues with her speech. Listen carefully, everybody. She finishes. The Hokage takes a few steps forward and clear his throat. Before the explanation of the third exam, I have just one thing I want to tell everyone flat out. About the true purpose of these exams. Why do allied nations conduct the exams on a conjoint basis? Is raising the levels of the shinobi and friendship among allied nations. It won't do to have the wrong idea of the true meaning of that statement. These exams are, so to speak, he says before he takes a small smoke break. A microcosm of battle between allied nations? He finishes his thought. What does that mean? Tenten asks the Hokage. If we look back on history, the allied nations of today were once neighboring nations that continued to vie with each other and battle over power. In order to avoid a futile crushing of each other's military strength, those nations mutually selected a place to battle. He answers. And that was how the Chunin exams originally began. After a few more minutes of explanation on how nations that perform well in these public showcases can force weaker nations to bend to their will using the business they get. The Hokage finally finishes his lesson in the history and politics of the Chunin exams. If anyone wants the full explanation, it is the latter half of episode 37. Now then, this is where I'd like to explain the third exam. The Hokage says. A ninja standing with the proctors suddenly arrives before the Hokage in a kneeling position. Hokage-sama, please allow me, Gekko Heiate, who was given the task of judge, to speak first. He says in a soft voice. I'll leave it to you. The Hokage simply states as he backs off a bit. Nice to meet you, everyone, the man says before having a cough. There's something I'd like you all to do before the start of the third exam, he says, getting interrupted by coughing fits every so often. He then coughs again before saying, that is a preliminary to the third exam, with participation on the main battle on the line. He coughs again. What do you mean preliminary? Shikamaru bursts out. Sensei, I don't understand the point of that preliminary. Why aren't we doing the next exam with the remaining test takers? Sakura adds in confusion. This time around, perhaps because the first and second exams were easy, there are a few too many people left, you see, the proctor explains. Following the rules of the Chunin exams, a preliminary will be held in order to reduce the number advancing. He adds. No way! Sakura exclaims. As Hokage-sama said before, many guests will be coming to the third exam. So we can't have pointless matches and our time is limited as well. He explains. Therefore those of you not in top physical condition, he says before getting interrupted by another coughing fit. Hey, is he okay? Ino asks herself while listening to the numerous coughing fits the teacher has. Excuse me, those of you who wish to drop out, please speak up now. the proctor says after he was done coughing. The preliminary will begin immediately, so he says before getting cut off by an angry Kiba. Immediately you say, he shouts in a loud voice. But we finally made it through the second exam, Ino sighs while slumping her shoulders. Troublesome came a tired sigh from Shikamaru. What about our meal? Choji asks dumbfoundedly. Naruto was getting excited. Finally, could he let loose and fight? He would ask his Gigi if he could use his Mokuton in the main event later. Here he could probably manage without it. And oh, it is individual battles from now on. So dropping out now will not affect your teammates in any way. Gekko Heiate, the proctor adds. Kabuto raises his hand. What? Kiba asks. Excuse me, I'll quit. Kabuto excuses himself. Let's see, the proctor says as he flips through some papers. Yakushi Kabuto of the Leaf Village, correct? He asks Kabuto. Then you may step back, he orders. Okay. Kabuto responds. Kabuto, why are you quitting? Kiba asks. I'm sorry, Kiba, but my body is worn out. Kabuto explains. Naruto sharpens his look on Kabuto. What is he taking about? He looks fine. He even has most of his chakra left, Naruto notes in his mind. Something's up, he adds. Kabuto exchanged some more words with Kiba before leaving. I think I remember that face. He has dropped out of the final battle before. What is he thinking? The Hokage remarks on the retreating Kabuto. Anko, Ibiki states, gaining the attention of the purple-haired proctor. She flips through her own stack of papers and reads out its information. The Hokage listens to her speak. Something was up, and he got a suspicion it had something to do with this Kabuto. Kabuto seems to have a quiet word with his teammate. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't make anything out, and Kiba focused on something else. Tease, stupid dog breath, Naruto quietly lashes out childishly while pouting. What did you say, you punk? Kiba did hear the insult directed at him. You only hear what you want to hear, Naruto says as he pulls his tongue out at Kiba. Oh, I am going to enjoy rearranging your face later. Kiba counters while punching into his fist. Kabuto had left a while ago now. But Naruto and Kiba were still exchanging childish insults back and forth. Hinata wants to step in the middle of them and break it up but can't summon the courage to tell her crush off. The proctor clears his throat in an attempt to gain back their attention. It succeeded after the third try. So no one else wants to quit before we start? He asks the now 20 participants. Good, let's start. He finalizes after a cough. The preliminaries to come will be one-on-one individual battles. The proctor says. There are now exactly 20 people, so we will conduct 10 battles. The winners will be able to advance to the third exam. He adds. There are no rules. Except when I say you're done, and no fighting will be permitted afterwards. Otherwise, you fight until someone dies or admit defeat. I will also call the match if one of the combatants falls unconscious. Any questions? He says finally. This will show you who will fight and when, he says as he coughs, and one of the tiles on the walls begin to pull upwards. A screen was now seen. The match will be completely random. He clarifies. Now to start, I'll announce the two names for the first battle. He says, and characters begin flashing on the screen. Finally, they stop, and the names Akado Yoroi and Uchiha Sasuke are shown. The first match will be Akado Yoroi versus Uchiha Sasuke. The rest can go up to the balcony and wait your turn, Heiate says, then he coughs. Naruto is standing with the rest of the rookies looking down on the onslaught that was the first match. The guy seemed to have some sort of chakra absorption ability, but he was still no match for Sasuke's quick feet and Sharingan. The seal placed on the curse mark held. It would continue to hold until Sasuke lost the will for it too. Talk about a boring match, Naruto sighs as he places both of his hands behind to head. Winner Uchiha Sasuke. Heiate confirms what everyone else already knew. Sasuke walks up to his teammates. Beat that idiot, he says in a cocky voice to Naruto. Just you wait. I'll beat your time by an hour, Naruto replies back just cockily. Sparks could almost be seen clashing in the middle of them. It was a lot more playful from Naruto's side, though. Come on guys, no need to turn everything into a competition. Congratulations on your victory, Sasuke, The ever-calm Kakashi came up from behind them while placing a little smack on both of their necks. Both fell face-first into the ground. A small giggle could be heard from Ino, if you were close enough, who was absent-mindedly watching Naruto. Something Shikamaru took notice of. Troublesome, a tired sigh left his mouth. Naruto and Sasuke grumbled over their rough treatment from their teacher. Still, they got up without voicing any of their thoughts aloud and walked back to Sakura and sat down. The next pairing will be Zaku Abumi versus Aburame Shino. Please come down from the balcony, Hayate spoke up after the screen had settled on the two names. Zaku and Shino began walking down the stairs. Shino was still in his camogreen trench coat and sunglasses. Naruto mused that he had probably never seen either his face or eyes. Now that he thought about it, he had never seen any of the Aburame clan members' eyes. The two combatants stood in front of each other. The only one with any visible marks on him was that Zaku guy. He still had his arms in slings after his team's run-in with Sasuke. We will now begin the second match. Hayate proclaims. The match was over before it even began. Shino was too good for the Otogenin. As simple as it sounded, it still rang true. Naruto counted one strike that hit Shino, just the first strike of the match. Shino had complete control of the battle from the beginning. Shino strolled up the stairs to his team as soon as the proctor called the match. Now then, the third match, Tsurugi Misumi vs Kankuro. Please come down, Hayate says as the screen stops at two new names. Kankuro was smiling cruelly, and you couldn't see the expression on Misumi's face since a purple cloth covered it. They soon found themselves standing opposite each other with the proctor in between them. Begin, he says. The third match was more of the same, an early attack from the loser then the complete twisting around for the winner to win easily. Kankuro played like a fiddle. But this time, that Misumi guy pulled his limbs out of their sockets made Naruto as a medic cringe so strong. You aren't really supposed to do that. The fourth match was about to be seeded. Naruto had a bad feeling all of a sudden. This next match was going to be stupid. He just knew it. The fourth match will be Yamanaka Ino vs Haruno Sakura, Hayate says as the names are shown. There it is, troublesome, he sighs out in tandem with Shikamaru. Kakashi smacked him pretty hard on his head with his book. Ino and Sakura stood opposite each other. Gecko Hayate, the proctor for the last and final test in the Chunin exams, looks between the former friends. He was ready to start this match, and by the look in their eyes, so were they. Begin, Hayate says. The two girls start running towards each other. Exchange a couple of blows but neither seem to hit their target. Naruto would say that they were evenly matched at this point. Ino decides to take some distance from Sakura and jumps away. Sakura pulls out 3 kunai and throws them towards Ino. Ino did not have any problems seeing and countering them with her own kunai. Sakura began running towards Ino again for some close quarters combat. Sakura is doing better than I thought she would do, Naruto says softly. Aren't you usually more optimistic, Naruto? Kakashi asks from behind his book. What? Sakura hasn't been training as much as she should, Naruto says as he crosses arms and pouts. Kakashi just eyes-smile at his antics. Sure enough, they are kunoichi. So this is their level of hand-to-hand combat. Naruto hears Niji's voice say. It has nothing to do with being a kunoichi. They are just lukewarm. There's no man or woman in battle, Ten answers her teammate. Sakura and Ino stood close to each other again. They exchanged some more hits but neither seemed to have the ability to get in a solid hit on the other. This goes on for a few seconds when Ino finally manages to make a substantial connection with Sakura's stomach. Finally, she has a chance to strike Sakura in the face. But instead of a closed fist, strong punch, she does a pretty light beach slap. Ino seems to be the most shocked of everyone in the arena as she pauses and looks down at her hand. Sakura clenches her fist. At this point in time I don't even plan to fight over Sasuke with you, she says. What did you just say? Ino screams back. You and Sasuke-kun don't go together, and I'm totally stronger than you. Sakura continues. Naruto was actually embarrassed. Couldn't they fight about Sasuke somewhere else? This isn't some kind of game. He thought Sakura learned that in the land of waves. The other villages will think lowly off Konoha's kunoichi now. Talk about a drag. Sasuke seems to have wholly zoned out this match. No need to look for weaknesses in these two. He could probably fight them in his sleep. Not that either of them would ever raise fists against him. You are beneath my notice. Sakura continues. Sakura, do you know who you're lipping off to? Ino screams back. She looks angrier than Naruto has ever seen her. Don't press your luck, crybaby Sakura, she screams. I'm a bud. Sakura asks herself in a soft voice. Sakura unties her haitayat and ties it across her forehead instead of using it as a ribbon. I understand Sakura, Ino says. She unties her haitayat from her waist and ties it around her forehead. They stare each other down. Then they run in for more taijutsu. Sakura begins doing the hand signs for the Bunshin no Jutsu. Two perfect copies of Sakura appear beside her. This isn't a ninja academy's graduation exam. You think you can beat me with a textbook ninja art? Ino screams as she runs. Ino readies herself. She knew the Bunshin couldn't hurt her, but Sakura could be any of them. The three burst forward with the help of a chakra push, and two clones dispel after Sakura connects with a real solid punch on Ino's face. Ino flies back. If you think I'm the crybaby Sakura I was until recently, you'll get your fingers burned. Sakura shouts. Come at me like you mean it, Ino. She adds. Ino took a few seconds to get back up. I appreciate you saying that I'll go like I mean it, as you wish. Ino shouts back. Sakura runs towards the now standing Ino again, and Ino starts running as well. They throw a punch each, but both catch the flying fist with their other hand. They have a bit of a tug-of-war in the middle of the arena until both jump back and pull out shuriken to throw. Unfortunately, the shuriken collides in the middle, going off in random directions. The back and forth has been going on for a long time now. Hayate estimated around 10 minutes. Naruto was impressed by their stamina. Sakura never used to be able to last more than a few minutes against him or Sasuke. They both finally land a solid hit, both in each other's face. They fly away from each other. It seems like the hits were packed full of chakra. You shouldn't be evenly matched with me. Ino screams at her opponent. What makes you think I'm evenly matched with you who's only concerned with looks and growing your hair frivolously? Sakura answers back. Ino's angry expression deepened, and she pulled out a kunai from her pouch. You carry your mocking of me too far. Ino screams. Ino pulls her kunai up to her high ponytail and chops it off. You're simple-minded, Sakura mocks. I don't need this. Ino screams as she throws away the hair in the vicinity of Sakura. Why does everyone keep cutting their hair off? Naruto exclaims. I'll put an end to this right now. I'll make sure you say that you lost. Ino exclaims while making a ram seal with her hands. Oi, don't tell me, Shikamaru exclaims in surprise. Could it be? Choji comments. Ino pulls her hands into a circle and aims Sakura in the middle. She's planning to use the Shintenshin no Jutsu? Shikamaru exclaims, not believing what he is seeing. Man, that idiot. Ino-sensei, Asuma Sarutobi, says. I understand your feelings of frustration, but that's futile. Sakura taunts. I wonder. Ino answer. Ninpo, Shintenshin no Jutsu, a jutsu where the user can take over the opponent's spirit and wrest their body away for a few minutes by discharging all of their own spiritual energy and striking the enemy with it. But there are some major flaws to this formidable jutsu. First, the discharged spiritual energy can only fly straight and at a slow speed, Sakura explains. Second, even in the case of failing to hit the enemy and missing, the user can't return to her own body for several minutes. She continues. I should add that the user cannot move her own body during the transfer during that interval, she says as she ends her explanation. So what? Ino screams. I won't know unless I try. She adds. If you miss, it's over. You know that, right? Sakura says as she gets into a stance, ready to run at a moment's notice. Sakura begins to run in a circle around Ino. Ninpo, Shintenshin no Jutsu? Ino says as she fires off her jutsu. Both Sakura and Ino stop what they are doing. Both are hanging their heads. Sakura begins to laugh. That was unfortunate, Ino, she says. Sakura tries to walk over to Ino's lifeless body but is stuck. Somehow there were chakra strings tying her to the floor. Ino held her hands to the ground, powering the string. You fell for it, Sakura. I finally caught you, she says. Looks like I caught you in my trap, she continues. With this, it will be over when I enter your body and say, I give up, and Ino taunts. She forms her hand circle again. Ninpo, Shintenshin no Jutsu? Ino shots off her real jutsu. That was unfortunate, Sakura, Ino in Sakura's body says. But Ino didn't have such an easy time making her give up. Something inside Sakura was fighting back strong. Ino had to release the jutsu. Ino woke up in her body. To think she has spirits, she says to herself. What are you? She screams at Sakura. Strength that ranks with beauty. Girls can't survive if they're not tough. Sakura answer. Both Sakura and Ino were tired after the mind battle. They both seem only to have enough energy for one final attack. They both run in and punch each other in the face again. Both their haitayat fall off their foreheads. Both fall into unconsciousness at the same time. Both parties are unable to continue the match. By double knockout, Noon gets through the fourth battle of the preliminary. Hey, 8 rules. The two senseis of teams 7 and 10 come and pick them off the floor. They leave them to rest on the balcony. Both teams and Lee run to check up on their teammates. But Kakashi shushes them. Sasuke sits still at the same place he had the entire fight. Naruto walks up to them and places a hand on their foreheads. A green glow begins to form around his hands. They'll be fine, he just says after healing them for a few seconds. Kakashi walks up to him. I didn't know you were Irionin, Kakashi says as he leans on the railing next to Naruto. I'm not that good yet, he answers. Kakashi leaves it at that and walks back to Sakura. Ino woke up before Sakura. She looks over to her rival and smiles. That was a good match. Then she shifts her gaze over to Naruto and Lee, who stood looking at the new battle. Naruto caught her eye. He looked so nice at that moment. Shidai might be falling for Naruto, she thinks. Sakura woke up. Our match is over, Ino says to her after letting her get her bearings. Did I lose? Sakura asks, almost starting to cry. I'm the one who wants to cry, Ino chides her former friend. To think I tied with someone like you, she says in a fake cocky voice. Here, Ino says as she hands over Sakura's haitayat. You actually got your flower to bloom, didn't you? She adds with a smile. I'm proud of you, she whispers. But it was loud enough for Sakura to hear. She started crying. Ino, she says between her quiet sobs. Ino laughs a little. Sakura takes the haitayat out of her hand and ties it like a ribbon as per how she usually wears it. However, next time we fight, I'll knock you out faster than you could count to 3, she says seriously. Also too, I'm giving up on Sasuke, she says in a more somber tone. What? Sakura asks. He was just a school-time crush anyway, Ino says as she tries to wave away Sakura's confusion with her hand. And Naruto is cuter anyway, she whispers with a slight blush dusting her face. Sakura didn't know what to say, so an unintelligible sound came out of her mouth. After this is done, you have got to tell me everything. Sakura finally utters. Ino just laughs at her. She looks like someone told her Santa wasn't real. Sure, sleep over at my place. Just like the old days, Ino says with a smile. The 5th match was a lot less intense than the 4th. Poor Tenten couldn't get even a hit on Gaara's female teammate. Bad matchup. Temari's war fan easily blew away her projectiles. She was soon enough unconsciously hanging off it as well. Naruto liked Tenten well enough. Seeing her like that didn't sit well with him. He couldn't imagine how Lee or Niji felt. Especially in the way she got there. The 6th match will be between Nara Shikamaru and Kintsuchi. Please come down, Height says. Naruto didn't know even now when describing this one. First, Shikamaru was caught in some form of genjutsu. Then he wasn't and had caught the poor girl in his cage main no jutsu, and then he forced her to hit her head against the wall. It knocked her out. But the most annoying part was Ino's yelling. Throughout the whole match, it was, come on Shikamaru, this, and you can do this Shikamaru that. He usually liked Ino's soft voice, but something really irked him this time. The 7th match will be Senju Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, Height says. Finally, I get to beat up Naruto and get to the final stage. Talk about luck, right Akamaru? Kiba says to his dog. Akamaru yipped back happily. Yes, finally some action. Naruto says. Don't get caught off guard by him, Naruto, Sakura warns. Don't you worry, I still got Sasuke's time to beat, don't I? Naruto says while pulling out his thumb. Sasuke grew a tick mark. He has been quiet all this time, observing the other matches, looking for weak points to exploit in a match later on. He walked up and smacked Naruto so strong he fell over the railing. Then do it already, you fing oaf. Sasuke screams at him. Gekkei 8 starts the 7th match. Naruto stood in front of Kiba. I'll only give you one chance, even if I don't want you to take it. Give up now, Naruto says. You must be out of your mind if you think I'll give that easily. Kiba answers as he gets into a stance. Akamaru yips in support of Kiba. He sat on Kiba's head. I guess it won't be that easy, huh? Naruto says as he cracks a knuckle by pressing his fist into his palm. Naruto starts to release some of his chakra. A thick blue outline formed around Naruto. Kyuubi no, this is just his own chakra. Incredible. Kakashi thinks as he looks down on his student with wide eyes. Hiruzen has a proud smile on his lips. Sasuke was looking at the immense release with his Sharingan. Amazing, this is just 3/4 of his chakra, he said breathlessly. Orochimaru was shocked as well. A mere genin with the chakra presence of your average jonin was not something you saw every day. He is going to be a problem later, I should have just killed him when I had the chance, he thinks. Gaara's sickening smile put his siblings on guard. Akamaru yelps at the power displayed, then he jumps down and runs into a corner. Oi, Akamaru, what are you doing? You have never acted like this before. Kiba yells after the dog. Looks like he took the brains with him, Naruto says as he gets closer to Kiba. Sheet. Kiba looks back to Naruto. Naruto towered over Kiba, and Kiba fell on his behind. This was something way beyond him. Kiba retook his stance. He couldn't give up without a fight. Naruto sighs and throws a punch. It was too fast for any genin to see, except for Sasuke with his Sharingan. Even Neji had a strong time seeing what happened. Kiba fell to the ground unconscious. The oppressive feeling disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Victor by knockout, Senju Naruto, Hei 8 calls the match. After healing the minor damage there actually was. Kiba woke up immediately. Naruto reaches out his hand to Kiba and smiles. Kiba doesn't take it, instead stands up on his own and walks over to Akamaru. Naruto frowns. He didn't want to make enemies. He just wanted to be done as quickly as possible. Naruto walks back to his teammates and sensei. Oi, Naruto, have you been holding out on us? Kakashi asks half seriously. Not really, if one teammate is doing all the work can't really have any teamwork, Naruto says nonchalantly. He sits down, leaning his head against the railing looking down on the arena. Sasuke gripped the railing he was holding. Had he really been that outclassed from the beginning? Sakura could not look at Naruto the same way as she had before. The beast that lay beneath his cherry outer was now painfully obvious. And she didn't even know about the Kyuubi. Kurenai tried to comfort the broken pride of Kiba. However, she could see that Naruto was way beyond your average genin. It would have been the right choice to give up. However, that didn't make it easier for someone like Kiba to lose after just one punch. Akamaru also tried to mend his partner's hurt ego. Hinata didn't know what to do. On the one hand, she was happy she didn't have to choose between Naruto and her teammate. But, on the other, she didn't like seeing her friend so broken. Shino tried to come up with a way to counter Naruto if they met in the 3rd exam. Which was strong to do since he hadn't seen what Naruto was capable of. Team 10 had mixed reactions. Shikamaru was feeling a little uncomfortable with the power differential. Still, he could have felt worse since the match was over quickly and went according to his prediction, overall. Ino was swooning over the more serious Naruto. Choji was just happy that he didn't have to face Naruto. Neji had a satisfied smirk on his face. Another piece that fits his worldview. Lee was just hyped that he might get the chance to fight against Naruto. Guy was looking at Kakashi like he was a god. It made Kakashi slightly uncomfortable, to be honest. Dosu was shocked. That unconscious brat was this powerful, they were lucky he was out cold when they attacked. His teammates were lucky they didn't see the complete stomping they would have gotten. Okay, Everyone, let's get back to the matches. The 8th match will be Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Heir says to get everyone's attention. And boy did he. Hinata's fearful expression snapped even Kiba out of his funk. Shino also felt for his teammate. Kurenai didn't know what to say to help her. Neji was already waiting for Hinata when she made it down the stairs to the arena. The timid Kunoichi didn't meet his gaze. She instead focused on her feet and played with her fingers. Are you both ready? Asks. Neji answers by giving a slight nod. Hinata nods as well. Except it is with a lot less enthusiasm than her cousin. Begin. Heir states. You should give up on becoming a ninja, Hinata-sama, Neji states without taking a stance. You are way too kind to be a ninja, he says harshly while fixing his eyes on her. Hinata could only see her father's eyes and hear his scolding words repeatedly. Don't give in to this arsehole. Naruto screams at the top of his lungs. You can be whatever you want, just as long as you never give up. Naruto screams even louder. Hinata looks towards Naruto on the balcony. He has a brilliant smile on his face. Show him just Hyuga Hinata can do. The smiling ninja screamed down to the timid girl. She felt like she was looking straight at the sun. Actually, his bright smile might have shone even more brilliantly. She activates her Byakugan, steals her nerves and gets into the gentle fist stance. I won't give up. That is my nindo. She says to her cousin. Very well. He answers as he copies her stance and activates his own Byakugan. What followed next was the most one-sided match until now. Neji was pummeling her, but she got up time after time. It was starting to get on his nerves. His attacks were getting more brutal. Hinata spat up some BLD. She stumbled and Neji stopped his approach. Give up already, Neji says. I don't give up, she says, but she fell unconscious to the floor. Winner by, Heir begins to call out. Wait, don't call it yet. Naruto screams and interrupts his call. Hinata started to stand up, and Neji clicked his tongue. This Naruto kid was getting annoying, constantly interfering. Hinata was about to get back but couldn't due to her injuries. Neji was done. He wanted this faker out here. So he charges with all the power at his disposal. But before he could reach her, Jonin started to hold him down. Hinata had already fallen to her knees. Winner, by knockout. Hyuga Neji. Heir states as he helps hold Neji down. Naruto appeared next to Kurenai, who had left her post at Neji's side. Naruto held his hands over her hitsi. They were glowing the signature green of healing jutsu. Hinata's breathing became less shallow, and she fell into a deeper sleep. This is as much as I can do, I'm sorry, Naruto says to Kurenai. Tell Hinata that she was awesome when she wakes up, he asks her. His hair was clouding his eyes. You went too far. Isn't she family? Naruto says as Hinata is carried away on a stretcher. I don't care, Neji just says. Naruto charges towards him but is stopped by Lee. I get it, Naruto-kun. But attacking him now won't do anyone good, Lee says. Okay, I get it. Just get off me, Naruto says as he goes back to his teammates. The 9th match, between Gaara and Rock Lee, will begin shortly, Gecko Heir says to the arena full of people. Can you please come downstairs, he continues. Lee jumps down from the balcony with great enthusiasm. Gaara just sand Shunshin down indifferently. They both stood on the opposite side from each other. Begin, the proctor starts the match. Lee begins by going full speed at Gaara. Konoha Senpu. Lee screams out his technique as he does it, but it crashes into Gaara's sand defense. Lee jumps away from the counterattack the sand tries to do. Lee runs in again and tries different punches and kicks. Still, nothing gets through the formidable barrier that is Gaara's sand. The sand then mounts another counterattack, but Lee stops it by pulling out a kunai and slashing away at the sand, breaking its formation. He tries another kick, but the sand blocks again. He somersaults away from being crushed by Gaara's sand. Is that it? Entertain me a bit more, there's not enough yet. BLD, Gaara says intensely while sending out a wave of sand towards Lee's position. Lee jumps, but the sand reaches out and grabs his ankle. The sand flings Lee into the wall. But it doesn't stop there. It continues to attack, but Lee manages to get away this time. He runs towards Gaara, and when he comes close enough, he throws punch after punch, but it is blocked again and again. The sand tries to crush Lee, but Lee is way too quick. It seems these two are in a bit of a stalemate. Neither can really hurt the other. Lee backflips up onto the ram's ceiling hands that stick out from the walls. Lee, take them off. Gai Sensei suddenly screams after explaining that Lee can't use genjutsu or ninjutsu to Sakura. But Gai Sensei, you told me only to do that to protect a large group of very important people. Lee screams back. That's quite all right. I give you permission. Gai screams back. Lee gets visibly excited as he sits down on the fingertips and pulls back his leg warmers. 2 stacks of weights sat on each ankle. He pulls them off. All right, I can move freely now. Lee screams as he holds the weights on both sides of his body. Don't be ridiculous. Like a few weights will help you get through Gaara's total defense. Gaara's sister arrogantly thinks. Then he lets them go, and the dust cloud that followed from the weights after they hit the ground was up to where Lee stood, roughly 18 meters up into the air. Everyone was astonished. How was he able to move with that much speed? Sasuke was seething since that meant he had those weights on when they spared before the first exams as well, and he still moved faster than his Sharingan could see. Go Lee! Gai Sensei screams out. Right? Lee screams right back. The speed increase was like comparing a civilian and a ninja. Like night and day. Lee throws a punch from behind Gaara, and he punches through the sand. Then he was on the other side of the arena throwing a kick. Gaara had no clue where Lee was or where he would pop up next, but his sand somehow kept up. However, the ultimate defense was looking weaker than ever. It only managed to deflect Lee's strikes, not stop them completely. Soon he actually managed to hit Gaara straight on the head with a dropkick. There was a visible crack on Gaara's face. The Suna team was shocked. They had never seen Gaara injured before. Lee stood in his stance, waiting for Gaara's response. A smile was visible on his face. Youth is an explosion. Gai Sensei scream at the top of his lungs. Right? Lee answers dutifully. Fire is almost visible in his eyes as he runs towards Gaara again. Gaara tries to outmaneuver him by sending a wave in front of himself, but Lee is too quick and dodges. Before Gaara could turn around to look at Lee, he was already gone. Over here, Lee says and punches Gaara in the face when he turns around. Gaara is getting up slowly. He has never been hit like this before. More and more sand was leaking out of his gourd. The sand armor that had been keeping Gaara's actually face hidden and secure now had massive chunks missing. And his usually stoic face was morphed into a murderous smile. Sand from the ground began pouring back onto his face to mend the broken armor. Lee still stood his ground. Is that all? Gaara asks after his armor is reformed. Lee thinks about what he can do. He then realizes what he must do. After getting a visual confirmation from his teacher, he prepares by untying the bandages around his arms and letting them hang down a bit. Then he begins to run. Faster than he has gone today, possibly faster than he has ever run before. He runs in a circle around Gaara. Lap after lap, faster and faster. Hurry up and bring it on, Gaara says in his monotone voice. You asked for it? Lee screams as he appears before Gaara and kicks his chin strong enough for him to fly off the ground. It cracked Gaara's armor again. Lee uses his arms to take off again. He kicks and kicks more. Gaara flew higher and higher. Guy began praying for his student's success. After a series of kicks, one kick in particular made Lee flinch in pain, but he persevered. Lee grabbed Gaara in a suplex and began spinning on the way down. Primary Lotus. Lee screams as they descend, and they crash into the ground strong. Gaara is lying motionless in the crater. Right on. Gai Sensei scream. But the body began disintegrating, leaving a broken shell in place of Gaara's body. Everybody was shocked except Kakashi, who had a close eye on the two since the beginning. Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't have enough chakra left to have them activated. Gaara rose from the rubble unscathed as Kakashi explained to Guy and his students what had happened. The most sinister smile Naruto had ever seen was plastered over Gaara's face. He shot 3 tendrils of sand towards Lee, who still hadn't regained the ability to move after that last attack. Lee flew a fair bit after he got hit. Gaara's smile widened as he sent a tsunami of sand towards Lee. Lee still couldn't move, so the wave crashed into him. Gaara licks his lips. He was toying with Lee now. Lee was just beginning to be able to move as he dodged more tendrils of sand. Unfortunately, Lee still got hit with almost half of the tendrils. But he was getting his speed back slowly but surely. The sinister smile on Gaara's face had not gone away. Lee got hit with a tendril and fell, and then another came crashing into his back. Lee braced himself for another attack. But he dodges without trouble, his speed was back. He continues to weave in between the tendrils. Lee's chakra began going off the charts. He was opening his gates. The time to carry through and protect one's own way of the ninja. He screams. The third gate of life open. He thinks as the third gate opens. The fourth gate of pain open. He thinks as his whole body has turned into a fiery red. Lee's new power was so great that his movement and strength blew the arena apart when he threw a punch at Gaara. Kakashi even acknowledged his speed. Gaara flew into the air with his armor cracking. Lee appeared above Gaara when he was still falling in the air. He punches him down strong, then begin to punch Gaara around the entire arena, all within the air. Gaara's sand was nowhere to be seen. Lee even tore some of his muscles moving. The fifth gate of closing open. He thinks as he opens another gate. More speed and power slam into Gaara's stomach. Lee pulls Gaara back up to himself using the sash that he wore. Reverse Lotus? He screams as he slams both his leg and arm into Gaara's body. Even Gaara's gourd broke under pressure. However, Lee did take some severe damage himself. Both the leg and arm he used became paralyzed. Gaara lay in a crater. He was severely hurt. Even if the sand from the crushed gourd broke his fall, he still reaches out his hand to crush Lee with his sand. Sand begins moving slowly towards Lee. It gets a hold of his left arm and leg. Sand coffin, Gaara says as he closes his hand, crushing both Lee's arm and leg completely. Lee falls to the ground unconscious. Gaara reaches out with more sand to finish the job. But Guy swoops in and dispels it before he can. Guy's severe expression puts Gaara in a somber mood. He puts his hand to his head as if to prevent a headache. But why save him? Gaara asks the teacher. Because he is my precious subordinate, Guy says seriously. Gaara didn't seem to understand. He stands up and reforms his gourd, and tries to walk away. I quit, was all he says. Winner Gaara by interference, Hey 8 calls the match. Everyone gasps suddenly, and Gaara turned around to see what the fuss was about. Lee was standing on a shaky leg and had a cloudy look over his eyes. Guy shed a few tears. You truly are a splendid ninja, he somberly says as he hugs the younger man close to his. The medics were soon at the scene. They were giving Guy some bad news because his already sad face became downright depressed. Naruto felt terrible he hadn't studied more medicine since he knew this was way above his pay grade. The 10th match was also a stomp. Dosu took quick care of Choji. Even if Choji didn't precisely try his hardest, he seemed more fixated on the yakiniku Isama Sensei had promised his team as a reward for making this far. Dosu used his weird echo arm to make Choji lose through the water in his body. It caused his Nikuden Sensha to self-destruct. The 9 winners stood before the proctors and the Hokage. To everyone who has advanced to the final round of the 3rd test of the Chunin exams, congratulations. Gekko Heiate says. Well, I will explain how the final round will play out, the Hokage says with a big smile. Naruto would have matched it if Lee's injured body wasn't on his mind. The others had either tiny proud smillies or were entirely stoic. The final round is where you will show off your battle skills in front of everyone. I want to satisfactorily demonstrate and show off your ability as representative battle forces of your respective lands. He begins to explain. Accordingly, the final round will commence 1 month from now. He finishes. At 1 month really? Naruto asks. This is so that there's a suitable PRD of preparation. The Hokage answers. What do you mean? Niji asks. That is to say, along with the announcement of the conclusion of the preliminary match to each country's daimyo and shinobi leaders, reading the summons for the final round requires preparation time, the Hokage explains. Not to mention the time it takes for you examinees to prepare. He adds. I don't get what you're trying to say. What do you mean? Kankuro asks. In other words, in order to know your adversary, in order to prepare yourself, time is necessary. The aged man answers. Time to analyze what you learned about the adversaries in the preliminaries, time to take stock of your successes. The battle until now were like actual battles, it presupposed situations in which you can't know your adversary. The Hokage says. However, this is not the case for the final round. Some of you might have already revealed everything in front of your rivals in the spirit of fairness and equality. You will have a month to train yourself to further your skills. The Hokage explains. Now that's done, the Hokage starts to explain. I'd like you to take your leave, but first, for the final round, there is one more important matter to take care of, he says. Let's get this over with already, Naruto interrupts impatiently. Now, I want you all to calmly take one slip of paper from the box that Anko is holding. He tries to calm Naruto down. I'm going to go around in order to take only one. Anko clarifies as she starts holding out the box to Dosu. He takes a paper, and Anko moves over to Naruto and so on. As everyone got their pieces, Ibuyuki spoke up, then from left to right, tell me the number on your slip of paper. I'm 8, Dosu says. Number 1, Naruto says after. 4, Sasuke says. 7, Temari's no-nonsense voice says. 5, Kankuro says in the same voice. 3, Gaara says in his stoic voice. 9, Shikamaru says. 2, Niji says. 6, Shino says. Very well, I will tell you about how the final round tournament will work. The Hokage exclaims. Is that what these drawings lots were for? Shikamaru asks rhetorically. Ibiki, bring forth the pairings. The Hokage asks his subordinate. Yes, sir. Ibiki answers as he flips his clipboard. A bracket was drawn on the paper with all the names of those competing in the final round. Can I ask a question? Shikamaru raises his voice and hand. Go ahead, Hiruzen lets him. Does this mean that there will only be one winner of the tournament? That only one of us will be able to become a Chunin? He asks his question and then clarifies. Good question. But no, on the contrary actually. The judges of the final round, of which I am one, will be made up of the Kazekage, the daimyo from various countries who will assign you your missions, and the shinobi leaders. Through this tournament, these judges will be able to make a thorough evaluation and come to a decision as to whether each one of you possesses the qualities incumbent of a Chunin. He answers. Even if someone loses in the first round, they can still become a Chunin. He clarifies. So there is a chance that all of us will become Chunin. Temari tries to make it clear. Correct, but there is also a chance that none of you will. The Hokage answers. To advance in the tournament will give you more chances to show what you can do. The Hokage adds. Understood, Shikamaru-kun. He asks Shikamaru. Thank you for your patience. We will adjourn until next month. The Hokage finalizes the meeting. Naruto was standing in the hospital. He had just been excused by the Hokage and wanted to check up on Lee. He still felt terrible that he couldn't do something for the taijutsu specialist. Naruto asked the receptionist, but he got refused. Just like I thought, Kakashi's smooth voice came unexpectedly from behind him. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin. Geez, Kakashi-sensei. You shouldn't scare people like that, Naruto moans. Ah, sorry about that. Kakashi says, but he didn't mean it by the look on his face. I know you are worried about Lee, but there is nothing you can do except let the professionals handle it. Kakashi tries to help him. Trust me, I know, came an even more depressed sigh out of Naruto. In better news. I have something for you, Kakashi says as he hands Naruto a piece of paper. It's from someone who wants to meet you, Kakashi says with an eye smile. I didn't know you ran errands for fangirls. Say, thanks, but no thanks. Naruto's jokey nature shone through his depressed air for a second. Baka. This is from the Hokage. He talked to someone who wants to meet you. Kakashi lightly taps Naruto's head. He said he wants to train you, Kakashi says as he reaches out the paper again. And you willingly hand over your best student to him? That's just bad for your reputation, Naruto jabs at him. Well, as you said, you can't have any teamwork if one member does all of it, Kakashi says as he ignores the jab. So I'm going to train Sasuke over this month. You shouldn't miss this opportunity. Kakashi urges Naruto. Naruto takes the paper and folds it open. It was a location. And if he remembers correctly, it was next to one of the hot springs in the village. I'll go see what this is, Naruto says to Kakashi. Good lad. Now run along. I believe he has waited a long time to meet you. You are supposed to ask for directions to Mount Mayaboku. If he doesn't look confused, that's your guy, Kakashi says as he leads him out of the hospital. Naruto was looking around for the mystery man. He even asked some for directions to Mount Mayaboku. Unfortunately, all he got so far was weird looks. He then finds an overly large man sitting near the bamboo wall of the female sections of the hot springs. He was obviously peeping. So Naruto being Naruto walks up to the man. Oi, you shouldn't peep on these innocent ladies, he says in an authoritative voice. He had gotten used to using the voice since he had to tell some civilians to give him some space since revealing that he was a Senju. HMPF you call this peeping. You youths have no respect for the noble art of research, the man answers dismissively. He looks up to the boy who had told him off. He looks so much like his parents it actually hurt the man to look at him. He looks away almost as soon as their eyes meet. They were the same eyes as Minato's. The same shade of blue, same intelligent shine. Except they didn't have Minato's kindness in them. Instead, they were strong, probably to amplify his voice's tone. Mount Mayaboku is not something you can just go to, the man whispers. But it was loud enough for Naruto to hear. This can't be right. This geezer was the man who wanted to meet Naruto. Let's go somewhere where we can talk, the man says as he stands up. His cheerful tone from before was gone, replaced by a more somber one. Yeah, sure, whatever, Naruto spews out in quick succession. He almost got whiplash from the sudden shift in the man's tone. They sat in Ichiraku ramen. The man had suggested it, meaning he knew a bit about Naruto. I hear you managed to get to the final round of the Chunin exam. Congratulations, the man says awkwardly. This made Naruto even more suspicious. Only like 4 people knew who had made it. Who is this geezer? I can see your suspicion. And it is not unwarranted. The man says, I know a lot of things about you, and you know nothing about me. It's only natural that you are suspicious. Good even in our line of work, the man says as he looks down into his bowl of ramen. My name is Jiraiya. And I was your father's teacher, Jiraiya finally introduces himself. Without looking at Naruto. Instead, he looks straight ahead. I heard you know who that is. Too am also your godfather, Jiraiya says as he looks straight ahead. Naruto nearly fell off his chair. He had a godfather. First, joy filled his heart. He had family. The one thing he always wanted. Then anger. He snapped the chopsticks in his hand. If that is true, then why did you leave me in a village where the population hated me? Naruto asks in a harsh tone. It has gotten better lately thanks to me, SW's my last name. But that doesn't excuse your abandonment of me in my early years. Naruto's harsh tone matches the look in his eyes. Jiraiya knew this was coming. He has spent the larger part of the last 10 years trying to figure out how to tell this to Naruto without him hating him or the Hokage. I wanted to take you with me. I really did. But Danzo and his goons didn't want to let the Jinchuriki leave the village, Jiraiya explains. Both Sensei and I fought to let me take you with me, Jiraiya says in a somber tone. In hindsight, though, it probably was good that you didn't. Not that you being abused by the villagers were okay, but I couldn't do what I do with a small infant, Jiraiya says honestly. I understand, Naruto says after he gets his anger under control. That doesn't mean I forgive you, but you are family, and that is something I always wanted. So I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and we can start over from scratch, Naruto explains. Jiraiya gets teary-eyed. Nothing would make him happier than to have a relationship with Minato's legacy. You wanted to train me, right? We can start there and see where our relationship goes, Naruto adds. Yeah, I do want to train you, Jiraiya says with a smile. After eating, Naruto and Jiraiya went to a riverbank to be alone. I hear you had an ANBU trainer since you were 6, so I assume you know how to walk on water, Jiraiya says. Naruto nods. So we will start by you signing this, Jiraiya says as he removes the giant scroll from his back. He rolls it out. There were some names written in it already. Also, there were some fingerprints underneath the names. One name stood out to Naruto, Minato Namikaze. It stood in neat handwriting. Naruto caressed the name. Signing this contract would make him the same as his father. I see you found your father's name, Jiraiya says from behind Naruto. Was all Naruto said. He was a great man, the smartest man I have ever met. And man was he fast. Even without his Hiraishin no Jutsu, Jiraiya says with a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. I believe you will surpass him. Especially with that Kekkei Genkai of yours, he says in a teasing voice. So, you know, Naruto asks while snapping his head towards his new teacher. About your Mokuton, yes. I also know about the fox, Jiraiya says. Now come on, sign your name here, and place your 5 fingers in the box below. You need to use your BLD as ink, Jiraiya urges him. Naruto bites his thumb, spreads the BLD over his thumb and spells out his name, and presses his blood-covered fingertips into the box. Now, I'll teach you your ace in the hole. The Kuchios no Jutsu. Jiraiya says. You do these seals board dog bird monkey ram after you have a small BLD sacrifice. Then you put your hand to where you want to summon the toad and say, Kuchios no Jutsu. We will start there, Jiraiya says while nodding. How much chakra? Naruto asks. As much as possible. You need to meet with the boss anyway, so try to summon him. Jiraiya waves him off. And he walks off to spy on some poor girls again. Naruto sighs. What was he going to do with a teacher worse than Kakashi? Naruto bites his thumb. A drop of BLD appears. He then goes through the hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto screams as he puts his hand on the ground. A spider web of markings spread from his hand onto the floor. Then a poof of smoke explodes, and a small green frog appears with gray hair and facial hair. He also had big gray eyebrows. Yellow wise eyes look at his surroundings. Where are you, Jiraiya? He asks in a relatively loud voice. Sorry, but I was the one who summoned you, Naruto says awkwardly. Did you now? Let's go talk to Jiraiya. We need to sort this out, he says as he jumps off in the direction of the Toad Sage. Naruto runs after the surprisingly fast toad. Jiraiya was sitting in a bush with his scope, looking at the poor women playing near the waterfall. He didn't hear the Toad Sage jumping behind him. Now listen here, Jiraiya. You ought to respect women you know, the toad says. I am respecting them. Just from afar, wait, Jiraiya. Jiraiya asks out loud. Naruto came running just behind the toad. Oi, wait up, how are you so fast? He asks, panting heavily. Jiraiya turns around and sees the old Toad Sage sitting on a rock with his arms folded over his Fukusaku-sama. Jiraiya screams out in surprise. Why are you here? He asks the now-named Toad. That is what I like to know. This kid says he summoned me, Fukusaku says as he points to Naruto with his thumb. Amazing, just amazing. You just summoned Fukusaku-sama the first time you tried it. Jiraiya says in disbelief. So you let him sign the summoning contract? Fukusaku says. Yeah. Here look, Jiraiya says as he shows the latest addition to the list of names. Senju. Well, leave the rest of the frogs. Go ahead and summon us at any time, Fukusaku says towards Naruto with a smile and disappears in a poof of smoke. Naruto throws a peace sign and then passes out. Jiraiya catches him. Geez, what a kid, Jiraiya says to himself. The sun was already setting, so he decided to take Naruto home for the night. I'll make. A giant poof of smoke erupted in Fukusaku's home. Welcome home, honey. Dinner is almost ready. Shima welcomes home her husband. Thank you, he says as he sits down at the table. What did Jiraiya want? It is rare for him to just summon one of us. Shima says as she places the food on the table and sits down on the opposite side of Fukusaku. He laughs a bit. No, it was a child who summoned me today, he smiles. Oh, did Jiraiya take another student? She asks. It appears so. He looked a lot like Minato-kan. Probably his son, he should be around that age, Fukusaku says. It's a shame he died so young, Shima says as she places a hand on her cheek. Yeah, I know, Fukusaku agrees. Let's eat and then tell everyone of this kid, Shima says. Yeah. Let's, Fukusaku says. Sakura and Ino were sitting in Ino's room. This was just like how they used to be. But there was a thick layer of awkwardness lying over them. Not hanging out for years will do that to even the strongest friendships. Add the fact that they spent most of those years as mortal enemies sure as hell didn't help. Ino's parents sure were surprised to see Sakura in their home again. Ino hadn't exactly been quiet in her disdain for the pinkette. So you don't like Sasuke anymore? Sakura tries to strike up a conversation. No, I don't think that I do, Ino answers honestly. You don't think? Sakura asks. It's really complicated. Whenever I see him, I don't get those butterflies I got before, Ino answers. Instead, it happens when I look or speak with Naruto, Ino whispers while playing with her fingertips. The conversation soon evolved. They stayed up all night. The two former best friends were reconnecting. Naruto woke in his apartment. I must have fainted, was the first thought he had after orienting himself. He sat up on his bed as memories of the previous day, his meeting his godfather and summoning that weird toad. He rubs his head. Maybe it was just a bizarre dream. Just as he thinks that he feels something in his hand, he looks down at it. It was crumpled in his hand. Meet me at Ichiraku when you wake up? It said. It had a small smiley face in the bottom right corner. Naruto jumps out of bed to get ready. He ran as fast as he could. Jiraiya stood leaning against the wall of Naruto's favorite ramen place. He had been waiting for 30 minutes already. But he didn't know when Naruto would arrive, so he arrived early. He soon enough heard an incoming runner. He looks out and sees an orange blur coming toward him. He smiles. Naruto at least seems happy to see him. Erosenin. Naruto yells at the top of his lungs. Jiraiya could only facepalm. Naruto comes up to him, and Jiraiya punches him on the head. What's with that disrespectful nickname? Jiraiya screams at him. What? I thought it suited you perfectly. Naruto tries to argue back, but Jiraiya punches him again. They walk off to the same riverbank that they used yesterday. What are we doing today? Naruto asks and gets thrown a water balloon. He catches it. Pop it, was Jiraiya's response. Naruto looks at him funnily and squeezes the balloon until it pops. Man, talk about a buzzkill, Jiraiya complains. This is how you do it, Jiraiya says as he pulls another balloon out. He put it in his hand, and it began to disform and spike in random places before popping. Water spills everywhere. Here, try again, he says as he throws another balloon toward Naruto. Also, don't worry about mastering this jutsu until the final round. It took me 3 years to master this Jiraiya says as he holds up a finger and closes his eyes. I got it. Naruto screams out, interrupting his lecture. Jiraiya's eyes bug out. Impossible. He couldn't have gotten it already, right? He thinks as he looks over at his student. Naruto was just standing there with his balloon in his hands. Jiraiya face vaults. What did you get? You're just holding it in your hands. Jiraiya screams in his face. You pulped it using rotation, that's what I got. Did you think I had already managed to pop it? You have so much faith in me, Naruto says with a Cheshire cat-like grin. For that, he got another smack on the head. He fell to the ground. What was that for you, Erosenin? Naruto screams as he gets up. Who are you calling Erosenin? Jiraiya yells back as they press their foreheads against each other for a while. Jiraiya pulls back after a while and clears his throat. Anyway, why don't you do this until you can pop it? Jiraiya says as he leaves Naruto alone. Naruto turns around and sits down. While folding his arms over his he is muttering about stupid pervs. This training continued for a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't able to pop it quite yet. He got some good rotation going, but he couldn't pop it. 3 days before the final round, Jiraiya ordered him to stop, saying resting was also part of training. So, he rested the first 2 days. After that, he decided to use the time to see Lee. He hadn't been able to see him since his match. Naruto ran into Shikamaru, who was there to see Choji for some unrelated eating reason. Naruto feels a presence he shouldn't and runs towards Lee's room. Shikamaru follows since a worried Naruto was never a good thing. Naruto opens the door to Lee's room, and lo and behold, Gaara is standing over him, ready to finish the job he started in the preliminaries. Shikamaru reaches out his shadow through Kagemain no Jutsu to stop Gaara's movement. Naruto was about to punch him, but when he saw that, he stopped mid-step. Thank you for that, Naruto. That would have really hurt, Shikamaru says in a strained voice. What do you think you are doing? Naruto screams instead of answering Shikamaru. I was trying to kill him, Gaara replies in his normal, emotionless voice. Why'd you have to do something like that? You beat him in the match, right? Do you have a personal grudge against him or something? Shikamaru questions. I don't have anything like that. I just wanted to kill him, that's it. Gaara simply responds. How can you say it so easily? You say it like you are about to go out and buy milk. Naruto says. You had a lousy upbringing, didn't you? Shikamaru asks. If you got in my way, I'll kill you both too, Gaara warns. Naruto throws a glance toward Shikamaru. He hoped his big noggin was working overtime to fix this messed up situation. I know you're strong from seeing you in the competition with him, but we can keep up with you. We didn't show you our best skills in the preliminaries. Plus it's 2 against 1. Shikamaru bluffs. Naruto knew it was a bluff. Since he probably could keep up, he knew Shikamaru couldn't. If you're smart, you'll do what I tell and get lost, he adds. I'll say it again, if you get in my way I'll kill you, Gaara says in his emotionless voice. I can take you both on since I have a monster inside me, Gaara says after staring down Shikamaru and Naruto. My father brought down his ninjutsu on me as a child after I killed my mother. And so I was possessed by a sand spirit, Gaara says in his emotionless voice. I know it is strong. Since it killed countless assassins, my own father sent after me as a child. He says with the same wicked smile as he had when fighting Lee. Naruto couldn't help but feel a kinship with this guy. He, too, was hated for something out of his control. He seems completely alone, too. At least Naruto had Iruka Sensei. What a thing for a parent to be doing. Shikamaru tries to ease the tension he is feeling with a joke. It must be a type of Kakademon possession jutsu, performed to a baby before it is born, Shikamaru says after calming down. He was trying to deduce what actually happened. I wouldn't call what he did love. Don't measure me with your standards. I kill because it is the only way for me to make sure I am alive. Gaara gets angry. The sand reacting to this anger began hurtling itself toward Shikamaru and Naruto. Gai Sensei opens the door at that moment. Stop right there. The final round is tomorrow, there's no need to rush like this. He says in a firm voice. Or do you just want to stay here starting today? He threatens. Gaara takes his temples. It looks like he got a severe headache. The sand started retreating into the gourd. He hobbles out of Lee's room. I will kill you all without fail. Just wait, Gaara threatens before leaving. All the tension left Naruto's body, and he fell to his knees. Naruto was excited. The final round was finally upon them. He stood in the center of a massive arena along with 6 of the victors in the preliminaries. Dosu and Sasuke was still missing. Naruto assumed Sasuke would be late since he was training with Kakashi. One should always expect lateness from him. Neji was in for a shock. That's for sure. So was the rest of Konoha, for that matter. He had gotten the okay from the Hokage, via Jiraiya, to show off in the matches. Of course, there was a possibility that Jiraiya made up that okay, just to stir up some chaos. But Naruto didn't care. He was ready to flex his Mokuton muscles. Naruto wondered what had happened to Dosu, though. He doesn't seem like the person to be late. I guess it doesn't matter. It is not my problem if he doesn't show up, Naruto thinks as he places his hands behind his head. Although there was one outlier, the proctor for the preliminaries was not with them down in the arena. If Naruto had to guess, it was some other Tokubetsu Jonin covering for the coughing gecko Hayate. He was taller than Hayate and was chewing on a straw. Otherwise completely unremarkable. He did have Hayate as a bandana, but with the village mark on the back of his head instead of the front. Everyone, thank you very much for coming to the Konohagakure Chunin exam. We will now begin the final round matches for the 8 who made it through the preliminaries. The Hokage spoke up from his booth. Naruto could see that it had 3 bodyguards in it. 1 for the Hokage and 2 for the Kazekage. There were 2 throne-like chairs in the center of the booth. One was empty because the Hokage welcomed everyone, and the other the Kazekage himself sat in. The Kazekage had a similar clothing style to the Hokage, but they were deep blue instead of red highlights. Naruto couldn't help himself as he sent the man a cold gaze. What kind of a father sends assassins after his own son? But the overwhelming bloodthirst from his left soon shifted his view to an outraged Gaara. Please watch until the end. The Hokage ends his brief speech. My name is Shiranui Genma, and I will be the proctor for the final round. I have to tell you something before we start the matches. Look at this, the Tokubetsu Jonin say as he pulls a bracket from within his flak jacket. There was a slight change to the tournament. Check who you'll be facing one more time, Genma adds, looking very bored. Everyone looks intently at it. Dosu was missing from it. So it meant Shikamaru didn't need to fight one more fight than everybody else and got moved up to fight that Temari girl right away. Everyone else still had the same fight scheduled as before. Can I ask you 2 questions? Naruto asks the man. What? He answers in the same bored voice. Sasuke still hasn't come. What would happen if he doesn't show up? And what happened to the previous proctor? Naruto asks. In case a competitor does not arrive by the start time of his match, they will lose by default. Also, he couldn't attend due to various circumstances, he says as he flicks the straw in his mouth. Figures, Naruto sighs. He better make it, Naruto thinks. Listen up, you guys. The terrain is different, but the rule is that there are no rules, the same as the prelims. The matches will continue until one or the other dies or acknowledges defeat. However, if I judge that it has been settled, I'll stop the match there. Arguments will not be allowed. Understood? Genma lays down the law. Everyone nods. So the first match is Senju Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The rest can leave. Genma says, and everyone except the 2 left immediately. Naruto and Neji took their positions on either side of the proctor. Sakura, I know you're worried that Sasuke won't make it in time, but you should cheer for your other teammate. He is the one who is going to fight first, you know, Ino says to her friend who sat next to her. Yeah, I know. But I have told you how Kakashi Sensei is, so I can't help but worry, Sakura answers. But you're right, Naruto needs support as well, Sakura says as she slaps her cheeks to get rid of her funk. Good, because I'm worried Neji seemed crazy strong when we were in the forest, Ino says worriedly. Some bets were going around the arena. Most of them favored the Hyuga. Even if Naruto was a Senju, some still didn't recognize Naruto as a real Senju, claiming he still was just the demon fox. And others pointed towards the fact that he didn't manage to get top rookie in his batch. It seems like there is something you want to say, Neji says to an angry-looking Naruto. This ass beating is on behalf of what you did to Hinata. I don't have a family to call my own, but even I know you are not supposed to do that to them, Naruto says as he cracks his knuckles in a fist. Neji scoffs. He activates his Byakugan and looks over Naruto. His abnormal level of chakra didn't scare Neji. The fact that frightened him was the control Naruto had shown in his fight against Kiba. Genma looks between the 2 fighters. They both were too strong to genin. He could tell. If their little verbal sparring before the match was anything to go by, this was going to be grueling. He looks down at his pocket watch. He was still a few minutes ahead of schedule, but it seemed like everyone was ready to get this underway. He glances towards the fighters again. They didn't seem to notice anything around them. Naruto and Neji focused 100% of their attention on each other. Begin, Genma says in a bit more enthusiastic voice. Naruto took the initiative as soon as he heard Genma start the match. He runs at a mid-chunin speed towards Neji and throws a punch when he gets close enough. Neji easily dodges the punch and taps one of the blondes at a tenketsu point in his counterattack. Naruto hisses at the sudden pain. He didn't think Neji would have been able to hit him. The Hyuga reputation was well earned. Naruto chooses to disentangle for a bit and jumps back. This was going to be more challenging than he thought as he applied a little chakra to reopen it again. The Hokage watched Naruto try Neji in close quarters. Predictably, it didn't go well. It wasn't very smart to engage a Hyuga in taijutsu, the Kazekage beside him says. I wouldn't worry about Naruto's battle IQ. He was probably testing the waters, the Hokage answers. Seems like you know this genin pretty well, Hokage dono, the Kazekage observe. He is like a grandson of mine. I also knew the boy's parents when they were alive. I owe them a lot, the Hokage answers somberly. Who are they? If someone like you knew them, then they have to be someone important, the Kazekage states. You are not getting it out of me that easily, I'm afraid. It is a class-ranked secret. There are only a handful of people in Konoha who know, the Hokage answers. I understand, the Kazekage says as he drops the subject. Naruto had tried to overwhelm Neji with numbers whilst they had talked. However, Neji had quickly dispatched the clones. Naruto was starting to think if Mokuton was his only option if he wanted a quick fight. You seem to talk a big game about becoming Hokage. Only a few select shinobi ever reach that title. It is destined from birth. You can't reach that high by just working strong, Neji suddenly says as he dispelled the last clone Naruto had summoned. Is that so? Naruto says as he narrows his eyes towards the Hyuga. Naruto almost instantly dropped the idea of using Mokuton. He wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing it. Your strive for something that is so far out of your reach is pathetic. You should just settle for your average ninja career, Neji says as he settles in a ready stance. Oh, you think I am average? If it is one thing Senju Naruto is, it is not average. Naruto snipes back as he points to his ST with his thumb while slinging around his whole arm. Sakura puts her head in her hands and sighs. That idiot. Ino blushes and looks away from the fight for a second. Naruto makes 5 more clones, and they all rush towards Neji again. Neji dispatches them skillfully again. He was getting frustrated, though. Naruto was getting some solid hits in for the first time in the fight. It was only like 3, but it was a worrying development. Naruto seems to have noticed as well since a cocky smirk formed on his face. See Kazekajidono, he knew precisely what he was doing. The Hokage smirks towards his colleague. So it would seem still neither haven't shown that they deserve the Chunin, the Kazekage says in a disapproving voice. Just you wait, the Hokage says cryptically. Sakura was sitting on the edge of her seat. Ino, who had recovered from Naruto's comment, bit her fingernails. She was worried for Naruto. She had seen what Neji had done to Hinata, and she was family. But Naruto seems to be holding his own against him in taijutsu with the help of his solid clones. Her new short hair was neatly put up in a bun with a bit of cloth covering it. She didn't like having it short. But it was the only way she could have gotten on equal terms with Sakura. Naruto was more of a concern. He had taken a couple of strikes from Neji. He seemed to be done playing around and had gone on the offensive. Naruto kept getting up. All the hits meant nothing to him. He had been hit harder before. Even if the Tenketsu blocking was annoying, it was something he could play around. He could force it back open by healing the affected area. Neji was getting annoyed by this rookie. His constant insistence about becoming the Hokage was annoying. How can he not understand that all humans already have a preset path to follow? His was just to lose to Neji right here and now. So Neji began picking up the offensive again. He hit Naruto 3 times again before Naruto was able to get away. Neji suddenly felt a sting on his shoulder. When had he managed to strike him? Why are you so obsessed with faith? Naruto asks from afar as he heals his blocked Tenketsu. That was also something that annoyed Neji. How was he able to recover from that anyway? He had never seen anything like it. You wouldn't understand. Neji screams as he runs towards Naruto again. Try me. Naruto answers back while parrying Neji's strikes. Neji adopted a shocked expression. Naruto just blocked Gentle Fist with relative ease. He had never seen it before. Hayashi Hyuga, leader of the Hyuga clan, stood up in the bleachers. A non-Hyuga just defended himself against one of the most talented Gentle Fist users in a long time. Naruto jumps away from Neji. He bent over and put his hands on his knees. He was panting. Wow, that took a lot of me, Naruto says quietly to himself. Everyone in the stands was shocked. None of them had ever been able to deflect that many Gentle Fist strikes. Neji stood still for a second. Then he reached up behind his head. He pulled off his headband. On his forehead were a seal. It was green and had 2 hooks on either side of a cross. I have had this seal since I was 4, Neji says solemnly. It is placed on all branch members of the Hyuga clan, he continues. It is to make sure the Byakugan does not fall into enemy hands. When someone dies wearing this seal, the Byakugan gets destroyed, Neji explains. It also has the ability to make the branch house follow orders from the main house, Neji says with venom. He looks up to Hayashi, who has sat down again. That man took my father away after he killed a Kumogakure diplomat who tried to take Hinata-sama away on her birthday when they were in talks about peace, Niji spits out. Hayashi just looks solemnly down at his nephew. They were twins, and when Kumo asked for Hayashi's body in compensation for their fallen diplomat, he sacrificed his own twin brother instead, Niji finishes. You have no idea what it's like to have a seal that controls your life, Niji says as he shifts his gaze back to Naruto. Trust me, I know more than you know, Naruto says quietly as he places a hand on his stomach. The older generation of ninjas looks away in shame, while the new one looks at them in confusion. The civilians from the village who haven't accepted Naruto as a Senju scoff at Naruto's comment. I'll end this match now. And when I become Hokage, I am removing the cursed seal from the Hyuga clan, I promise. And I never go back on my word, Naruto says as he pumps his tea with his fist. Naruto raises his hands and places them in a snake seal. It was something that Niji had never seen before. Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, Naruto screams out. It seems Niji wasn't some entitled brat for no reason. No need to hold back anymore. Everyone in the stadium took a sharp intake of breath except the Kazekage. He was half a second later than the rest. Something the professor took notice of even if he was shocked that Naruto was pulling out his Kekkei Genkai here. Trees began sprouting from the ground around Naruto. He directed them towards Niji, who was fighting through his shock. Mokuton was a powerful bloodline. The trees came at him, and he began spinning while releasing chakra out of his tenketsu points. Kaiten! He screams out. Hayashi was shocked that a branch member could use a main house technique. The trees that came into contact with the shield exploded. Naruto stopped the growth of trees. Looks like I am going to have to finish this up close and personal after all, Naruto says as he smirks and runs forward towards Niji, who was just stopping his spin. Naruto puts out a new snake seal, Mokuton Kekkei no Jutsu. He screams as his arm elongates and snatches Niji up in a tight cocoon. Call the match, Naruto says as Niji tries to get out of the tight hold. Niji even tried to cut through the wood using his chakra, but a new layer of wood took its place as soon as he managed to get through. Gunma snapped out of his confusion. Winner, Senju Naruto. He screams out. The crowd erupts. Everyone was so hyped after seeing Mokuton for the first time. Naruto sighs. This was not going to be fun. After Naruto had freed Niji from his wood prison, the medics took him to the infirmary. Naruto had squeezed him a little too strong, so he fainted when the external force was removed from his itsits. Naruto walks up to the box where the rest of the participants are. Unfortunately, Sasuke hasn't shown up yet. This could be bad. His match was next, and Gaara looked ready to kill. The crowd hasn't calmed down since seeing Naruto's Mokuton, even if some lost some money on a seemingly easy bet. I didn't know Naruto had a Kekkei Genkai. Ino screams at her seatmate as she shakes her. I'm sorry. I promised Naruto that I wouldn't tell anyone, Sakura says between shakes. Well, this explains a lot, actually, Ino says as she stops shaking Sakura. What do you mean? Sakura says as she gathers herself. He comes to our flower shop a lot. He even lets me know how the flowers are feeling, Ino says as she hides her face with her legs. She sat with them, resting on the chair, knees close to her face. I see that is how you meet him, Sakura says quietly to herself. Somehow that had gone unsaid during their sleepover. Ino was blushing quite a bit. The aged Hokage sits in his throne with a poker face on. He didn't want the Kazekage to notice his thoughts. He knows Naruto would never show off without reason or permission. So he had gotten permission to let louse from someone. The only person Hiruzen could think of with that level of stupidity was his only student still working for him. He was going to have to talk with him after the exams. He took out his small notebook and wrote down his thoughts on the match. I didn't think someone with the Shodai's bloodline were still alive, the Kazekage states while not looking away from the blonde. We had to keep it a secret until he could defend himself, the Hokage answers as he closes the book and puts it away. Well, he does seem to have the chakra and stamina required for Chunin. Not sure about his decision-making, though, since he waited so long to use a powerful bloodline like the Mokuton until the last minute. The Kazekage analyzes the match. Don't hold it against him. He was just following my orders. He hasn't used his Mokuton in many battles, so it would make sense to only use it as a last resort, the Hokage counters. Right, we will see if he qualifies after his next match, the Kazekage says. Your son is next, right? I am sure he is a capable fighter. The Hokage tries to switch the topic of conversation. Yes, he is quite strong. I can't wait to see what he can do against someone of Uchiha BLD, the Kazekage says with noticeable enjoyment. Where is the last Uchiha anyway? The Kazekage asks his colleague. If he isn't here soon, we will have to disqualify him, I'm afraid, the Hokage says. Let's give him some more time. I'm sure many of our guests are here to see him and my son's fight, the Kazekage says. It doesn't matter how good a shinobi is unless he can't follow a simple order, the bodyguard to the Hokage raises. A valid point. And yet you have Hatake Kakashi, a man so infamous for coming late everyone in the 5 great nations knows. He is the boy sensei as well, right? The Kazekage counters. How about a compromise, we move my son's fight to the last? That will give him plenty of time to arrive, the Kazekage suggest. It is acceptable. I'll inform Gunma right away, the Hokage says as he calls for an NB. He gives the ANBU his orders, and the specialist disappears from the booth and appears near Genma in the arena. It is rare for you to comprise like that, Kazekajidono, the Hokage raises his suspicion. Well, what can I say? The Chunin exam's goal is to show off the shinobi's qualities of our village to the daimyo, and who is better to show off our abilities than against an Uchiha, the Kazekage says. Orders from Hokage-sama. Postpone Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara's match to the last match, the ANBU says before disappearing from sight. Gunma sighs. Favoritism. Really? Gunma thinks. Alright. Listen up, everyone. The match between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara will be postponed to the last match since Uchiha Sasuke has not yet arrived at the arena, Genma says. A collective sigh quickly spreads around the arena. The next match will be Kankuro vs. Aburame Shino. Please come down to the stadium. Genma announces. Proctor. I abstain. Kankuro screams down to Genma, shocking everyone. Please advance the matches. He urges. Due to Kankuro's abstention, Aburame Shino wins by default. Genma says loud enough for everyone to hear. Gaara's female teammate had already jumped down. Aren't you eager? Genma says to her. The next match will be Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Please come down, he says while looking straight at Shikamaru. What are you doing, frivolously building things up? I mean, why does only my match have to be modified? Shikamaru says quietly to himself. Nara Shikamaru, come down now. Genma says again. Naruto sneaks up behind him. You aren't thinking of abstaining, are you, Shikamaru? Talk about lazy. He says as he shoves him over the railing. He crashes to the ground and sends Naruto a stern glare. No, it isn't strong enough just to call it stern. If looks could kill, Naruto would have been about 26 feet under by now. Naruto sends him a playful smirk and then sticks out his tongue and pulls down on his eye, taunting the lazy Nara. The Nara soon stood up to face his opponent. Naruto wasn't sure how to feel about Shikamaru's match. On the one hand, he really didn't think Shikamaru would fight his hardest. But this was something else. He had her. He could have one. If he just wasn't such a lazy ass. Shikamaru walks back to the waiting lounge before Temari and starts to stand near the railing away from everyone else. You fing lazy butt? Naruto says as he jumps onto the boy's back and punches him lightly in the ribs. Not strong enough to hurt, obviously. You are so troublesome, you know that, right? Shikamaru says as he shakes the loud blonde off him. They continued to bicker good-heartedly for a few seconds. They didn't notice the chilling glare Gaara was sending Naruto. In his little notebook, the Hokage also wrote down his thoughts on the match. Sasuke still hadn't shown up. Even with the additional time. It was time for his math again. The postponed second match is about to start. Will Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara please come down? Genma says loudly enough for everyone to hear. Gaara appeared in a sand shunshin shortly after Genma called him. It looks like he will not show up, the aged Hokage says to his counterpart. Let's give him a few more minutes, the Kazekage says. Alright, but if he isn't here within 10 minutes, I will have to disqualify him, The Hokage says as he motions his bodyguard to relay the information to Genma. Time ticked on, and Gaara was getting impatient. 9 minutes and 30 seconds, still no sign of Sasuke. 15 seconds left. A sudden swirl of leaves stirs in the center of the arena. 5 seconds left, and 2 figures appear in the center of the swirling leaves. We didn't come too late, did we? The larger of the two asks Genma. Right on time, he answers. Sasuke wasn't wearing his blue shirt with white pants and white forearm warmers. Instead, he was wearing a black one-piece with bandaged forearms and chins. He still had his leaf-high tie-it on his forehead. Looks like we made it just in time, Lee says next to Sakura, Ino and Choji, who had joined them just before Shikamaru's match. Look at him giving us all a bad name, Naruto says as he looks away from his banter session with Shikamaru. The look on his face did not match the words he said. He had missed Sasuke in the month he went away with Kakashi. The second match will start, so will you leave the arena? Genma asks Kakashi, who was the only non-combatant in the arena. Ah, you're right, sorry. He answers as he leaves in another leaf shunshin. He appeared next to Sakura and stood behind them after giving them a friendly wave. The same rules as the prelims: fight until unconscious or dead. My word is the law. I say that you're done. You drop everything that second. Are we clear? Genma confirms the rules with the combatants. Both nods. Good. Begin. Genma says as he brings his hand down. Sasuke starts by activating his Sharingan, and then he runs towards his opponent. He tries to throw a punch towards him but is blocked by Gaara's sand. He clicks his tongue as he jumps back. Gaara suddenly starts holding his head. Sorry, mother. You have waited so long, I'll give you some nice tasting BLD, Gaara mutters to himself just loud enough for Sasuke to hear. Come on. Gaara orders Sasuke. Do you remember what he said yesterday? Shikamaru suddenly asks Naruto. He was quiet enough so that nobody would hear him. At that time, I will kill you all without fail. Just wait, that's what he said, but he didn't do it. It was the perfect opportunity, but he didn't even see us, he explains. Yes, something's up. We should go tell Kakashi-sensei. See if he agrees with your assessment, Naruto says as he grabs Shikamaru and leaf shunshin him towards Sakura and Ino. He had seen them during his match and figured Kakashi would be there. Shikamaru stumbles a bit after coming out of it. He clearly wasn't used to traveling with it. Whilst Naruto and Shikamaru tries to figure out what is going on. Sasuke had begun fighting Gaara again. He had copied Lee's taijutsu and used it to crack Gaara's sand armor. Come, he says to a sitting Gaara. Sasuke gets tired of waiting and runs forward to meet Gaara. He uses the same speed that Lee used to get around Gaara's sand tendrils and hit him straight in the face. He continues to press his offensive and gets a few more punches in. Kakashi-sensei, something is amiss? Naruto says seriously to Kakashi. Kakashi put a finger to his own mouth to silence him. Naruto quieted down. You got good instincts. I believe something is up as well, Kakashi says in a hushed voice. Gaara is beginning to feel tired of getting hit over and over again. So sits down in the middle of the stadium and forms a dense sand sphere around him. Sasuke sees it as him losing his opportunity, runs towards him and tries to throw a punch into a small opening near Gaara's eye. Still, the sphere gets completed before he can hit him. The orb forms spikes, and Sasuke jumps away before getting punctured by one. An eye out of sand forms above the sphere. Sasuke began running towards the sphere again. Finally, he comes in close. Enough to throw a punch, and just as he is about to, sand tendrils shoot out and start to chase him away. Sasuke unclips a band he had around his arms and gets ready to unleash an attack of his own. He jumps up and sits on the wall of the arena using chakra. He goes through some hand seals and grabs his wrist as he holds his hand in front of him. Electricity starts to spark in his hand. It has a very distinct, song-like sound, and he starts to run towards Gaara's sphere again. The wall and ground underneath his jutsu crack. He was running even faster than before. He jumps between the incoming sand tendrils and slams the sphere with all his might. It penetrates the sphere and into Gaara. A painful scream speared through the entire stadium. BLD, my BLDs? It screamed. Sasuke tries to remove his hand from the sphere, but he seems stuck. He activates another Chidori, but he can't seem to get his hand out. He soon gets it out after a lot of pulling. Along with Sasuke's hand, there was something else that also began leaving the sphere. It was long and looked like an arm, but not a limb of a human but some sort of creature made of sand. It made its way back into the sphere slowly. Then, a terrifying roar erupts from the sphere, and it begins to crack. Gaara was standing where the sphere had been. He held on to his bleeding shoulder, looking absolutely furious. Sasuke was looking at his opponent. He couldn't place it, but he looked different than before. Feathers began floating down in front of Naruto's face. He realized it was a genjutsu, formed a ram seal, and screamed, "Kai!" The feathers disappeared. Kakashi and Guy were not far behind. Sakura took a few seconds longer but also managed to dispel the genjutsu. An explosion went off in the Kage booth, and a massive smoke cloud spread all over it. The ANBU stationed all around the arena jumped into the action. Naruto runs down to his sensei and takes a defensive position. "Looks like our bad feeling wasn't wrong," Naruto mutters to himself. Kakashi, Guy, and Naruto stood in the stadium's bleachers back to back, looking at the surrounding shinobi. "What do we do, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asks. The enemy had erected some sort of barrier around the roof. Gaara stood in the center of the arena when his siblings jumped down. After exchanging a few sentences with their sensei, they all took off with Kankuro carrying Gaara after he stumbles. Sasuke jumps after them. "Kuchiyos no Jutsu!" He screams as he slams the ground, and a dog appears. "Nice to meet you," the dog says. Naruto just nods back at him. Sakura, never having seen a talking animal before, was staring bug-eyed at the little dog. "You lay low until you get a chance to run after Gaara and Sasuke. Here, take Pakken. He will lead you to Sasuke. We will take care of these low lives," Kakashi orders his student as he hands over his summon to Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto says as he takes the dog and moves away so Guy and Kakashi can work. Sakura, wake Shikamaru up. "You have an ranked mission. Catch up to Sasuke and stop whatever the Sand siblings have planned. Follow Naruto's orders." He is team leader, Kakashi screams out as he punches an enemy. Naruto used the disturbance in their ranks to sneak away and ran towards Shikamaru. "Get up, you lazy F. Our home is under attack, and you try to pretend to sleep through it," Naruto says as he kicks him HRD on his backside. "You troublesome blonde, I'm up." Shikamaru screams as he rubs his behind. "You and Ino deserve each other," he mumbles to himself. "Did you say something?" Naruto yells at him. Fury in his eyes. "Oh, nothing," was the quick response from Shikamaru. He was standing in salute. "Good, let's go," Naruto orders. Naruto, Sakura and Shikamaru, and Pakken, of course, jump out of the stadium at high speeds. The boy is up ahead. "Let's hurry," Pakken says to the small team. "We got company 8, no 9 people following us," Naruto speaks up suddenly. Pakken smells behind them. "It is true. They are gaining on us fast," he says. "You guys go ahead to your teammate. I'll deal with this lot in an ambush. Even if it is troublesome," Shikamaru says. "No way. You can't go against 9 people alone. Not in your condition." Sakura screams. "Kage main no jutsu was made to be a distraction. I'll handle things here. You just worry about Sasuke and the Sand team," Shikamaru says as he adopts a severe expression. "Naruto, tell him that he can't take on 9 people by himself." Sakura pleads with her teammate. Naruto thinks about it for a second. "Can you take them?" Naruto asks. "I think so," Shikamaru says unsurely. "We will leave this to you. If you don't come out this alive, I'll pee on your grave." "Just so you know," Naruto says in a grave voice. Clearly, he was joking and was just trying to ease his own worry for his friend. "Now that sounds funny," Shikamaru says quietly as he tries to hide his unsurety. Shikamaru left the group. Naruto, Sakura and Pakken were left. Naruto hadn't spoken a word since leaving Shikamaru. All 9 of the trailers have stopped. Did I do the right thing, Sakura?" Naruto asks in a subdued voice. He was beating himself up over it clearly. "We will see when this invasion is over. But I believe you did no matter what anyone else says, I will have your back," Sakura answers. "It means a lot that you said that," Naruto says as he turns towards her and sends her a small smile. If you're done, we need to hurry up to your friends, Pakken says seriously. Right, lead the way, Pakken, Naruto says as they speed up more. Sasuke moved through the forests at high speed. He soon caught up with Gaara and his siblings. We need to shake him off before Gaara realizes his demon, Temari says to her brother. I'll take care of him. Go. Temari screams at her brother, and he takes off. Sasuke scoffs. Temari and Sasuke start to fight, with Sasuke overpowering her after a few seconds of sparring. He jumps away from a beaten Temari. Naruto, Sakura and Pakken were speeding through the forest, and they heard a big explosion go off slightly ahead of them. Sasuke, you better be okay when we catch up, Naruto says as he speeds up even more. Sakura and Pakken up their own speeds to keep up. There is a new smell ahead. Not sure if he is friend or foe, Pakken says to Team 7. Naruto scoffs and tries to speed up even more. Sasuke catches up to Kankuro and Gaara again with Temari right behind him. Sasuke lands on the branch ahead of the Sand siblings. I assumed you'd been creamed by him, Kankuro says to his sister. So you are okay? He asks her. Yeah, somehow, she answers. But it didn't turn out to be much of a delay, she adds. No, it's necessary for Gaara's recovery. Besides, it'll lead to his consumption of chakra, Kankuro counters. Sasuke just smiles at them. Take Gaara. I'll deal with him this time, Kankuro orders his sister. You are more tired than I am. He is also tired, it will be easy, he adds with a cocky smirk. Temari nods at her brother and leaves. Sasuke gets ready for another fight when a new presence lands on a branch behind them. I'll deal with him, you can take care of Gaara, he says. Shino, how did you find me? Sasuke asks. I placed a female bug on you. It releases a faint smell only the male of its species can pick up on. Now go ahead, I have unfinished business with him, Shino explains, and Sasuke nods and jumps after Temari and Gaara. Sasuke is on the move again along with two other people. The Maestro scent has stopped with one other. I assume. They're fighting, Pakken updates his companions. We are getting closer, he adds. Naruto looks forward and nods. Let's speed up, he orders. I can't go any faster, Sakura pants. We need to catch up with Sasuke, Naruto counters. Naruto-can, you need to calm down. Sasuke will be fine. You need to focus on your present teammate more, Pakken chides. You're right. Sorry, Sakura. I'm just worried for Sasuke, Naruto apologizes to Sakura. It's okay. I get you, I'm also worried, Sakura says. Let's continue at our current pace, she adds with a small smile. Naruto and his companions finally caught up to Sasuke and his prey. A devastating battle had taken place. Fallen trees lay spread all over. Half of Gaara's body had morphed into something monstrous. Sasuke was on all fours. His weird markings all over his body. He was writhing in pain. Looks like you bit off more than you can chew, Sasuke, Naruto says in a stern voice. Stay out of this, he gets out between pained pants. Naruto jumps and lands next to him. Sakura, I need you to take care of Sasuke, Naruto says as he places a hand on Sasuke's forehead. You did well, Sasuke. Rest up, I'll take it from here, Naruto says with a kind smile and activates a healing jutsu in his hands. Sasuke faints shortly after seeing that smile. The markings disappeared from him as soon as he lost consciousness. It seems like it responds to his chakra. Sakura jumps down to catch him before he hits the ground. Take Sasuke and Pakken out of here, Naruto says seriously as he turns towards Gaara. I'm going to go all out. You will get in my way, he says in the same tone. Sakura gulps and jumps away, carrying Sasuke and Pakken on her head. I would recommend you leave as well. But I don't care if you get caught in the crossfire, Naruto says as he shifts his eyes towards Temari. Temari stiffens at the cold eyes. I can't leave my brother here alone with you, she screams back after gathering herself. I admire your loyalty towards him. I wonder if he will appreciate it as much as he should in this state, Naruto says as he turns his gaze towards Gaara. Gaara lets out a deafening roar as if to prove his point. Temari tenses up and hides behind a tree a fair bit away from her brother. Gaara was getting impatient. Someone had just come in and taken away his prey. He was going to pay for that. The sand half his body shot out towards the blonde boy. It missed and severed the branch where he had stood. He looked vaguely familiar, but that didn't matter. He was going to die. He pulled back the sand half again and shot it back towards him again. The boy dodged easily again. It crashed into another branch. Naruto was thinking of ways to end this quickly. Gaara's appearance only made sense if he was a Jinchuriki. That would be trouble, especially if he merges with the Bijou as it seemed he was doing. Naruto had never used his own Bijou's power. Now was not the time to experiment. Then, as he thinks, another sand hand comes crashing towards him. He jumps over to a new branch, and the sand hand crashes into the branch he had been standing on. Naruto puts his hands in a snake seal. Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Naruto screams. New branches began sprouting from the trees around Naruto. They shot out and tried to tie themselves around a thrashing Gaara. He manages to smash a few into smithereens. But soon, one ties itself around his untransformed hand and pulls him off balance, and soon 3 more ties themselves around his transformed arm. He tries to pull himself out. But all of his attempts were for naught, and the trees held fast. Prove my excitance. Senju Naruto. Gaara screams as he whacks his head into a tree that had sprouted to keep his neck in place. He knocks himself out. Naruto looks on in shock. Why would he knock himself like that? It made no sense. Gaara's other half begins to change, shattering the trees that held him in place like glass. A giant sand raccoon soon took his place. Finally, I'm free. It screams out as it laughs. Naruto doesn't know what to do. Here was a released Bijou. Way worse than just a Jinchuriki. Sasuke begins to stir. He is lying down outside, he realizes. He looks around and finds Sakura holding him and a small dog sitting near him, looking towards something. A loud laugh interrupted his orientation. He shots his gaze towards it. He sees a giant sand raccoon and Naruto standing up to it. He tries to get up to help his teammate, but the exhaustion gets to him, and he can't get up. You better not die on me, Naruto. He thinks. Naruto flashes through the hand signs. He needed some size to compete with something like that. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto screams as he slams his hand down on the branch he is standing on. A giant poof of smoke erupts, and a rusty red toad appears. It was the size of the Bijou in front of it. It was wearing a blue happy with white accents. It had a large sword on his back. Jiryakuso. You can't just drop me in front of a Bijou like your DMN student. He screams out. Naruto, who was standing on his head, grew a tick mark. That was his father, damn it. You stinky toad. Naruto stomps on his head. Gaki. Just tell where Jiraiya is so I can lay into him a bit. He says back at Naruto in his deep voice. I was the one who summoned you, you stupid toad. Didn't that geezer frog tell you about me? I am your new summoner. Naruto screams as he stomps around on his head. Ha! A gaki like you summoning Fukusakusama. Don't lie. The toad laughs at him. At least help me fight this guy, then we can sort out this. Naruto says in an expiration. Just like your father, you hear that, brat? You are just like your father, the toad says. You know that is a compliment, right? Naruto says as he sweat drops. Fine, I'll help you with this, then we can sort this mess out. The name's Gamabunta, by the way, the now named Gamabunta introduces himself. The Bijou had been shooting wind bullets in random directions while Naruto and Gamabunta talked. Naruto and Gamabunta were now facing down the raccoon together. Any idea how to deal with a Bijou? Naruto asks his partner. You need to wake up the host. You see him, right? He is there on the forehead, Gamabunta says as he points his large hand. The raccoon roars. I will not let you seal me back into him. He screams as he readies an air bullet to shoot at the giant toad. He fires it, and Gamabunta jumps over it. While in the middle of the air, the one-tail shoots another air bullet after him, seemingly hitting his target. Naruto! Sakura and Sasuke scream at the same time. Naruto and Gamabunta fell to the ground. Gamabunta stands up pretty quickly. DMN, that hurt? He says. I can't be hit with that many of those, kid. We need a strategy, he adds. What do you have in mind? Naruto says. Henge into something with claws while I sync my chakra with yours. It will give you more chakra, And you can make a bigger transformation, he says. Alright, here goes nothing, Naruto says as he focuses with his hands in ram sign. Henge. He screams out, and a new poof of smoke erupts around Naruto and Gamabunta. Out of the smoke comes a giant orange nine-tailed fox. The fox grabs onto the raccoon, and Naruto jumps over to the raccoon's head. Naruto smacks Gaara in the head. He wakes up. The raccoon screams before it is sucked into Gaara's form again. Gamabunta nods towards Naruto before dispelling. Naruto limps over to the barely conscious Gaara. I know what it is like to be alone, Naruto says as he sits down next to Gaara. Naruto's previous hardened expression was gone. Instead, he looked melancholic. It is paralyzing and terrifying, he adds. You don't have to be alone, Naruto says as he reaches out a hand towards him. You have family who is willing to be there for you, Naruto says as he looks towards a hiding Temari. She jumps forwards and grabs her brother. Thank you for not killing him, she says to Naruto as she jumps away. Naruto finally lets himself fall to the ground and falls unconscious. Heavy clouds were forming over Konoha. Naruto was just starting to stir after his unconsciousness from his fight with Gaara. He opens his eyes and looks out of the window. He sees the heavy clouds and gets a bad feeling. Kakashi, who sat beside him, was reading his book. He sees Naruto move and looks over at the boy. Naruto, you awake? Kakashi asks in a soft tone. Yeah, I guess we won, Naruto says as he turns toward his teacher. He only got a hurt look in response. I guess you can say we won, but Sendaima-sama passed away during the attack? Kakashi's only visible eye lowers out from Naruto's view. I see, are Sasuke and Shikamaru okay? Naruto asks in a monotone voice. They are fine and so is Shino, Kakashi says. Shino? Naruto asks Kakashi. He followed Sasuke into the forest and fought Kankuro and won, Kakashi explains as he looks out the window. I see, Naruto says as he looks out the window as well. The funeral is in 2 days, Kakashi says as he slaps his legs and stands up. I'll see you around, Naruto, Kakashi says as he leaves the room and closes the door behind him. Naruto finally lets himself crack up. He realizes a small sob. But why did he have to die? Kakashi, who stood just outside the door, was relieved Naruto was letting his feelings out. 2 days passes without much fanfare. Konoha had managed to defeat both Oto and Suna soundly. The war ended on the same day it started. Suna had even crawled back with its tail between its legs and asked for their alliance to be reinstated. Konoha had delayed answering until they could get a new Hokage sworn in. It appears as if Orochimaru had killed the Kazekage and tricked Suna into an unwinnable war. It was common knowledge that Suna had returned for their alliance for most ninjas within Konoha. Naruto had overheard 2 jonin discussing the situation. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 walked toward the funeral in silence. Sendaima-sama had touched each of their lives in differing amounts. But he had always been there. They all wore the same black mourning clothing, traditional during funerals. The village now felt a lot more empty without his guiding hand. Seemingly the entire village had taken the day to mourn their fallen leader. Naruto wondered if it was the same when his parents died. He dropped the train of thought as soon as it came, though no reason to dwell over that now. The heavens finally let the tears it had been saving up since his passing fall. Naruto heard Konohamaru's soft crying. He looks down at the 80-year-old. He must be in just as much agony as Naruto himself is. He puts a hand on his head. Konohamaru looks up towards the hand. Naruto sends him a small smile. He pulls the younger boy into a side hug. Naruto, wait a second, a gruff voice asks Naruto as he is about to leave with everyone else. Naruto stops and turns around. A middle-aged man met his sight. He was tall and had a beard and sideburns that connected his hair with his beard. A light cigarette was in his mouth. Sensei, I'm sorry for your loss, Naruto says as he walks up to the man and bows. Thank you, although I believe I should say the same to you. He always said good things about you. You must have been close, Asuma says as he places one of his large hands on his head. I wasn't very close to my father, but I am here if you need to talk to someone, Asuma says with a kind smile. You did a good job leading your first squad, he says after a few seconds of silence, face more neutral. Naruto winces when he thinks of leaving Shikamaru like that. Though I would prefer if you didn't let one of my students take on a suicide move like that in the future. I may not be able to help them next time, he adds with a cheeky smile. I'll keep it in mind both of the things you said. Thank you for saving my friend. You should speak with Konohamaru. He needs it more than I do at the moment. Goodbye, Asuma-sensei. Naruto says his farewell as he turns around and walks away. Don't worry about it and I will. See you around, kid, Asuma says back. What a good kid, Asuma thinks as he turns towards Kurenai, who had been waiting for him to finish his talk with Naruto. A few days pass, and Naruto sits on the third stone head. One leg swaying over the cliff while the other is underneath his chin. He had foregone his usual sitting place on the fourth's head to honor his fallen grandfather. He had done some training during these days, but his heart was not in it and was relatively unfruitful. Jiraiya was looking for his newest student. He had heard rumors that Naruto usually sat upon the stone heads. He had gotten the orders to find Tsunade to become the Godame from the elders since he refused to take the position himself. He found Naruto exactly where he was told he was going to be. How are you holding up, kid? Jiraiya says as he sits down next to Naruto on the head. I've been better, Naruto says. No progress with the jutsu I showed you before the exams? Jiraiya asks. No, haven't exactly been able to focus on my training, Naruto says. Good, you need to get out of the village for a while, and I have a mission for us to take, Jiraiya says as he stands up. Naruto raises an eyebrow at the proposition. We're finding Senju Tsunade to become the Godame, huh? Naruto says as he stands up himself. You are just as frightening as your father, you know that? Jiraiya asks. Only suitable choice if you didn't want to take the job. Since you said we were going out of the village, it was the only option left, Naruto says as he stretches out the kinks in his back. Do we leave right away? Naruto asks as he walks toward his home. Yeah, pack your things. We will meet in an hour at the east gate. Jiraiya screams to his retreating form. Naruto throws a thumbs up without looking back. Naruto is standing, ready to go with equipment to last him a few weeks. Tsunade wasn't just strong to find. It was impossible for anyone, excluding Jiraiya, of course. He was a few minutes early. Something he surprised even himself with. He was sure training under Kakashi would beat out any semblance of punctuality in him. He sits down and takes out a book. Fuinjutsu for Beginners. Written by his father. Even if she was a Senju, his mother was raised as an Uzumaki. His father was also an accomplished seal emissary. He decided to take up the art as a tribute to them. Ho-ho Fuinjutsu? Jiraiya says as he looks over his young student's shoulder. Figured it would be a good tribute to my parents since I carry neither of their surnames, Naruto says, unbothered by Jiraiya's presence. That is good, I'm a pretty accomplished seal master myself. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask them, Jiraiya says as he walks down the road. Naruto looks for a suitable place to end his study, closes the book, and runs up to the man. There is this thing I don't quite understand, Naruto starts to ask, and Jiraiya gets a hit off nostalgia and a sad smile forms on his lips. Have you been able to pop a water balloon yet? Jiraiya asks. I already told you no. I haven't, Naruto says as he sighs in exasperation. Come here for a second, Jiraiya says as he makes a come here gesture with his hand. Naruto jogs up to the man, who squats down to meet Naruto at his eye level. I get that it is about rotation, but I can't seem to be able to pop it, Naruto says as he looks into his eyes. Which way do you spin your chakra in? Jiraiya asks. Left, I guess. Why does that matter, Arrow Sanin? Jiraiya's face falls. Really, what is up with that nickname, she says. What, I think it suit you perfectly, Naruto says with a teasing smile. Anyway, your chakra spins right, that is why you haven't been able to pop the balloon yet. Try again but spin it right this time, Jiraiya says. Naruto holds the balloon in his hand. Then, he begins to spin his chakra in his hand, to the right this time. The balloon starts to deform and contort and soon pops in an impressive explosion. Good, Jiraiya exclaims. Now, do that with this RBB ball, Jiraiya says as he throws a strong RBB ball toward Naruto. You need it to have a proper pop, you know? Jiraiya says. Here, let me show you, he says as he pulls another ball from his bag and then makes it explode. Naruto nods and tries to blow up the ball. The next few days were filled with Naruto trying to explode the ball and walking all over the land of fire to find Tsunade. Naruto has been able to deform the ball slightly but nowhere near enough to make it explode. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was pleased with his progress. Proud even. Naruto was looking more and more like his father. Naruto was taking a break at a riverbank. He was sitting and looking out over the river. He seemed so calm at that moment. Jiraiya was unsure if he wanted to interrupt him. So he steels his nerves, walks up, and sits down with his back to Naruto's. Something on your mind? Jiraiya asks his student. Just remembering the GG, Naruto answers somberly. Thought you might be thinking about that, Jiraiya answers. You know, he was my sensei back in the day. He made us take the bell test on the first day. I got tricked by some obvious traps and I ended up being tied to the poles, Jiraiya says with a wistful smile. Naruto soon got a smile of his own when he listened to his sensei talk about his GG. If Naruto was willing to give Jiraiya anything, he could tell a good story. Naruto felt something wet running down his cheek after a few more minutes of Jiraiya's tales. He then realized he had begun to cry. Naruto sobs quietly. Jiraiya felt the sobs on his back, but didn't move a muscle. He was a great man, Jiraiya says to end his little stories. Yeah, he was, Naruto adds when he gets his crying under control. You know, I always thought it was good to cry. I show that we are still human, Jiraiya says to his student. They took an early night that day. Naruto and Jiraiya moved into a new town. They had traveled for a few hours that day. They weaved through the streets without any trouble. How about we call it a day at one of these inns? Jiraiya asks. We just took a short day yesterday, Naruto complains. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in a bed for once? We should take these opportunities when they present themselves, Jiraiya scolds his student. Great Imstar Jiraiya, Naruto says sarcastically. Hey, that is the amount of respect I deserve, you know. Jiraiya attacks the tone in his voice. Naruto just waves off his annoyance and moves to find an inn. They soon find one, and just as they are checking in comes a appealing girl that winks and pulls her hair back for Jiraiya. Naruto, sensing where this is going, just holds out his hands and sighs. Smart boy, I'll be back in a jiffy. Don't leave the room. Focus on popping that RBB ball. Jiraiya says as he has hearts in his eyes and almost jumps into the girl's hands. Naruto sits in his room. A RBB ball in his hands. He couldn't understand how much power you needed to explode the ball. He hears a knock on the door. Did she already dump you? Talk about fast, Naruto mutters to himself as he walks over to the door. The person at the door knocks again. Yeah, I'm coming. Relax, Naruto says as he opens the door. It wasn't Jiraiya who was standing in his doorway. It was a shorter man with a big black cloak with red clouds. It had red accents. Naruto looks up toward the person's face and is shocked to see a mature Sharingan staring back down at him. He looked remarkably similar to Sasuke. Really, who'd believe a kid like you to have the nine-tailed fox in him? Another voice says as he walks past his partner. He was tall. Almost as tall as Jiraiya, if not taller. He had the same cloak and a sword strapped to his back. But what took Naruto's attention the most was his light blue skin tone. His hair was navy blue. Sheet. Right now. Naruto thinks as he jumps away from the door. He puts his hands in a snake's seal ton, Jukai Koten. He screams in his head. Trees began sprouting around him. Mokuton, this is going to be fun. The taller of the two says as he pulls his sword off his back. He pulls it out in front of himself and grabs onto the handle with both hands. The trees begin to charge toward the intruders. The black-haired man easily evades the incoming trees while the other swings his sword wildly to cut himself out of the interweaving trees. Naruto's trees didn't stop just because he missed his targets but crashed into the wall on the other side of the corridor and out to the streets. He heard shocked screams coming from outside. Good, that should alert Jiraiya. Naruto thinks. This doesn't have to be violent. Just come with us. Naruto-kun, the black-haired man says in a monotone voice. A little late for that, don't you think? Naruto counters as he takes the small hole between the two that had opened while dodging his trees. Then he runs down to the end of the corridor. A new figure appears in the hall. He was about as tall as Naruto. What are you doing here, Sasuke? Naruto asks in disbelief. although he only seemed to have eyes for the black-haired man. Itachi! He screams. It has been a long time, Sasuke, the man says to him. Uchiha Itachi. I will kill you. Sasuke says, hate evident in his voice. It is just as you said. I held a grudge against you and hated you. For the singular purpose of killing you. Sasuke screams. He powers a Chidori in his left hand and runs toward his brother. The wall cracks under the power of the Chidori. Die. He screams as the trademarked chirping of the Chidori intensifies. Itachi catches his hand with ease. You are in the way, Itachi says as he breaks Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke lets out a pained roar. Itachi throws him to the wall. Naruto weaves through the hand signs with practiced ease. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto screams out as he slams his hand down on the ground. A small orange toad appeared in a poof of smoke. Gamakichi here? He says as he materializes. I need you to find Jiraiya. I'm in a bit of a pickle. Naruto orders the frog. Right on. But you will owe me snacks after this is done. Gamakichi says as he disappears in another poof of smoke. The blue-haired ninja jumps toward Naruto and swings his sword. But a poof of smoke interrupts him, and a frog with armor blocks the swing. You guys just don't know me much, do you? A familiar voice says. Naruto lets out a sigh of relief. This man Jiraiya does not fall victim to any woman's allurement, but rather his forte is winning women's affection. He says seriously, I'm not made to blindly follow after a woman's feminine charm. When you get to my level, women yelp with delight at my sex appeal. He says as he puts out his hand in his trademarked pose. Gamakichi sat on one of his shoulders. The other had the girl, who had been flirting with him, slung over it. Gamakichi greets Naruto, and Naruto nods back. You're late, Naruto says to his teacher in a disappointed voice. I know, sorry about that, Jiraiya says as he scratches the back of his head. You are strong, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the swordsman says. So you know who I am and you still picked a fight with my student Jiraiya muses. Seems like you released the genjutsu that we put on that woman, the swordsman says. Jiraiya hardens his gaze at him. He outs down the woman, and Gamakichi disappears with a poof as he waves to Naruto. You shouldn't call yourself a man for using such a cowardly tactic like casting a genjutsu on the woman with your hypnotic eyes to separate me and Naruto, Jiraiya says. I see you were the one who told Kakashi of our goal, no wonder he knew, Itachi says. To abduct Naruto is the #1 priority placed by our organization. The Akatsuki. He explains. The frog that blocked the swordsman's strike disappears. I can't let you have Naruto, Jiraiya says. I wonder about that, Itachi counters. This is perfect, I'll get rid of you too right here. Jiraiya says as he readies himself for a fight. Don't butt in. Sasuke says as he stands up. The one that's going to kill him is me, he says between labored breaths. Right now, I have no interest in you, Itachi shots him down. Sasuke screams and tries to attack, but Itachi kicks him in the stomach, and he flies to the end of the hall. Itachi dashes forward and beats him up some more. He then grabs Sasuke's throat. You're weak, you don't have enough hate, foolish little brother, Itachi says as he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami, he says as he looks into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke screams, then fall into a heap and faints. He sure hasn't changed using Tsukuyami on his own brother, the swordsman says. The hallway turns pink. Ninpo, Gamaguchi Shirbari, Jiraiya says, and Sasuke fades into the wall. The swordsman notices that he is also sinking into the floor. How unfortunate, Itachi, Kisame. You guys are already inside my stomach. Jiraiya taunts the two ninjas. You guys are wanted criminals, anyway. I'll turn you guys into fodder for the stone toad, he adds. We are leaving, Kisame, Itachi says. Kisame shakes off the intendants of the toad from his sword and feet. There hasn't been one person who has been able to escape from this. Jiraiya says as he intensifies the jutsu. The walls begin to close in on themselves. And Itachi and Kisame run as fast as they can to avoid it. Tongue-like tendrils shot out from the walls, but Kisame cut them off. Again, they ran as fast as they could. They soon were able to leave the stomach through a hole made by Itachi's Amaterasu. Jiraiya runs towards the hole and examines the black fire. Naruto walks up behind him. Don't go any closer, Jiraiya says as a warning. Naruto stops. Jiraiya rolls out a scroll and begins to write up a seal. All right, he says when he is done. Fuinjutsu, Fukahoin, he says after he is done weaving some hand seals. He slams his hand behind his scroll, and chakra flows out of the paper onto the black flames. Soon it returns to the scroll, adding a kanji to it. All right, it'll be okay for now, Jiraiya proclaims as he recalls the pink flesh coating the corridor. Sasuke? Naruto says as he remembers his friend. He had a blank look on his face. Naruto immediately began healing the physical damage. He wasn't brave enough to touch the mental side of his injuries. A kunai comes flying through the entire hallway, and both Jiraiya and Naruto look strangely at it. Dynamic entry. A boisterous voice screams out as he kicks Jiraiya in the face. Well, I'm sorry I hit you, Jiraiya-sama. I didn't look who was standing near Sasuke. Guy apologizes for kicking Jiraiya in the face. Meanwhile, Naruto is struggling to keep a straight face. Guy laughs awkwardly. It doesn't matter. More importantly, Sasuke needs to be taken back to the village. He needs medical attention, Jiraiya says seriously. Leave that to me. Although it seems Naruto was doing some Irian ninjutsu before, Guy says as boisterously as he usually does. Oh, I can treat the physical stuff. Itachi did some sort of genjutsu on him. I don't have enough experience to go around poking in people's heads yet, Naruto says as he shakes his head and walks up and stands next to Jiraiya. All right, leave him to me. Guy screams as he points to himself with his thumb. Then he picks Sasuke up and disappears as fast as he appears. All the more reason to find Tsunadeheim. I believe she is the only one capable of healing your friend, Jiraiya says as he begins to walk out of the village. No use in staying here tonight. Naruto runs up to catch up with his teacher. Jiraiya and Naruto walk down the country road. When were you going to tell me ranked criminals were after me? Naruto suddenly asks after an extended bout of silence. Probably a few months after we were done here, Jiraiya says. I see, what would anyone want to do with that thing anyways, Naruto says as he rubs his stomach. That I don't know yet, Jiraiya answers truthfully. They continued to walk down the street in silence again. I need to get stronger, Naruto says a few paces later and pulls out the RBB ball. They are walking when Naruto suddenly stops. He says as the ball explodes in his hand. It was a real bang. Jiraiya nearly fell when he heard it. How is this kid so fast? It took me nearly 6 months to do that. Jiraiya thinks angrily to himself. Now what? Naruto asks. Now you need to put both the rotation and power into this balloon without popping it, Jiraiya says. He blows up a new balloon and forms the jutsu in the balloon. Like this. He shows. Naruto sweat drops. Was he supposed to see what he was doing? I can't see anything, Naruto says. Good, that means it works. Here, let me show you in my other hand, he says as he forms a blue ball in his hand. Why didn't you tell me we were training for the Rasengan? Naruto says as he almost feels a little teary-eyed. Would you have been able to concentrate if I did? Jiraiya asks in return. I don't know, Naruto says. Now get to it, Jiraiya says as he shoos him away. Naruto is focusing on his balloon. Jiraiya was looking over him. Then the balloon pops and he lets out a frustrated cry. Jiraiya threw him another balloon. He starts focusing on it again. Why isn't the rotation and power enough? Naruto asks as the balloon pops. I'll show you, Jiraiya says as he stands up. Here is without focusing it, he says as he slams his hand into a tree. Neat carvings and spirals appeared on the tree, but it stood fast. Here is when you concentrate it, Jiraiya says as he slams his hand into another tree, and it falls with a hole in its trunk the size of his Rasengan. I see, more concentration equals more power, but did you really have to destroy those poor trees? Naruto says as he cries animatedly over the fallen tree. Right, sorry, forgot about you, connection to them, Jiraiya says as he scratches the back of his head. Naruto used Mokuton Kekkei to regrow a new tree in the place of the old one. He sat down to continue with the balloon. Naruto and Jiraiya are walking into a new town. In Naruto's hand is a regular balloon. It soon pops. Damn it! Naruto screams. You will get there. Don't need to rush, Jiraiya says to his impatient student. It is just frustrating not to get it right, Naruto moans. Tell me about it, you are still a lot faster than me, Jiraiya says happily. She should be around here somewhere, Jiraiya says as he looks around the gambling houses. Let's check inside if they have seen Tsunade around, Jiraiya says as he points toward one of the houses. Why are we checking these houses? Naruto says as he catches up to Jiraiya. Haven't you heard, Jiraiya says as he opens the door. She is called the legendary sucker, Jiraiya says as he walks into the house. Are we sure we want her as our Hokage? Naruto asks as he sighs. Jiraiya just laughs at the expression on Naruto's face. The dealer had seen her. She had gone through these houses a few days ago. She lost a lot of money, then dipped. However, he had not seen or heard where she was heading. Naruto and Jiraiya are standing outside the house, thinking of the next move. I say we go to Tanzakugai, Jiraiya says after contemplating after a few minutes. Why? Naruto asks exhaustedly. Feel like visiting the historical ground, Jiraiya says seriously. Fine. Whatever. Have you fun? Naruto says as he storms off. Teenagers, Jiraiya sighs in exasperation. He takes off after his grumpy student. Naruto and Jiraiya are on the road again. At least they have a destination now. They were nearing Tanzakugai. Naruto gets a bad feeling as soon as they step into the town. Orochimaru is here, he warns Jiraiya. Here. Jiraiya asks. Did I stutter? Naruto asks in return. His playful persona is gone. Over there. With a chakra that feels eerily familiar. And another huge chakra source, with a smaller one next to it, Naruto says as he points towards an empty section of land. Let's hurry. Jiraiya says as he jumps ahead. Yeah. Naruto answers as he follows. Orochimaru just got away, I can't feel him anymore. The familiar chakra is also gone, Naruto reports after running for a few minutes. Teeth slippery BSRD. Jiraiya swears. Tell me about it, Naruto sighs. They speed ahead to at least see who that large center of chakra is. Finally, they get to what looks like a battleground. A ruin in ruins, a wall crumbled, and the ground cracked around several places. Yeah, looks like a battleground Tsunadheim and Orochimaru would leave behind, Jiraiya says as he whistles. She must be strong, Naruto comments. Stronger than you are thinking, Jiraiya says. Let's hurry up and catch up with her, Jiraiya says after checking the battleground for a few minutes. They jump away into the village again. They look around for a few hours, then decide to eat dinner at an izakaya. Are you sure there is stuff I can eat? Naruto asks. I'm sure. I'm sure. Let's go. Jiraiya leads him in. There, in a corner booth, sat a seemingly young lady. She had two long loose ponytails going down each shoulder. A gray kimono-like blouse covered her impressive figure, and she had almond-colored eyes. All in all, she was probably the prettiest girl Naruto had ever seen. Something inside him did not agree with that statement, but he pressed on either way. Tsunade. Jiraiya screams out in shock. Jiraiya. She screams out just as shocked. He just called his own aunt pretty. Also, there is no way she is as old as Ero Sennin. Naruto looks in between his teacher and aunt repeatedly. A shocked expression on his face. Jiraiya and Naruto move to sit down next to Tsunade and another girl with her. This is Katu Shizun. She is my apprentice. I'm sure you know her uncle, right, Jiraiya? Tsunade drunkenly slurs. This is Naruto, Jiraiya says uncomfortably. No last name. Tsunade slurs toward the younger man. Senju. Senju Naruto. Naruto confirms. Naruto sees the drunkenness leaving the woman's face. Nice to meet you, Obasan, Naruto says as he gives her a short bow. Way too shallow for someone of Tsunade's stature in the village. Shizun gulps. Tsunade leans her head down. Her hair is now covering her face. She reaches out her arm and grabs Naruto's collar. Who do you think you are using that name? She screams in his face. To an average person, this would have been terrifying. A legendary Sannin, screaming in your face angrily. But Naruto played it cool. No visible reaction from his side. I am the great-great-grandson of the Shodai Hokage on my mother's side, Naruto says seriously. Tsunade looks towards Jiraiya, who nods. Tsunade lets go of Naruto's collar, and he falls to the bench. Tell me what you want so I can get this brat out off my face, Tsunade says. I already met enough ghosts from my past today, she adds. So you did run into Orochimaru, Jiraiya says. Yeah, how did you know? Tsunade asks, raising a suspicious eyebrow. Oh, Naruto is a pretty good sensor. He was able to sense the four of you as soon as he stepped into the village, Jiraiya boasts. Whatever, Tsunade says as she looks away from Naruto and pouts. What did Orochimaru want? Jiraiya asks to change the subject. Nothing, it was just a greeting, Tsunade answers as she sends a pointed glare toward her apprentice. Really? He doesn't seem like the type to drop by for a friendly chat, Naruto comments as he puts his hands behind his head. And that is after you have known him for many years of close-knit relations, Tsunade says sarcastically. No, but I did fight him, Naruto counters. And you lived to tell the tale. That is impressive, Tsunade says in the same sarcastic voice. Don't bully the boy, Tsunadeheim, Jiraiya chides her. From what I heard, he put up quite the fight against him, he adds. What do you want, Jiraiya? Tsunade says after a few tense moments of silence. Both Naruto and Tsunade had been staring each other down throughout the entire stretch. As she finally turns her attention toward Jiraiya, Naruto does a small victory dance in his head. He had just won a staring contest with a Sannin. The Sandaime is dead. The elders want you to become Hokage. Jiraiya offers no resistance to her interrogation. I know. Orochimaru told me he did it. But I refuse, she simply says. Naruto sighs. Of course, she was going to be difficult about this. That position is for stupid people who want death, she says with a shrug. Just because you are afraid of taking just a little bit of responsibility for your own life, Naruto says with a scoff. You with the fake name. Shut up. Tsunade retort as she slams her fist into the table. Let's take this outside and I'll show you how real it is. Naruto says as he slams his own fist down on the table. Tsunade, please calm down, Shizen asks her sensei. Naruto, I hope you know what you're doing. Jiraiya's warning gaze almost sent shivers down Naruto's spine. I'm not going to take an insult on my great-great-grandfather's, granduncle and father's name. Naruto says back just loud enough for everyone to hear. At least they believed in something, Naruto says as he heads out. The rest of the group was not far after him. I will do the thing, Naruto announces to Jiraiya. Okay, you have already used it in public. I don't see a reason to hide it anymore, Jiraiya answers. One finger is all I need to beat an upstart genin like you. Now come on then, boy, Tsunade taunts from a few meters away as she raises her index finger and a cocky smirk. Alright, your funeral, Naruto says as he stretches out his arms. Start. Jiraiya screams out, and Naruto immediately takes a sturdy stance. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. That kid seemed like the kind of guy to rush into things without thinking. Naruto places his hands in a snake seal. Mokuton, Jukai Koten. Naruto says with a smirk. Tsunade and Shizen almost fell as trees sprouted around Naruto's feet. They soon extended and shot toward Tsunade, and she easily avoided them. But Naruto had only planned for them to be a distraction and snuck in between the trees. Rasengan. He screams as he forms the blue ball in his hand. It was wobbly and not at all stable. But he was able to keep it together for a few seconds. He stops his hand a few centimeters away from Tsunade's face. She falls to the ground as Naruto dissipates the dense ball in his hand. A genin had outplayed her. Naruto stands in front of her looking down at her shocked expression. The Hokage may be stupid in his love for the village. But don't you dare talk bad about the past Hokages, Naruto says defiantly. And unlike you, I will bear the title of Hokage one day. Because being the Hokage is my dream. Naruto says. Tsunade's eyes widen for a second. Then, she stands up and begins to walk away. That Rasengan of yours looks a little unstable. How about a bet? Tsunade says with her back turned away from Naruto. I'm listening, Naruto answers. In 1 week, if you have that jutsu perfected, I'll come with you and become the Godame Hokage. If not, you and anyone else from Konoha will leave me alone, and I'll take all the money in this wallet, Tsunade offers as she holds up Gamakan. Naruto looks shocked as he feels all over his body to try and find his wallet. When did she steal that? I got lucky, Naruto thinks as he sighs. He then looks toward Jiraiya. He needed permission to make a wager like this. A genin such as himself had no way of enforcing a meeting prohibition even if he was a powerful genin. Jiraiya nods at him. Alright, but be prepared to lose because the village needs a leader until I am ready to take the hat, Naruto says with a cocky smile. Tsunade scoffs and walks away. Shizun ran after her. Naruto walks towards their inn. It is late after all. The next day came, and Naruto was out of the inn as soon as dawn broke. He sits in a lotus position with a balloon in his hand. He is focusing on trying to keep the Rasengan stable. Day in and day out, Naruto sat under a tree of his own and focused. 6 days have passed, and he had managed to make the jutsu stable enough to last for 30 seconds. Finally, he calls it a day. He could feel the exhaustion in his hands. They were shaking slightly. Hopefully, he will get some inspiration in his sleep. It wouldn't have been the first time he figured out a jutsu after sleeping on it for a night or two. He wakes up to heavy banging on the door. He walks over to the door after realizing he had slept in the same clothes he wore the day before. Shizun barges in as soon as Naruto opens the door slightly. Tsunade is making a deal with Orochimaru. She screams at the top of her lungs. Where are they? Naruto demands. But someone was knocking on the window before she could answer. Ero-sennin. Naruto asks himself as he opens the window. That's Tsunade drugging me. Do some of your fancy healing stuff, Naruto. Jiraiya says between labored breaths. I can't heal poisons yet. But that doesn't matter. We need to stop Tsunade. She is making a deal with Orochimaru. Naruto says seriously to Jiraiya. Right, let's go. He says, still panting. Naruto, Jiraiya and Shizun are running toward the meeting place. The two presences I felt last week are over there. Naruto reports. Let's hurry up then. Jiraiya comments. They're moving. Seems like Tsunade is chasing the other two, Naruto updates. They seem to have stopped in a clearing not that far from here. He adds. It didn't take long for the trio to reach the clearing. There was some destruction on the way, but neither seemed to be hurt. There is a third fighter as well. He seems to be the leading force opposing Tsunade at this moment as Orochimaru had bandaged arms. Tsunade sits motionless. Something must have happened to her whilst we weren't here, Naruto thinks as he jumps down and blocks a kunai swing from the third party with his own kunai. Yo, Kabuto, Naruto says to his opponent. I knew you seemed fishy from the moment we met, Naruto comments. He tries to kick Kabuto's ribcage but is blocked. You are out of your league here, Naruto, Kabuto taunts. I am on the same level as Kakashi, Kabuto continues as he throws a kick of his own. Naruto slips underneath. Please, you are Chunin level at best, Naruto taunts with a cocky smile. He jumps away, getting some space in between them. Tsunade-sama. Shizun screams as she runs up to her teacher. Tsunade-bakon, I'll deal with this poser, Naruto says. Don't go getting cocky on me, kid, Jiraiya says, but before he can stop Naruto, Orochimaru screams. Kabuto! Get back here. Orochimaru orders his subordinate. Kabuto jumps away from Naruto and lands next to his MSTR. Orochimaru had untied the bandage on his left hand. Take care of Tsunade, Shizun, Jiraiya orders as he stands next to Naruto, readying for a scrap. He still felt weak from the poison, but he didn't have a choice. Naruto was good for a genin, but he still didn't stand a chance against someone like Orochimaru. Yes, Shizun says. I will take care of Orochimaru. You take care of Kabuto if he leaves his side. You watch over Tsunade, Naruto, Jiraiya orders his pupil. Naruto nods and runs over to Tsunade's side. Jiraiya looks over at his opponent and sees that he is reading a summoning jutsu. He counters with his own, but only Gamakichi comes out. He can't fight against the giant snake Orochimaru was able to summon. Kuchios no jutsu. Jiraiya hears someone yell from behind. Jiraiya soon finds himself standing on Gamabunta's head. Jiraiya, so, why did you summon me to fight these small fries? He asks the man on his head. It was Naruto who summoned you, Jiraiya sighs. That Gaki again. Man, he needs to learn how to summon smaller toads than Fukusakusama or Mean Gamabunta size. You stupid toad, I am right here. Naruto screams up at the toad. Pops, look over there. Gamakichi tries to warn his dad. Naruto jumps off Gamabunta's head and stands guard near Tsunade. Orochimaru leads his snake to attack his bickering opponents. You were meant to hear it, you nutbag. Gamabunta screams back as he stabs the attacking snake. Orochimaru scoffs as the snake he summoned disappears in a giant poof of smoke. Kabuto took the opportunity to attack. He grabs Shizen with his chakra-absorbing hands, making her immobile, and Naruto steps up. Now would be a great time to wake up, Tsunade-kun. Naruto says as he gets ready to fight. Kabuto goes in for an attack and Naruto block with relative ease. Nevertheless, Kabuto continues to press his advantage. Naruto keeps up and blocks every strike coming for him or Tsunade. Will you let me try something? Naruto asks with a smirk when their faces were near each other from a block Naruto did to a punch. Sure, why not, Kabuto says as he throws another punch which is barely dodged by Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto screams as he flows from a dodge into a thrusting motion. He graces Kabuto's arm. It is a lot harder to hit a moving target, Naruto scoffs. Kabuto screams in pain. The Rasengan had torn some of the skin of his arm. Kabuto rolls away from Naruto and applies healing chakra to his arm. It stops bleeding but is probably still very painful. Kabuto grabs a kunai from his pouch and charges toward Naruto. Instead of dodging or blocking, he grabs the kunai and the hand of Kabuto. Now Bakon, I believe I have a bet to win, Naruto says with a smile. Tsunade stares at the shocking scene. Now, this is 100 times easier. Naruto triumphs as Kabuto tries to pull away from Naruto's grip. His hand was bleeding, but it was just a scratch. Rasengan. Naruto screams out as he drives a new Rasengan ball straight into Kabuto's core. Kabuto flies off into a nearby rock. He hits it strong. He falls to the ground, still alive but out of chakra. Naruto takes a knee. That took a lot out of him. Tsunade begins to stand up and run over to him. She grabs his face and looks over his entire body. I'm fine, Bakon. Promise, Naruto says weakly. Good, you better take that hat from me when you're ready, Tsunade says as she hugs him tight. Naruto spits out some BLDH. Stubborn beast, took you this long to finally realize that I shredded the muscles around his heart, Kabuto says weakly. Naruto falls unconscious in his aunt's arms. Oh, you better not die on me. No, I just got some family back. Tsunade cries as she begins CPR and healing the muscles of the young boy. Naruto wakes up in what looks like a sewer. He looks around. He feels a malevolent chakra source further down the hallway. So he begins to walk down the hallway. He comes across a large cage-like structure. He looked into it, it was dark, and the eerie feeling chakra was more prominent inside. He tries to reach into the void. You shouldn't break into other people's houses, you know. A booming voice stops him in his tracks. He flinches a little at the volume and depth. I took care of that nasty injury you got. I wouldn't want you to die before I can get out of here, the voice says as it leans closer to the bars. The first thing Naruto sees is two big red eyes. They were almost glowing with power. Then the rest of the owner of the voice made itself seen. It was a massive orange-eared fox with two big rabbit ears. The eyes were shadowed with black fur. The head leans down, so it is around the level of Naruto's. Thank you for that. I thought I was a goner, Naruto says as he scratches the back of his head. You're interesting, most of you humans don't like to thank us, Bijou. The fox says he enjoyed watching Naruto act from the sound of his voice. Most people don't see you acting so calm, Naruto counters. That is fair. We have been rampaging through the world for hundreds of years, he says. Then why are you so calm now? Naruto asks the obvious question. Your chakra is calming. Probably has to do with your Mokuton. You are probably the only human that will ever see me like this. The combination of a Jinchuriki Mokuton user are excitingly small, the voice explains. So I have this effect on all the Bijus? Naruto asks. Not really. Though you do have the ability to capture us if you train strong enough. You could probably stop a Jinchuriki from fully transforming too. We need to be sealed inside you, like I am, to feel like this, he explains. But I think I understand, Naruto says as he places his hand underneath his chin as if he was thinking. No you don't. I barely do. I feel like I want to kill you, snuggle up to your chakra and be your friend all at the same time, the fox explains in disgust. What's so wrong with being friends? Naruto asks. Bija don't do friends. Hell we are barely friends with each other. Grace Sage knows I hate most of them. Like that annoying one-tail you fought a few months ago, the fox explained. Naruto took a seat as he listened to the fox ramble about the other Biju. He even laughed at some of the stories. Sheet. How long have we been sitting here? Naruto suddenly realizes that he had been here for what felt like hours. Relax kid, it has only been a few minutes outside of the mind space, why am I even comforting you? He says but mumbles the last part to himself. We are in a fight though. I need to help Bakon. How do I get out? Naruto rambles. You are healed now so just think of waking up and you will wake up, the fox says. It was nice meeting you. Though I never got your name. Naruto asks. One step at the time kid, I still don't trust you. Especially with this chakra. Your ancestor did us Biju dirty by handing out us like we were some sort of candy. Very well. See you around I guess, Naruto says as he leaves. It's not like I am going anywhere, the fox mumbles. Naruto opens his heavy eyes. He was on top of a white and blue snail. He reaches out, pets it. It was a summon, he was sure. No animal has this much chakra, nor snail this big. The snail turns its head up and meets Naruto's. Naruto-sama, you're awake. The soft feminine voice was a big contrast to his own summons. Yeah, I'm fine. Where are Tsunade Bakon and Ero Sennin? Naruto asks the slug. A small giggle erupted from the snail. Ah yes, a most apt name for Jiraiya if Tsunadesama's stories are to be believed. They are fighting Manda and Orochimaru over there. She points toward a fight between massive summons. He could see that Tsunade and Jiraiya were winning, and he expected Orochimaru to run away soon. And he did almost as soon as the thought hit him. Tsunade runs back to her nephew. When she sees him sitting up by himself, she sighs in relief. Her newly wrinkled hand caresses his face and checks him for damage. Shizune, standing in between the fight and Naruto in case Kabuto got any bright ideas, checked on Jiraiya. Here, take this, Tsunade says as she takes her necklace and places it around Naruto's neck. This necklace is cursed, I want you to break it. Become Hokage whilst wearing something from our ancestor, she says with a small but serene smile. I don't want to be alone in the world anymore, she quietly says as she kisses his forehead. It was a good thing too. Otherwise, Naruto would have seen her cry. After everyone was well rested, they started walking back towards Konoha. Naruto was running ahead like a 5-year-old. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune could only giggle at the excitement. Hey, Naruto, calm down for a second. I need to ask you something like a proper aunt, Tsunade yells at the hyperactive blonde. He stops and runs back to the rest of the group. What? He asks excitedly. Tsunade giggles at him again. He was fascinated with having a family of his own for the first time. You, being as cute as a button and all, probably have tons of girls lying around, right? She says as she pinches his cheeks. Naruto tries to get away from her grasp, but it is way too sturdy. Like I would tell you even if I did, Naruto says as he finally gets away. Though, he had an apparent blush across his face. Poo-poo-poo. So there is one, she teases with a hand over her mouth and a fake little laugh. Jiraiya was looking at the duo, speechless. He couldn't get that out of Naruto to save his life. Ants are scary, Jiraiya thinks to himself. You are moving in with me in the Senju complex, just so you know, she says as she stops her teasing for a second. Really? Naruto asks, pausing his embarrassment for a second. Real, Tsunade begins to explain but is interrupted by a blonde cannonball to her stomach. He hugs her strong. He even sheds a few tears. Tsunade smiles and puts her hand in his hair. Tsunade soon becks Shizune over. At first, she was reluctant, but she broke when she saw Naruto beck her over, saying they were all going to live together anyway. They all shared a warm hug. Jiraiya was just smiling, watching Tsunade give Naruto what he could not. A stable home. Don't forget that. We are training as soon as we get back. I'm sure there are some scrolls on Mokuton in the complex. Jiraiya says as he walks past the small and weirdly mismatched family. Yada! Naruto screams as he jumps away and starts running, clearly even more excited to get home. Naruto and his companions are nearing Konoha. Naruto was still in the front of the party, bubbling with energy. Oh! I can see the walls from here. Naruto screams back to the rest of his travel buddies. It is good to be back. There is something I never thought I'd say. Tsunade says she had a slight smile on her face. She said it primarily to herself, but Jiraiya heard. He smiled at his pupil. He honestly had an extraordinary ability to pull people towards him. Naruto runs up to the booth at the opening of the gate. Senju, Naruto is back, and I brought presents? He says to the guards. Please, Senju-sama, calm down. The guards sweat drop at the enthusiasm shown. Senju-sama. Naruto asks the guards. Yes, you are of the Senju clan, right? The guard asks back. Yeah, but no one has ever called me Senju-sama before, Naruto comments. What is the holdup? Jiraiya asks as he walks up to Naruto. He called me Senju-sama. I got confused, Naruto says honestly. Why wouldn't he call you that? Tsunade asks as she walks up to them. Tsunade-heim? The guard screams out when he sees who it is. Will you let us in now? Tsunade asks. Of course, the guard lets them in with a bow. Naruto jumps in. Right? You have to see my friend, he got hit by a genjutsu pretty strong. I was able to heal the physical wounds, but I didn't dare touch his head, Naruto says as he rubs the back of his head. Good choice. The head is a fickle thing, Tsunade says as she strokes his head. Also Lee, another friend, got hurt during the Chunin exams. It was bad enough that I didn't want to touch it at all, Naruto says with a lot less enthusiasm. Let's have a look at both. Tsunade picked up on his shift in attitude. Naruto leads Tsunade to the hospital by hand. Something she took great pleasure in extending for as long as possible. He takes her up to Sasuke's room and meets Sakura there. It was clear she had been there almost every day since he got admitted. Oh. Sakura-kun, I brought someone to help Sasuke. He announces loudly. Tsunade giggles at his cheerfulness. Who are you? Sakura asks the mystery woman. Right? Sorry, forgot to introduce you, he says as he scratches his head. This is my aunt, Senju Tsunade, he says and gestures toward Tsunade. And this is Haruno Sakura, she is my female teammate. And Sasuke fangirl extraordinaire, he says as he gestures to Sakura. Sakura blushes and tries to punch Naruto, but he quickly sidesteps the punch to move away. She then tries again but with the same result. Tsunade shakes her head at their bickering. Okay, thank you, Naruto, for the appealing introduction, Tsunade says as she moves closer to the girl. I hope we can get along, she says as she bows slightly at the girl. Sakura, herself, stops her assault on Naruto for a second and processes the name. Senju Tsunade. Like the Sannin. Not like the Sannin. She exclaims in her head. Yes. Right. Absolutely. Sakura spews out in quick succession and bows deeply. Let's see what we have here then. Come on Naruto, I'll show you what to do when treating mental trauma. Tsunade gestures for him to join her. What followed was a helpful lesson on how the mind works and a quick session on healing it. Sasuke woke up not long after they had tended to him and Sakura threw herself at him as soon as he did. Can you take a look at Kakashi-sensei as well? He seems to have gotten hit by the same genjutsu, Sakura says after letting go of Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Since when was he hit? Naruto asks his teammate. Since before Sasuke-kun, Sakura explains. Let's leave the lovebirds, Naruto says as he runs out. Sakura blushes again and screams at Naruto. Tsunade shakes her head, sighs and follows him out. The process was the same when they healed Kakashi. Except he got a light scolding from Tsunade about not getting himself caught in stupid things. Something Naruto found irrationally funny. He was even sniggering openly at him, something the older man found very annoying. Lee was next. Naruto saw that it wouldn't be a nice, calm talk as soon as Tsunade saw Lee. Guy had decided to tag along. You should skip this one, Naruto, Tsunade says before going into an examination room. I'll go with. Lee is my friend and it won't be good news by the look on your face. He will need a friend, Naruto says as he walks into the room. The examination went as well as Naruto had predicted. However, Guy's presence sure didn't help. He was adamant Tsunade was just joking. Like a medic would ever joke about how serious an injury is. Although Naruto wasn't sure how to broach the subject, Lee did need a friend. So instead, he let Lee know that he was available if he wanted any help or someone to talk to. The following days went by with only one incident. Konohamaru had locked himself in the Hokage's office. However, he was fine after some coaxing and a reminder that the village would never forget his grandfather as long as his face sat on the stone monument. Naruto wakes up. It has been 3 days since Tsunade was sworn in as the Godame Hokage. Naruto and Shizune had moved into the Senju complex the same day they all arrived in Konoha. Naruto was loving every second of not living alone. Naruto, time to wake up. Tsunade screams. Except for this part. He groans. Sleeping in was always one of life's greatest pleasures. Naruto, you need to get up. Tsunade says, waiting for Naruto to heed her call. When he didn't, a sinister smile spreads on her face. She sneaks up to Naruto's room. She was as quiet as a cat sneaking on its prey. I said wake up, damn it. She screams as she kicks Naruto off the bed. He crashes into the wall. He screams out. Be ready in 30 minutes. Your Hokage is calling you. She walks out of his room. Naruto sits up on the floor. He looked like he had slept for 10 years straight. He walks around his room and gets ready for whatever Tsunade wants to throw at him. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a mission. He was way too tired to want to do one. He left the complex as soon as he was finished. Naruto got to the Hokage tower 5 minutes early. He sat on a bench after checking in with the receptionist. She was also calling him Senju-sama, as most of the village had begun to do since returning with Tsunade. Shikamaru and his father showed up right when he was supposed to meet Tsunade. Were you supposed to meet with Hokage-sama right now as well? Shikamaru asks his old classmate. Naruto yawns. Yeah, she was real annoying about it this morning, Naruto answers. Looks like we can go in now. Shikamaru's father interrupts their small talk. I have gathered you here today to do something that should have been done some time ago, Tsunade states as everyone in the room has settled down. The proctors of the 3 parts of the exams, Izumo and Kotetsu and Shizune, were all in the room. They all wore the same proud smiles. To be honest, I didn't watch the Chunin exams. So I have a little context for what he means, but Sendaime-sama had excellent things to say about your matches. He seemed to want to promote you both to Chunin, Tsunade continues. So, after much deliberation with the proctors and reading Sendaime-sama's notes, I hereby grant you both the title of Chunin. From now on, strive to perform in a manner that is worthy of that headband and flak jacket. Congratulations. As of today, you are a Chunin. Tsunade finishes her speech. Naruto was shocked. He thought that because of the Chunin exams interruptions that there would be no promotions this time. But here he was getting promoted, the first in their batch together with Shikamaru. He looks just as bored as usual, if not a slightly better posture, maybe because of the pride he felt, Naruto muses. Shikamaru's father had an easy smile on his face the entire time. Naruto and Shikamaru soon wore a standard flak jacket over their regular clothes. Hey Ino, why don't you celebrate with my team? We had planned to go to Yakiniku-Q. You are more than welcome to join. Ino would be glad to see you, Shikamaru offers to his fellow Chunin as he walks past Naruto. Shikamaru's father had left at this point. Yeah, sure. Sasuke seems to need a little more time in the hospital anyway. You know how Sakura is. And what do you mean by that? Naruto screams out. He has the tiniest blush on his face as he catches up to Shikamaru. What do you think it means? Shikamaru asks when Naruto finally catches up. I don't know, Naruto answers as he looks away. Women are pretty troublesome, aren't they? Shikamaru sighs. Tell me about it. Naruto slumps his own shoulders as he sighs. Asuma is shocked when he sees 2 new Chunin walking toward them instead of 1. Not that he was against another mouth, but he figured Kakashi would do something with his student. Shikamaru also looked livelier than he usually does. He didn't doubt that Choji was Shikamaru's best friend, but Naruto's energy was even contagious to him. He gets a small smile watching Naruto animatedly explaining something. Ino hadn't seen Naruto yet and sighed. That lazy bum would probably laze his way here. She hears Shikamaru before he sees him. He was talking to someone and was actually engaging in the conversation. The voice he was talking to was very familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. When she sees the distinctive yellow mop of hair, she freaks out. Naruto was eating with them. She still hadn't been able to grow out her hair yet. I hope he doesn't mind. She thinks just before the two joined them when she realized Naruto and Shikamaru were wearing flak jackets. She is happy for her crush. And it isn't like he isn't powerful enough to be a chunin. She just didn't expect anyone but Shikamaru to gain the promotion. Yo, I invited Naruto along. I hope you guys don't mind, Shikamaru says lazily as he stands before his team. Oh. The more the merrier, Asuma says as he leads all of them into the restaurant. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Naruto gives him a quick bow. Asuma just smiles and places a big hand on his head. Don't worry about it, kiddo, he says. You okay with me sitting here, Ino? Naruto asks, gesturing to the place on the sofa next to her. Ino nods. Naruto sat down. It seems like she is slightly uncomfortable with him so close since she is looking down at her hands and squirming. I can sit somewhere else if you are not comfortable with me next to you, Naruto offers. Oh. She yells out. No, this is fine, Ino tries to save herself. Asuma is watching his female student with an easy smile. It was rare to see Ino this flustered about anything. Shikamaru sighs. The blondes were going to make a loud couple. Choji seemed too interested in the food to notice what was going on between the two blondes. After getting used to the new atmosphere, Ino soon began spreading her wings a bit. She even brushed against Naruto a few times on accident. Naruto lit up like a Christmas tree every time, much to her delight. It is rare to see you so motivated and presentable, she says teasingly to her chunin teammate. Ah, that vest doesn't suit you very well. Choji laughs at Shikamaru's expense. Don't laugh, Shikamaru says as he leans down on the table. Naruto was enjoying the easy aura. His team could be so intense. Let's have a toast to celebrate Shikamaru's and Naruto's promotion to Chunin. Asuma announces. Choji swoops in and takes all the meat on the grills before he can say anything else. Choji, don't eat the meat before the toast. Ino scolds. It would be a shame if the meat went to waste, Choji rebuts her scolding. It's fine. There is plenty of meat left, Asuma tries to soothe Ino. All right, Choji exclaims. The meal was over, and Naruto hadn't said much. But he enjoyed spending time with Team 10. They all stand outside the restaurant. Thank you for the food and company, Naruto bows toward the Team 10 sensei. Don't worry about it, Asuma answers. Why don't you take Ino home? Shikamaru says out of the blue. She's a ninja. I'm sure she can handle anyone trying to mug her, Naruto says as he tilts his head in confusion. Ino deflates a little. Oh. You should. You never know if some shinobi is going to do something, Asuma says in a not-so-serious tone. Okay, I guess, Naruto says as he walks up to Ino, who has regained her spring. Let's go then, Naruto says with a smile and holds out his hand for her to take. She blushes and takes it. Shikamaru sighs after waiting for them to be out of earshot. How can he be this dense and smooth simultaneously? He laments. Asuma laughs at his student. He got it from his dad. He was so smooth in the densest way possible. See you guys, and congratulations again, Shikamaru, Asuma says before walking their separate ways before Shikamaru could question who Naruto's father was. Naruto only held Ino's hand for the first 100 meters. Then he realized what he had done and apologized and let go of her hand. Both missed the other's warmth, but neither dared to make a move. They walked in silence after that. So, how does it feel to be a chunin? Ino tentatively asks. She is cursing herself for stuttering. Like I'm one step closer to my dream, Naruto says seriously. You wanted to become Hokage, right? Ino asks after observing the calmness that Naruto emits at the moment. Yeah, I want to protect the village and everyone in it. Just like me forefathers, Naruto says with a small smile. Why didn't you tell me you had the Mokuton? Ino asks suddenly. She slaps a hand over her mouth. She didn't want to say that. It was strong not to want to tell Naruto everything at that moment. I wanted to, but Gigi said it would be dang hours if people knew, Naruto answers honestly. I don't know why, but I don't want to keep things from you, Naruto elaborates. I get the feeling I don't want to keep things from you either, Ino says as they reach her door. Thank you, Naruto. You didn't have to indulge my idiot teammate and sensei, Ino says as she turns toward Naruto. It's fine. I really like spending time with you, Naruto says without thinking. Their faces explode in red when they realize what he has said. So I guess I'll see you around, Ino. Naruto tries to escape. Yeah, I guess we will. Ino also tries to escape. Naruto waves and runs off. Ino waves back, steps into her house and runs up to her room. She throws herself onto the bed and squeals into her pillow. The day after Naruto's promotion, he decided to check up on his recovering teammate. Unfortunately, he has been neglectful these days and he wanted to remedy that now. So he gets ready for the day. He forgoes his usual orange jumpsuit and chooses the traditional Jonin and Chunin blue jacket and pants, a weapons pouch on his right leg, and the Uzumaki swirl on the shoulders. Then he puts on his flak jacket and heads. If anyone had seen him from behind, they would have thought that the fourth Hokage had come back as a 13-year-old when Naruto opens the door to Sasuke's room. He sees Sakura sitting next to the listless Sasuke, trying to feed him some apples. You okay, Sasuke? Naruto asks to gain the attention of the occupants. Sakura almost drops the plate in her lap and jerks her head towards the voice. However, she relaxes when she sees that it is just Naruto. Hello, Naruto, she greets. Naruto waves back before walking up behind her. I didn't know you made Chunin, Sakura states. Yes, sorry about that, it was just yesterday. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, Naruto says while scratching the back of his head. Sasuke adopts a stern scowl. He was being left behind again. He jerks his head towards Naruto. You and me, up on the roof now, he says. Naruto hadn't seen him this angry since the mission in Wave, where he unlocked his Sharingan. He storms off. Naruto looks towards Sakura as if she knows what is going on. She shrugs, not sure either. Naruto walks up to the roof, hands in his pockets, hoping to sort out what was going on with Sasuke. He sees an impatient Sasuke waiting for him among many drying sheets when he steps onto the roof. We will fight, right here, right now, Sasuke demands. Hold your horses a bit. Why would we fight now? Naruto says while putting his hands before him, trying to ease the situation. I want to see your strength for myself. You shouldn't have something to worry about, right, Chunin? Sasuke snidely says, activating his dojutsu. Naruto notices that Sasuke probably did it unconsciously. We aren't in the academy anymore, this isn't the Chunin exams. This doesn't even seem like a friendly spar. So why should I fight you? We are teammates, aren't we? Naruto asks pleadingly. Sasuke scoffs. I want to fight you. Sasuke says seriously. I want to show you that I am stronger than you. Or are you too much of a PP to fight me? Sasuke screams at Naruto. You want to know why you didn't Chunin? Naruto says quietly after contemplating his words. Tell me then, Sasuke screams. You don't think before you act, you can't lead and you are prone to emotional outburst? Naruto rambles as he counts the number of character flaws in Sasuke. Now all of this would have been fine if you had an ounce of humility in your body, Naruto continues. But you don't. You have a lot of growing up before you are ready to shoulder the responsibility that comes with being of a higher rank. He ends his rant. Shut up. Sasuke screams as he starts running toward Naruto. Naruto, being ready for that, blocks the incoming attack easily. You are predictable, Naruto criticizes his form. I said shut up, Sasuke screams. Naruto forces him to jump back. If we're doing this, you need to put on your high tie, Naruto states. You aren't going to be able to harm my forehead, Sasuke states cockily. Baka, it isn't for protection. It is to show that we are fighting as equals, Naruto says as he adjusts it on his head. I don't need it. Sasuke says as he goes in for another attack. Naruto blocks this one again. I won't attack until you have it on. Naruto seriously says as he blocks strike after strike. Your funeral. Sasuke yells at him as he gets a gut punch to connect. Naruto gets taken by surprise. He didn't expect Sasuke to get through his defenses. Naruto hops back a few paces. He retakes a defensive stance after steadying his breath. Sasuke is getting impatient, so he goes through the hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. He screams and blows all the sheets into smithereens. Naruto does some hand signs as well. Doton, Doria Hiki? Naruto screams out, and a big dirt wall shields him from the incoming flames. We can't do this all day, Sasuke. I will outlast you both in stamina and chakra. Naruto screams out. Shut up. Sasuke screams as he readies a Chidori. Naruto sees the Raiton crackle in his hand and panics. His Doton wall isn't going to stop that. Neither is anything Mokuton. Rasengan. He screams out. The answer is so apparent. He wouldn't have to dodge him if he could meet the Chidori with his Rasengan. Sasuke runs forward at full speed. Naruto tries to match where Sasuke will place the Chidori with his Rasengan as he sprints forward. Kakashi appears in the middle of the two, grabs both of their outstretched arms, and flings them into two water towers. Their jutsus cuts into the metal. Naruto leaves a pretty big crater whilst Sasuke creates a big enough hole for him to fit his entire hand through, and his hand has bent the metal around it. What are you guys doing up on the hospitals? You went a bit too far for just a fight, you two. He states. Sasuke pulls out his hand from the hole, and water starts gushing out. Naruto moves his hand away from the crater, and only a tiny trickle leaks out. Sasuke looks at the difference in damage and smiles sinisterly. Were you trying to kill Naruto, Sasuke? Kakashi says to try to gain his attention from above the water tower Sasuke had destroyed. What are you doing giving yourself over to a sense of superiority? Kakashi asks, but he only gets an angry scowl as a reply. The size of that Chidori, there wasn't one to be aimed at a comrade of the same village, he states, but Sasuke still stares him down. Why such infantile behavior? He sighs. Sasuke scoffs and backflips off the roof. Then he sees the actual damage of Naruto's jutsu. It had utterly blown the water tower apart in the back. He adopts an even deeper scowl and punches the wall in frustration before jumping away. Naruto felt ashamed of himself when he saw Sakura's crying form. Was it you who taught him that technique? Kakashi asks out in the air. I think Naruto is still too young to be handling that jutsu, he continues. He could have killed Sasuke had something gone wrong, even if it is a means of resisting the Akatsuki. To think you would teach Naruto that jutsu, he finishes. Naruto sank further into shame as he pieced the fight back together in his head. Right back at you, the man he talked to finally answers. That Chidori was considerably hairy. He continues. But I didn't think he was the kind of kid who uses it against a comrade. Or is it that there's something quite complicated between him and that kid? He finishes. Well, all sorts, Kakashi answers. All sorts? Jiraiya answers. Quite simply, it's a relationship much like the one between brothers, Kakashi explains. I see, Jiraiya sighs. To Naruto, Sasuke is a precious comrade and someone to measure himself against, Kakashi elaborates. But he sees him as equals, he finishes. On the other hand, Sasuke feels the speed of Naruto's growth in a short amount of time. It's making him feel inferior. Kakashi flips the coin and explains Sasuke's point of view. To the extent that he thinks he isn't growing at all. Naruto promotion to Chunin probably didn't help, Kakashi explains as he sighs. Naruto has gotten stronger and Sasuke, Kakashi stops mid-sentence. Revenge, Jiraiya finishes. I wonder if Itachi is frustrating that kid, Jiraiya muses. So Sasuke doesn't want to acknowledge Naruto's growth. If he acknowledge it, he just might deny his own up to this point. This is a difficult situation, rivals. Kakashi says. It is not a very good trend, Jiraiya points out. Maybe I'll do some scolding, Jiraiya says. Then I leave Naruto to you, Kakashi says as he stands up and gets ready to have a talk of his own with Sasuke and jumps down to the third member of his team. Sakura, it's okay. Things can go back to how they were in the old days again. He says with an eye smile, trying to cheer her up. Cheer up, see you? Kakashi says as he jumps away. Naruto jumps down from the water tower ledge. Sorry, Sakura didn't mean to scare you like that, Naruto says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. And he jumps away. Sakura sighs and begins to head down herself. Naruto walks down a street when he sees Jiraiya seemingly waiting for him. He was leaning towards the wall with his arms across his hips. Naruto walks past him but stops a few paces later. I know I fed up, he says, and then starts walking again. Jiraiya kicks himself off the wall and walks fast enough to catch up to him. Well, as long as you know, he says when he does. And you're telling Tsunade about this, Jiraiya adds, much to Naruto's chagrin. Naruto soon lost his sensei and sat on the stone heads again. He thinks of the past and what could have gone wrong between him and Sasuke. Unfortunately, he couldn't pinpoint a solid point when their relationship soured. It would have been a lot easier if he had. He then remembers the Chunin exams and their run-in with Orochimaru. He did do something to Sasuke. But there is no use trying to change the past, nor is it fruitful to blame everything wrong with Sasuke on some mark placed on him by some madman. Naruto wasn't naive enough to put the entire blame on Orochimaru, Sasuke, or Itachi. On that depressing thought, he decides to go home. Naruto walks through the Konoha. He sees Sakura standing near the entrance to the Senju complex. "Hello Naruto," she says when she sees him. "Do you have time for a bite?" She asks with a smile. "Yeah, sure. Ramen okay?" Naruto asks as he walks over to her. "Yet," she says as she catches up to Naruto. Naruto and Sakura walk in silence. When they reach Ichiraka Ramen, Tsuchi greets them with a happy smile. "Naruto, congratulations on your promotion," Tsuchi says after his greeting. "Aha, thank you." Naruto thanks Tsuchi happily back. "You brought your girlfriend to celebrate?" Tsuchi asks. No, he says as he whips his hand in front of his face. "We are just teammates. We do have some team business we need to discuss," Naruto says and glances toward Sakura. She is staring forward without something in focus. "Oi Sakura, hello, are you there?" Naruto says as she waves his hand before her face. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to zone out on you," Sakura says with a smile. "You can stop forcing yourself to smile. I've seen enough fake smiles in my life." "I know you are worried about Sasuke," Naruto says seriously. "I am too," Naruto adds. "I don't know if you remember, but Orochimaru did something to Sasuke," Sakura begins. "Don't excuse his behavior because of some madman," Naruto stops her. "I'm going to do everything within my power to save him. But I can't live his life for him. But if he chooses to go to Orochimaru," Naruto says. "I see," Sakura says. "Thank you for the company, Sakura," Naruto says as he leaves the money for their bowls. "And where were you, young man?" An angry-looking Tsunade greeted him when he opened the door to Senju complex. She tapped her foot against the floor and held her arms underneath her impressive bosom. One finger tapped her arm in time with her foot. "I was eating out with Sakura," Naruto tries to weasel his way out. "And you didn't think to tell me." "I was worried sick," Tsunade scolds. There was a PRGNT silence between the two for a few seconds. Naruto sighs. "Sorry, I'm not exactly used to living with other people," he says genuinely. "It's okay, just remember that there are people who worry for you now," Tsunade says as she walks up to Naruto and hugs him. Naruto stiffens a bit before returning the hug. "So how was your date with Sakura?" she asks teasingly. "It wasn't a date, we had team business to discuss," Naruto rebuts. "Sasuke and I had a fight on the top of the hospital today," Naruto admits. "Why?" Tsunade asks. "He was being pushy about it," Naruto defends himself. "And he refused to put on his high-tie, Naruto explains. "So I didn't go on the offensive," Naruto finishes. "Is that all?" Tsunade asks, sensing that he is hiding something. "I may have fired up a Rasengan to use as a shield," Naruto admits. Tsunade smacks the back of his head lightly. "You stupid brat. What would you have done if you missed and killed him?" Tsunade scolds. "It was my only option." Naruto tries to defend himself. "Then what happened?" Tsunade says after calming down for a few seconds. "Kakashi stopped our clash by throwing us into water towers," Naruto explains. "I know, I fed up. I told Jiraiya the same thing," Naruto adds. "It is good that you understand. It is unbecoming of a Chunin to fight a genin like that, especially with a deadly technique like the Rasengan," Tsunade explains. "Go to your room, I will give some disciplinary actions tomorrow," she says as she walks back to her own room. "Right?" Naruto sighs. "This was also a con for having someone living with you." Naruto was standing at attention in the Hokage's office. "I heard what happened yesterday, but I would like a detailed explanation of what transpired so I can give the appropriate disciplinary actions," Tsunade says to him. They were alone in the office. Not even Shizun was there, a rarity nowadays. I went to visit Sasuke at the hospital. He was angry and told me to meet him on the roof. When I got up on the roof, he challenged me to fight. I told him I wasn't going to fight him. He got angrier and attacked. Naruto starts his explanation of the previous day. I blocked his attack and told him if we are going to fight, he was going to have to put on his high-tie. He refused, and I told him I wouldn't attack unless he was wearing it, Naruto continues. He got angry and fired a Gokaku no Jutsu at me and I blocked it. He fires up a Chidori and I tried to counter it with a Rasengan but Kakashi-sensei redirected us into water towers on the roof. Naruto finishes his explanation. He stood a little straighter ready for anything Tsunade would give him. Tsunade looks at her nephew and rubs her temples. She hadn't heard that he was only defending himself. But, before she can lay down her punishment, Kotetsu and Izumo interrupt them. We have something to report, Kotetsu says as he places the documents he had been carrying down on Tsunade's desk. Uchiha Sasuke has left the village, Izumo says after he had done the same. What did you say? Tsunade screams as she slams her fist into the desk. It was lucky for the table that she didn't enhance her strike with chakra. Otherwise, it would only have been rubble left. She grits her teeth. Naruto, your punishment will be postponed, she seriously says as she turns to her nephew. Izumo, Kotetsu brings Shikamaru in, I have a mission for him. Tsunade orders the two other Chunin in her office. They salute and leave in a hurry. Shikamaru arrives in the office soon after. When he walks in, he sees a serious-looking Godame reading a report of some sort and a restless Naruto pacing back and forth. Something terrible must have happened. Naruto was not a pacer. And from what he had seen, the female Hokage was never this focused on one thing this intensely before. She looks up and meets his eyes shortly after he walks into the office. Late last night, Uchiha Sasuke left the village. She drops the ball. And there is almost no mistake that he is heading for Otogekure no Sato, she continues before he can digest. The bombshell she just dropped. Left. Why? Shikamaru asks his Hokage. Because he was enticed by that Orochimaru. She answers in a stern tone. I believe Naruto has a more complete picture of what has happened between the two. But I suspect it has something to do with the curse mark Orochimaru gave him during the Chunin exams, Tsunade explains. Wait a minute. Shikamaru tries to comprehend what she just said. There is no time. You need to assemble a team to recover Sasuke. This will be your first mission as a Chunin team leader, Tsunade. Me. Why not Naruto? Shikamaru asks. He hasn't stopped pacing since we heard the news. I don't think he is in the right mind to lead this mission, Tsunade says gravely. The mission parameters is just to bring Sasuke back. Shikamaru asks after taking a few seconds to calm down. Yes, however, not only is time of essence on this mission, but it may turn into something quite difficult. There is a strong possibility that those under the control of Orochimaru are guiding Sasuke, she explains. The gears in Shikamaru's head were turning. You could almost hear it. In that case, please give me a foreman cell composed of only Jonin and Chunin, Shikamaru requests. Sorry, not possible. I'm sure you have heard from your father that we have a shortage of ninjas. The only available Chunin or Jonin are you and Naruto. You can take him with you. I feel he would have sneaked out either way, Tsunade says. Within the next 30 minutes, gather the genin you consider the best and leave this village. Naruto, that includes you too. Tsunade says to the pacing shinobi. Naruto halts and heads out together with Shikamaru. So, who do we bring? Naruto asks his team leader. I want to bring Choji and Kiba, Shikamaru says. We should bring Niji and Shino as well, Naruto counters. Shino is away training with his father. But I agree with Niji, Shikamaru explains. Good, I'll go get Niji, you go get Choji, and you get Kiba on the way towards the gate, Naruto says as he runs towards the Hyuga complex. Talk about a troublesome guy, Shikamaru says as he runs in the other direction towards the Akimichi complex. Naruto arrives at the Hyuga complex not long after he takes off. He knocks on the door. And what looks like a branch member opens the door. Sorry, no time to explain, but I need Niji for a mission. Naruto says at a fast pace. I apologize, Senju-sama, but Nejizan is not within the complex at the moment, the man says calmly. Do you know where he is? Naruto asks at the same pace as before. I do. He should be at the Hokage monuments with Lee-san, the man says. A pang of guilt ran through Naruto at the mention of Lee. But he put it aside for now. He needed to get Sasuke away from a creep like Orochimaru. Thank you, Naruto says and bows quickly before leaving. Anytime, Senju-sama, the man bows back and closes the door. Naruto sees Neji and Lee talking. Neji, I need you for a mission. Naruto screams out. Neji looks towards the running Naruto. Naruto explains the situation. Neji nods and says his goodbyes to Lee. Lee looks visible frustrated. Sorry, Lee. I heard your operation was a success. I'm glad you can be a ninja again, Naruto says as he nods to Lee. Don't worry about me at a time like this, Naruto. Focus on the success of your own mission, Lee says, smiling through the pain of being left behind. Naruto would have noticed that it was a fake smile during normal circumstances. But with the stress building, he didn't. Thank you, Lee. We will see you soon. With Sasuke back as well, Naruto says as he and Neji leave for the gate. Naruto and Neji arrive at a packed gate. The rest of the squad assembled. Come on, everybody. Let's make Shikamaru's first mission as team leader a success. Naruto screams out. It was clear to everyone there that he was mostly talking to himself. He was trying desperately to fight off the stress of losing his teammate. You know, those kinds of things are usually said by the team leader even if it is a drag, Shikamaru sighs. You think everything is a drag? You aren't very reliable when it comes to stuff like this, Naruto observes. You are the only one who can act like they have infinite energy, Naruto, Kiba chides back. Although you are right that being ordered around by someone like Shikamaru sure is demoralizing, he adds. Shikamaru is already a chunin. Nevertheless, we have to follow his orders. The judges recognized him as a leader. Choji pipes up to defend his teammate. So was Naruto. Kiba counters. Shikamaru being the team leader, please develop some strategies and plans. From what I heard, there are enemies. There's a strong possibility that they'll ambush us, Neji pipes up after reaching his limit. For a start, this is a rescue operation. We will be in the position of pursuit. In other words, the enemy can easily gain the initiative. Therefore, I will deploy a formation that will respond quickly to any assault by the enemy. Shikamaru says, if you ignore me and move on your own accord, we all die. He adds, we will go with a single file formation. First of all, the spearhead will be Kiba, he says. You and Akamaru go on walks year-round and are well versed in the terrain and geography of the Land of Fire. And since your nose is very sensitive, you can track Sasuke with smell and distinguish booby traps that carry the enemy scent. Moreover, you and Akamaru as a pair will be extremely efficient in compensating for the weakness of a single line formation to assault. He explains. Second in line will be me, the squad leader. I can give orders as required in any situation from my position and give orders to those behind me using only hand signals. He says. Third and in the middle is Naruto. He is the ninjutsu powerhouse of this team. He needs to be quick in assisting wherever if we get attacked, Shikamaru says. Fourth, Choji. You don't have speed, but your ability to strike is the best among the squad members. Kiba, I and Naruto will launch a surprise attack, and I'll use you to launch the deciding blow. He says. Finally, Neji, you will have the most demanding position of the rear lookout. You will constantly use your Byakugan to check for rear attacks, he says to spell out each and everyone's roles in this operation. Got it. Take a careful look at this, Shikamaru says as he lays down a scroll on the ground in front of everyone and skis on it. Use this diagram to verify the radius of your assigned watch, he says. The skis showed the members of the team looking out for different things. Kiba is the front lookout. I'm wide front. Naruto is left lookout. Choji is right, and Neji is rear, he explains his drawing. I want to familiarize myself with our current military potential. Let me check all the ninja equipment each of you currently has. I'll commit it to memory straight away, he says as he rolls the scroll up. Any questions? He asks the group. No one raises anything. If not, I want to tell you the most important thing last. Shikamaru says and pauses for effect. Sasuke and I aren't close friends. In fact, I don't particularly like him, he says and breaks again. However, he is also a shinobi that belongs in Konoha. He is a comrade. Therefore I will put my life on the line to help him. That's the way of Konoha. In this case, even I can't just sit back and be sluggard. Because I am responsible for your lives. He says. Naruto cracks up. Maybe you aren't so unreliable after all, he says as he gets ready to leave. Talk about it. Show off, Kiba says but still looks slightly moved by Shikamaru's speech. Okay then, as soon as he's cheeked our ninja tools, we'll depart? Neji says and the two hotheads freeze slightly. They had forgotten that he was going to do that. Just as they are about to leave, a voice yells out, wait. So they turn around and see Sakura. I heard the whole story from Lady Hokage. I'm sorry but I can't take you along on this mission. Shikamaru shuts her down before saying anything. Even you weren't able to convince Sasuke, right? He adds salt to her wounds. All that can be done now is for us to use force to convince him. Sakura, your role in this has ended, he finishes. Naruto, please bring Sasuke back. I will never ask anything else of you. This is a request off a lifetime. I couldn't do it. I wasn't able to stop Sasuke. At this point, the only person who would be able to stop Sasuke is you, Sakura says between sobs. Don't worry about Sasuke, Naruto says as he turns around. I figured out what I would do if he leaves for Orochimaru, he says. Naruto turns just his head towards the sobbing girl. And that is to always try to bring him home, he says with a smile. I never go back on my word, he says as he readies himself for departure. Naruto, thank you, Sakura sobs out. The Sasuke retrieval squad is speeding through the forest at breakneck speeds. They were traveling in the straight line formation Shikamaru had devised and had not encountered any trouble yet. Any traces, Naruto? Shikamaru asks. No, they are too far away, she answers. Report the second you feel something. Shikamaru orders. Right? Taicho, Naruto half mocks. Naruto, you shouldn't talk to the captain like that, Kiba chimes in, clearly making fun of Shikamaru as well. He takes 2 jumps, and Akamaru suddenly yelps. Shikamaru, he states in a severe voice. What is it? Shikamaru asks. There is a smell of BLD nearby, Kiba reports. We need to go help, the medic in Naruto pleads. Have you forgotten our mission? Time is of the essence, Shikamaru cuts him off. But Naruto tries. No buts. If we stop here, Sasuke is going away forever. Could you explain that to Hokage-sama or Sakura? Didn't you give her your word? Shikamaru cuts him off again. No, I guess not, Naruto gives up. He knew that Shikamaru was right, and he couldn't go alone. He would put everyone in danger. I don't want to leave them either. But we have a job to do, Shikamaru says. Naruto nods, and they all continue to press forward. The smell of the other 2 impinged on the 5 others, including Sasuke, but the 5 are moving away from the smell of the BLD, Kiba reports. What should we do? Is just as predicted. He has guides, Shikamaru deduces. Shikamaru really wanted to make sure the BLD didn't belong to any of their own. Sasuke will leave the land of fire if we go and check what happened. Neji chimes in. Alright, let's pursue Sasuke. Shikamaru says after thinking for a few seconds. Be careful from now on since there was a battle. They're going to be on guard, Shikamaru warns. The enemy's smell is everywhere. Kiba shouts out after a few paces. Everyone stop. Shikamaru orders. Take a careful look above you, he states. They see paper bombs spread out in the tree crowns as they look up. The figuration is that of a perimeter barrier, Neji observes. Perimeter barrier? Choji asks. It's trap ninjutsu. Perimeter-type traps have a time lag and activate when one enters the area that has been marked by the enemy. It's advanced stuff. It was in one of the books that my father made me read, Shikamaru explains. Darn. Our only choice is to take a detour, Kiba says. The detour was also littered with traps and was taking too long. The strings on the floor were easy to see, but you still had to be careful not to step on any of them. DMN. Nothing but traps. Kiba exclaims. Yeah, but the enemy seems pressed for time. The traps have noticeable flaws, Shikamaru comments. Nevertheless, they press on when they clear the strings. Although the team was still walking, Kiba takes a step forward. Wait, Kiba! Shikamaru screams out. He stops suddenly. Kagemain no Jutsu made it just in time, Shikamaru says as he holds Kiba in an awkward position. He could only hold the position himself since he was holding onto Choji's scarf and used him as a counterweight. Be more careful next time, Kiba, Niji scolds calmly but superiorly. I see one of the wires is readily visible because it reflects light. The other has been coated with a matte green, Shikamaru analyses. So it's very strong to see with naked eye, Naruto chimes in. It's a double trap, Niji states. Despite the fact that they're in a hurry, that certainly is an intricate trap, Shikamaru tries to piece the opponents together. Which means he adds. They are at rest, Niji finishes. Perhaps they got injured or that itself could be a trap, Niji muses. These guys sure are annoying, Naruto sighs. Byakugan. Niji shouts out as he activates his Kekkei Genkai. Found them, he says after just a few seconds of looking. Okay, let's go take Sasuke back. Naruto exclaims. Sorry Naruto, but I'll be showing of a new jutsu right here. Kiba brags. Me too, Choji states. Don't be hasty, Shikamaru says. As soon as preparations have been made to implement my strategy, we'll make direct contact with the target, he states, and everyone gets ready to move out. Kiba, don't mess up the timing of the smoke bombs, Shikamaru says as he finishes up the plan. Got it? Kiba answers. Now then we'll split up into 2 teams, he says, and they split up. Naruto is hiding in a bush with Choji and Kiba. When one of the shinobi they are pursuing stands up and throws a kunai toward Niji and Shikamaru. If they knew we were here, he exclaims quietly to himself. Then, there is a giant explosion going off behind them. Shikamaru and Niji skid into the clearing where the Oto shinobi are sitting. What's this? I poked the bush for kicks, and out comes not even one snake, but 2 bugs, the guy with what looked like 2 heads exclaims. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Shikamaru says. We didn't come here to fight. We just came here to negotiate. He claims. Huh, then what are they? The guy with 6 arms says as he flings out spiderwebs from his hands and catches Naruto, Kiba and Choji. Kiba pulls out his smoke bombs in the air and throws them onto the floor, and they explode, covering a small area in smoke. There's no point to that smoke bomb. You can't run away from me. This is a thinner and stronger string than any ninja wire you can buy. My string is placed all over this place, he explains. Darn. Didn't think they had one with such ability in the group, Shikamaru says while sounding defeated. You will beat, the man says, but stops suddenly. What's this? I can't move my body, he exclaims. Shikamaru had actually captured all 4 of them in a Kagemain no Jutsu. Nice work, guys, Naruto exclaims. But there is one with an ability like this on our team. Thanks for getting caught so nickly in my strategy, Shikamaru taunts. Darn, but I have this kind of ability too. The man who had 2 heads before mimics Shikamaru as Shikamaru has to dodge 3 shurikens. As he does, the possession jutsu leaves the 4 ninjas. Mokuton Kekkei, Doro Domu, the fat one says as soon as he regains his ability to move. He slams his hands down on the ground, and the earth begins to crack. The cracks travel towards the makeshift team, and a giant dome prison engulfs them. Dawn. Shikamaru swears. Where are we? Niji asks. Inside of that big guy's barrier, Shikamaru answers. Sheet. Kiba exclaims. They stay quiet for a while and look around the dome, looking for any weaknesses they can exploit. From the looks of it, it just looks like a dirt waltz, Niji analyses out loud. It's their jutsu, there must be some kind of trap, Shikamaru counters. I don't know what it is made of, but we're just going to have to tear this wall down. Kiba exclaims. Even though it's dangerous to be careless, it is probably more dangerous to remain here, Shikamaru analyses. Kiba takes that as his okay. He puts his hands together in front of him and goes down on all 4s. Gutsuga, he yells as he jumps up into the air and starts to spin. He crashes into the wall and does some damage, but he does not break through. There are massive amounts of dust being flung back at the rest of the group. Kiba soon stops and looks at the damage he did. But it soon began to regrow to its former strength. Oi, Kiba says as he looks toward Niji as if he knows what is going on. I saw, he says. It's not just a dirt wall, after all, Niji analyses. A few more seconds of silence sweep over the group. More and more panic starts to set in. Byakugan. Niji screams out. He seems shocked at something. What is it? Shikamaru asks. Chakra is being siphoned off, he says. Everyone was stunned at that. I would have expected that they just wanted to keep us in this barrier, but sucking our chakra is a new low, Kiba says with a small sardonic smile. Man, we have to get out quickly, Naruto exclaims. They did not escape quickly. It has been several minutes since they got trapped. Everyone except for Naruto was starting to feel the ill effects of too little chakra. How do you have so much chakra? Kiba asks Naruto while trying not to fall over. Just born that way, Naruto says. He didn't feel as bad as his teammates. But there was still some fatigue that was starting to set in. Niji activates his Byakugan again. It won't be good if we stay like this here, Shikamaru, he reports. Shikamaru thinks for a while. Sheet. I'm going to make an air hole before all my chakra is gone. Kiba announces. Akamaru. He tells his dog, and the dog gets ready for whatever Kiba wants him to do. Here a food pill, Kiba says as he holds out his hand for Akamaru to eat. He does swallow the pill and changes to a deep red color. He roars. Akamaru. Human mimicry ninja art. Kiba orders. Both end up on all fours and shout, Gutsuga. They begin to spin and hit the walls in multiple spots. The wall starts to heal itself at different rates. Shikamaru and Naruto both take notice. Naruto wasn't sure what to do with that information, but he noted it. At this rate, we won't be able to keep up another 10 minutes, Kiba announces. Naruto fires up a Rasengan in his hand. As soon as it gets formed, he slams it into the wall, where it takes the longest to regenerate. He feels himself going roughly halfway through the wall when the Rasengan dissipates. He swears and jumps back to the rest of the group. Nobody had seen what he had used, but they did see his effect on the wall. Choji. Shikamaru orders his friend. Right? Choji yells back and gets ready to attack the wall. Baika no Jutsu. Nikuden Sensha. He screams and rolls his way into the weakened wall. It crumbles underneath him as he barrels out of the prison. What? The fat member of the 4 ninjas they were chasing screams. Nice going, Choji. Now we just have to deal with this guy. Kiba screams. The dome begins to crumble. Choji, you really are the best, Shikamaru states, and Choji laughs. He is the only one here. It looks like the others went ahead, Shikamaru states. Niji activates his Byakugan and confirms his statement. Just as we caught up as well, Shikamaru scoffs. You guys go ahead, I'll deal with this guy on my own, Choji says. Are you sure? Shikamaru asks. I'm sure, take these food pills for everyone, Choji says as he throws a bag to Shikamaru. Okay, we'll leave this to you. Promise that you will catch up, Shikamaru says as he catches the bag, and they get ready to leave. Of course. Choji answers. Like I would let you. The enemy screams out as he tries to stop them with his arms. Your opponent is me, Choji says as he tackles the guy, so he misses the group. Nice going, Choji. Naruto screams out. They soon get far enough away from the fat man for him to catch them. Was it really okay to leave Choji to fight that guy? Naruto asks, remembering when he asked Shikamaru to fight off 9 people on his own. Choji doesn't like to fight, so if he says that he can fight him alone, I'm going to trust that, Shikamaru says. Also, eat up, he says as he throws the food pill bag at Naruto. Naruto takes one and throws it to Kiba. We lost a lot of time in that dome. Let's hurry up, Shikamaru says as he speeds up. The rest of the group follows suit. He also has a secret weapon, Shikamaru says somberly. Naruto noted the sadness in his voice but didn't comment on it. Wait up a minute, guys, Shikamaru says as he lands near a tree. He starts to carve an arrow into the bark of a tree. He promised that he would catch up. Let's give him directions, Shikamaru says. Let's all carve something, Naruto says as he takes out a kunai and carves out a message of his own. Don't leave me behind, Kiba says as he does the same. They continued to carve out the way every few trees. Choji had not yet been able to catch up. Shikamaru was noticeably worried about him. We need you, Taicho, Naruto says, snapping Shikamaru out of his funk. Niji checks the surrounding area with his Byakugan. It's weird. There hasn't been a trap for quite some time, Niji reports. Shikamaru, what do you think? He asks. We're being underestimated. Those guys think the only one following them is that big guy. They don't need to set a trap on their man. Shikamaru says. Good, it gives us an advantage, Naruto says. It pisses me off slightly, but you're right, Niji agrees with Naruto. The four of them continued at a high pace. Yeah, we'll take them by surprise, Shikamaru adds his sense. The Oto ninja was jumping at a steady pace. Jirobo is taking a long time, the man with two heads says. No, he's already here, the man with 6 arms answers. The fat man joins in with the rest of his team. Ah, come on, what took you so long? The man with 2 heads asks. Sorry. It took time to eat the scum's chakra. Jirobo answers. Hey fatso, don't you dare drag. Hurry up and carry that coffin, that's your job, you filthy swine, the female orders. I know, Jirobo answers. What, Jirobo, you're awfully easygoing today, the man with 6 arms says. What do you mean? Jirobo says. I'm just saying I'm not handing you the coffin. Because you are not Jirobo. The man answers as he throws the coffin with Sasuke to the girl. He laughs at the transformation. Jirobo pulls out a kunai from a pouch on his back and jumps towards the 6-armed man. This time let me do it. Sakun, Tiya, you guys go ahead. The 6-armed man orders his remaining teammates. And his teammates listen and jump away with the coffin. Jirobo throws an overhead punch at his opponent. Something the Oto ninja blocks. Jirobo always corrects Taiyuya's choice of words, the man says, and Shikamaru drops his henge. Ha, I see, he says as he disentangles from the man and tries to kick him. The man uses 2 of his hands to block the kick and spits out spiderwebs from his mouth onto Shikamaru. The Konoha shinobi flies off with force and gets stuck on a tree. The man with 6 arms laughs at him. Just then, a shadow appears above the Oto shinobi. He looks up and sees 6 Narutos jumping toward him. Naruto screams as he decides to pull all of the Otonin's attention towards himself. The Otonin jumped off the branch he was standing on and shot out a wider net to catch all of the falling Narutos. Naruto is stuck to the crown of a tree. 2 Gatsugas come flying from underneath. But the man used some webs that were fastened in the trees to outmaneuver strong to turn taijutsu. 2 Kibas were standing on different branches. I won't let you escape, one of them says. That is my line. Look at your feet, the spider-looking man says. Kiba looks down and sees that he is stuck in the same spider web that Shikamaru and Naruto were stuck in. BSRD. It's too soon for you to think you captured us with a thing like this. Kiba yells out. The man just scoffs at the Konohanin in his capture. Niji comes flying through the tree crowns. Byakugan active. He flies towards the Otonin. But as he is about to make contact, the Otonin drops the webs holding him up and uses them to swing over to a tree next to them. The man spits out a new web, bigger than the one he caught Naruto with even. Niji is stuck like a fly in a spider's web as well. I'm going to cocoon you, the spider-like man says and swipes more web around Niji until he is wholly wrapped just as promised. Naruto tries to cut his way out with a kunai, but it doesn't seem possible. It's useless. My thread is so strong that even if 2 elephants pulled away, it would still hold, the man says. He pulls a yellowish-brown substance he draws from his mouth. The substance was hardening in his hands quickly. They were forming claw-like shapes with spikes sticking out. You are the first one, so it's like a little entertainment. Now I'll play a game to see which one of you is the real one, the Otoin taunts. First is you at the end, the man says and throws one of the boomerang-like weapons. It connects, and the shadow clone dissipates. Well, this one next. He says and throws another weapon. Same results. He laughs. What a lucky guy. Next, I'll do 2 at a time. The odds are 2 to 1. He taunts. He throws 2 at the same time and picks 2 clones again. He laughs loudly again. This guy has great luck, but it's either one or the other now. He screams. He throws 1 again. And hits the last clone. It turns out he made it to the last. It was fun while it lasted, but now it's game over. The guy didn't seem as amused as he had been before. He throws the last of his weapons and hits again. He was shocked that the target was also dispelling. The real Naruto was behind him. He throws a punch and connects with his head. The man, however, was able to correct himself in the air and lands safely thanks to more webs. There was a web connecting Naruto to the man now. He pulled, and Naruto was forced down. Neji suddenly bursts out of his cocoon and severs the web holding Naruto. Neji catches the falling Naruto and places him on the branch with Kiba and Shikamaru. "You how?" The man asks Neji. "Substance with chakra base is meaningless in front of gentle fist," Neji proclaims. "Go. I'll take care of this." Neji tells his teammates. This guy is stronger than the fatso from before. Akamaru wasn't like this then, Kiba warns. "If we're not prepared for one person, one killed, then we will never get Sasuke back," Neji says. "That's what you said earlier," Neji says to Shikamaru. "Yeah, that's right," Shikamaru says. "Plus, we won't be able to catch up with Sasuke if we stall here," Neji states. "Choji hasn't come back yet though," Kiba says. "The reason we're doing this is to bring Sasuke back. But that is not all. What we are after and trying to protect is the bond of shinobi of Konoha," Neji says. "We cannot let Orochimaru get his hands on something like Sharingan," Neji says. "We will leave this to you. You have the best chance against his webs anyway," Shikamaru says as he gives the others a glance. Kiba and Naruto nod and make themselves ready to leave when they see a chance. "Naruto, you have better eyes than me. Right now Sasuke is stuck in darkness. I believe you are the only one that can lead him back," Neji says before they leave. "Hurry up and leave, I'll catch up later," Neji states. "You better. I'm going to need you when we rebuild the Hyuga clan when I become the Hokage," Naruto says seriously to Neji. Neji nods and jumps to draw the spider-like man's attention away from the group. Neji succeeds almost immediately as he clashes with the spider-like man. Then, finally, Naruto and the rest were out of the clearing and speeding towards the last two of the Otonin. Naruto, Kiba and Shikamaru were now all that remained of the original 5 members. Unfortunately, Choji and Neji had not been able to catch up with them yet. And Naruto was starting to get worried for Neji. It had been a few hours since they left Neji and even longer since leaving Choji. "The sun has just set. We are to maintain the distance we have now until dawn breaks," Shikamaru says. What? Kiba asks. "We are at too much of a disadvantage in the dark. Even if they can't see fully, that also means we can't either, and my jutsu is only half as effective during the night," Shikamaru explains. "Do you think you can take them on whilst not seeing anything and there is an even number of combatants?" Shikamaru says. "Let's just follow our glorious leader," Naruto says. Shikamaru scoffs. "Both you and I know Shikamaru's brain is working overtime to ensure we go home alive, right? So if he says we shouldn't do something, it is probably a good thing not to do that thing," Naruto explains. "I guess," Kiba yields. "Dawn comes after some long hours of traveling. Let's speed up so we can catch them before they cross the border," Shikamaru orders. "Us?" Naruto confirms. Naruto and the remaining members finally caught up with the Otonin. "We caught up," Naruto says as he throws a kunai toward Sakan. He blocks it and jumps toward the 3. Shikamaru and Kiba jump to block his path but are easily stopped by the man and fall down. Naruto forms a Rasengan, but the man is too fast and grabs his wrist before he can move it forward. "There's no point if I catch you before you do it," he says mockingly. "Gutsuga!" Kiba screams as he drives through Naruto, who dispels. Sakan dodges. But he will hit Taiyuya thanks to the carefully planned maneuver they just did. "You think you succeeded just with that?" Sakan screams to Kiba and jumps. Shikamaru catches Taiyuya in a jutsu when she isn't paying attention to him. "Kage main no jutsu succeeded," Shikamaru says. Kiba grabs the coffin and flips away. Shikamaru walks Taiyuya forward and crashes her into Sakan. Just after detangling their shadows. "Here you go," Kiba says as he throws the coffin at Naruto. "Nice. Kiba, Shikamaru." He screams as he jumps away, still carrying the coffin. "Shikamaru, let's get out of here," Kiba yells to his team leader. They all leap away from the clutches of the Otonin. "Just as I thought they were full of openings." Having too much ability individually is also a problem, Shikamaru says. Now having completed their mission, the team were speeding back to Konoha. Unfortunately, the remaining guides for Sasuke were still hot on their trail. They had activated the same state that Sasuke had activated in the second exam and was a lot faster than before. Naruto, Kiba and Shikamaru are basking in the feeling of success. Naruto is still carrying the coffin, being the physically strongest team member. Kiba, with the help of Akamaru, had placed bombs behind them. They did nothing but slow down the pursuing Otonin. "Don't F with me!" Sakon screams out. He throws out some ninja wire to tie Akamaru near a paper bomb. He yelps helplessly. "Akamaru!" Kiba screams out and turns, using the branch he was SWNG on to turn himself around. The bomb goes off, and all three get caught in the explosion and fall down a ravine. "Kiba! Akamaru!" Naruto screams out. "Damn it!" Shikamaru swears. "You punks!" Taiyuya's voice yanks their attention away from Kiba's fate. "We have no choice. I'll take care of this one, you take Sasuke back to the village." Shikamaru orders. Naruto hesitates. "Just go." Shikamaru urges him. Just as he is about to leave, Taiyuya stops, and a new presence lands on the coffin from above and steals it. He was wearing the same belt and had the same symbol below his crotch as the girl in front of them, so Naruto assumed he was from Odo as well. "Sorry, Naruto, it's my miscalculation," Shikamaru says. "Kimimaro," Taiyuya says softly. But Naruto heard what she said. "You were taking too long, Taiyuya." "And what happened to the other three?" The new figure says. He is tall, way taller than Naruto, and has silver hair, green eyes and a clan marking on his forehead. Two dots. If Naruto knew his history right, it was for the Kagaya clan, a war-loving clan in Kirigakure and the catalyst for the bloodline purges there. Being none other than those of the Fromerch Sound Ninja 5. He says in a superior way. "Why are you?" Taiyuya begins to ask. Your body's no longer," she tries to form a coherent sentence. "I'm not moving with the flesh anymore. It's mental power," he explains. "Man, you cheater of death," Taiyuya says. "I understand a little now, that feeling of being information that has escaped from the prison of the flesh," Kimimaro says as he strokes the top of Sasuke's coffin. "The feeling of experiencing a taste of Orochimarusuma's dream. This vessel is an important vessel for the Dre-Sam, the flesh that Orochimarusuma truly desires," he adds. "But you guys were a bit too late?" He scolds the girl and hardens his glare. Taiyuya swallows in fear. "What do you mean vessel?" Naruto shouts. "You better leave my friend alone." He roars and jumps at Kimimaro. Taiyuya jumps in between the two and throws a punch toward Naruto. Naruto blocks it but flips back to Shikamaru. Taiyuya lands on a branch between the Konohanins and Kimimaro. Kimimaro jumps down to her branch and whispers in her ear. Neither Naruto nor Shikamaru can hear them. They whisper for some time. Naruto knew that if he tried to get the coffin now, this Kimimaro fellow would attack relentlessly. No, it was better to figure out a way to beat him than take it. Kimimaro jumps back and grabs the coffin. He speeds away in the direction that the other Otonin were heading in. "Go, Naruto. I'll stop this one from following you," Shikamaru says. Naruto nods and begins to run after Kimimaro. Naruto increases his speed. He needed to catch up quickly. Kimimaro was fast. Faster than the other Otonin that had taken Sasuke. Naruto is struggling to keep up. He was alone now. The other members of his makeshift team were stuck fighting. Naruto did not want to think about any other possibilities. "It seems that I have to fight the strongest one," Naruto says to himself quietly. "You guys better be okay when I get back," he silently orders his teammates. A clearing opens up. "Hold it!" Naruto screams and Kimimaro stops. He probably thinks that stopping now to fight Naruto was his best play. Naruto is angry, probably angrier than he has been in a long while. He was on the brink of losing himself. What does becoming Orochimaru's vessel mean? Naruto roars. Orochimarusuma has already obtained the immortality jutsu. A long time is necessary to get every jutsu and obtain everything in the world, Kimimaro explains. And what does that have to do with Sasuke? Naruto asks. Immortals does not mean that the flesh is being maintained as is before his body decays. A strong new flesh will be made into a vessel for his soul, Kimimaro explains. So that's why he wants Sasuke to be his new body. Naruto screams. Now he was losing himself. His cerulean eyes began to morph. First, the pupils shifted from regular circles into long animalistic slits. Then, the blue turned to blood red. Next, the whisker marks on his cheeks darkened and became more pronounced. Even his teeth got longer. I won't let you, Naruto roars. Red chakra was pulsing off him erratically. He looked like he was about to go down on all fours any minute. Kimimaro readies himself for a fight. He pushes out some bones from his hands. It seems like you have the wrong idea. Orochimaru-sama isn't doing anything to make Sasuke want to leave Konoha. He did that on his own, Kimimaro says tauntingly. I'd like to test that theory out myself. Naruto roars and takes off toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro had fought many people in his training to become the next vessel for Orochimaru. But nothing had prepared him for a fight with a Jinchuriki. The uncontrolled strength behind every strike almost broke some of his dense bones. Naruto was relentless. He hated every willing Otonin. He hated that Sasuke had become like that. But what he hated most was Orochimaru. That slippery bastard was behind all of this. Naruto jumps back after not finding an opening to exploit. Mokuton, Moku Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto screams out after forming the seals with his hands settling in a snake seal. 10 wood carvings of Naruto begin to form out of his back. Ho, the famous Mokin, Kimimaro says in a bored voice. Shut up and give me Sasuke, all the Narutos say in unison. Naruto and his clones charge toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro flips over an incoming punch, sidesteps another and uses one clone as a springboard to avoid getting hit, all while chipping into Naruto's clones. The clones got injured but did not break. Soon Kimimaro got annoyed that the clones didn't dispel and began to power his strikes more. Bones huh? A Naruto asks after he got hit. This is my Kekkei Genkai, Kimimaro says in an even voice. Kimimaro stands up and pulls down his shirt until his shoulder is shown. He reaches his hand up to it, and soon, a white handle-like protrusion begins to grow out of it. He grabs onto it and pulls it out. The complete form was that of a sword made entirely of bone. Smoke begins to rise from the coffin Sasuke is in. It'll be done soon, Kimimaro says ominously. Naruto throws some shuriken toward his opponent. It's useless. This isn't some ordinary bone, Kimimaro says as he deflects the shuriken easily. The highest density bone is strong as steel, he adds. Naruto doesn't know what to do here. He can't get through Kimimaro's defense, nor can he break the bones he produces. You better not think you know my strength after just this much. I posse's 5 dances. I haven't even shown you one, he says warningly. The smoke intensifies. Come, Kimimaro says, and all the Narutos run toward him. Their battle continues. Naruto's clones take some strikes here and there but persist in the struggle. Kimimaro is getting more irritated. Regular clones do not have this staying power. He was also forced to look out for any potential strikes the clones could do. The few hits that had gotten through. His defense had hurt a lot. Even if his bones could not be broken. The smoke from the coffin had only intensified during their dance. Kimimaro has been throwing glances at it several times. Nearly getting hit every time he does. Nevertheless, he still maintained a good balance between offense and defense. Naruto perks up slightly. What is he doing here? Just as he thinks that the coffin explodes violently, Sasuke stands up. He didn't even look around before jumping off. Sasuke? Naruto screams after him. See, he is going on his own volition, Kimimaro taunts. Rock Lee lands in between the two fighters. Hello Naruto-kun, he greets. Go after Sasuke, I'll take care of this one, Lee says as he gets into his stance. Naruto nods, dispel his clones, leaving 10 chipped but intact wood dolls, and begins to make a run for it. I won't let you, Kimimaro says as he jumps up to meet Naruto. Naruto feigns to go one way and then goes the other. It immobilizes Kimimaro long enough for Naruto to sneak by. But Kimimaro does not give up his hunt. Rock Lee is fast enough to get in between the two. Your fight is with me. he says to Kimimaro whilst throwing a strong punch straight into Kimimaro's stomach. Nicely. I know you will survive this. Naruto thinks as he runs after Sasuke. Naruto was going at his top speed. He feels the gains he makes on Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra felt different and malicious. Same as those, the Sasuke recovery squad had been fighting to bring Sasuke back. Naruto soon caught up. They were standing in the Valley of the End, right at the border of the Land of Fire. Naruto stood on Hashirama's head and Sasuke on Madara's. He must have felt Naruto catching up to him since he stopped on the head and didn't go further. Sasuke, it looks like you have made some weird decisions lately. Naruto says to his counterpart. And what would you know about what normal is? Sasuke counters. He still hasn't turned around yet. Fair enough, Naruto concedes with a small smile. It almost felt like the old days. You are leaving the village to go to the man who murdered Sendaime-sama, you know, Naruto says in a serious voice. I know you had some relations to the man. We talked quite a bit about you, Naruto continues. So you hung out with me because of him. I don't need or want your pity. Sasuke screams as he turns to face Naruto. The left side of his face was covered in the same markings as during the Chunin exams. The only exception was his eye, which was also covered in black and had a yellow iris. Naruto didn't react at all seeing Sasuke's new face. No, you misunderstand. I sought you out just after the massacre, don't you remember? It was way before I knew he knew who you were, Naruto explains as he shakes his head. Sasuke scoffs at the mention of the massacre. I never had any family, but I feel like having you is the closest thing I'll ever have, Naruto says earnestly. What about Tsunade and that other girl Shizune? Sasuke asks. They are nice and all, but they don't understand. Naruto tries to extend an olive branch. Not like you, Duji says. What do you know anyway? You never had a family. A clan. I lost everything. Sasuke rants. You don't understand. You will never understand, Sasuke finishes. Seems like it. I am going to bring you back to Konoha Choji Niji Kiba Shikamaru all give it their all to help you? Naruto screams out. Good for them, but that has nothing to do with me, Sasuke says. I did also promise Sakura that I would bring you back home and I never go back on WI word. Naruto screams at Sasuke. Then you have to drag me back kicking and screaming. Sasuke roars back and starts to run toward Naruto. Naruto hardens his expression. He knew what he had to do, he just didn't know if he had the strength to do it. Naruto begins to run down the statue as well. A single tear began to make its way down his cheek. Finally, they meet in the middle of the waterfall. Both throw a right hook toward each other, and they catch each other's fists. It seems like we know each other pretty well, Naruto says somberly. Yeah, it does, Sasuke says back in a flat tone. Naruto pulls away from Sasuke. He has always been physically stronger than Sasuke. Naruto dries his tears. You're really crying. Talk about a wuss. Sasuke taunts from the center of the river. He had not pulled back when Naruto did. No wonder I couldn't get strong enough in Konoha, Sasuke says. Shut up, Naruto says quietly. If they promote people like you to Chunin, Sasuke continues to taunt. I said shut up. Naruto roars and runs at full speed towards Sasuke. You have no right cry teasing Konoha if you didn't make the cut. Naruto screams between very telegraphed punches. Sasuke was able to dodge them easily, even without his Sharingan. You need to up your game, Naruto, Sasuke taunts with a smile. You haven't even used your Mokuton yet, Sasuke says. Sasuke throws a punch of his own. It connects with Naruto's stomach. Naruto spits up some BLD. What's with this power? Naruto asks himself as he flies back to the riverbank. Naruto heals his stomach before getting ready for the next onslaught. Sasuke runs up to him, kicks, punches and a new kick, all in quick succession. Naruto blocks the first two strikes, but gets a powerful kick on his ribcage. Naruto reinforced his body with chakra before the strike, so it didn't do as much damage as the last punch. Naruto slides on the floor, away from Sasuke, but both still stand on the riverbank. He smirks at his plan working. Naruto lowers his guard. Looks like I don't have to worry about those anymore, Naruto taunts. Sasuke scoffs. Mokuton, Daijin no Jutsu? Naruto screams out after he forms the necessary hand seals. For giant trees begin to grow out of his arm. All of them start to grow at a rapid pace towards Sasuke. Sasuke dodges the first two without difficulty. The third one was harder. He had to contort awkwardly. The fourth one completely blindsided him, even with the help of the Sharingan. It split and wrapped itself around Sasuke's midriff. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Sasuke screams out and shoots out 5 fireballs toward Naruto. Naruto detaches himself from the Mokuton ninjutsu he just did. Sasuke could untangle himself from the wood surrounding him by guiding one of the fireballs into the wood and burning it off. Naruto dodges 2 fireballs without difficulty and contorts awkwardly to avoid the third. Naruto flashes through the hand signs. Doton, Dorihiki. Naruto screams as he slams his hand down on the ground. A wall rises from the ground and blocks the last fireball's path. I thought I told you last time. We can trade jutsus back and forth forever, but I'll always come out on top when longevity is concerned, Naruto states. I wouldn't be so sure. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke says as he shoots out a more immense fireball than the other 5. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Naruto counters, and water from the river begin to flow up and engulfs the fireball. His water was overwhelming. It extinguished the fireball without a problem. What did I just tell you? Naruto asks sarcastically. I'll have to show you something I've been working on during my free time if you refuse to learn your lesson, Naruto says. He goes through the tiger, ram and snake seals with great concentration. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten. Naruto screams out. Trees began sprouting within a 15-meter radius of Naruto. Sasuke was shocked. He had never seen Naruto use Mokuton ninjutsu on this scale before. They were already snaring themselves around Sasuke's limbs as soon as the trees began to sprout. You are coming home with me, Sasuke, Naruto says. I wonder about that, a new voice says from behind him. Naruto didn't have the time to react when a kunai was stabbed through his back. Naruto's eyes widen for a second. A small gasp escapes his mouth. Then BLD begins to drop from his mouth. Naruto painstakingly moves his head to see who the mystery attacker is. The smugness on Kabuto's face was apparent that Tsunade could probably see it all the way in Konoha. That was the last thing he saw. Sasuke, Naruto whispers out just before unconsciousness takes over, you really have to stop dying on me. A deep voice resonated through Naruto's body. He blinks his eyes to wake up. What happened? Naruto says. You got stabbed from the back by that Kabuto boy, the Kyuubi says. I see I should have killed him when we ran into him and Orochimaru, Naruto says as he hangs his head. Yeah, you should have, the Kyuubi says. Were you able to heal me? Naruto asks. HMPF, who do you think you are talking to? The Kyuubi pouts. Well, I guess a thank you is in order, Naruto says as he gets up from his lying position. He moves to sit on his knees and deeply bows. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Naruto says sincerely. You still have to rest when you get back to the village, but your life is no longer in danger, the Kyuubi says as he looks away. Naruto thought he looked a little embarrassed. Naruto smiles at the overgrown teddy bear. I'll be leaving now. Thank you again, Naruto says as he bows one last time and leaves his mindscape. The Kyuubi grunts in confirmation. When Naruto wakes up in the real world, he is moving fast. He recognized the chakra signature. Kakashi-sensei, he lets out in a small voice. It hurt to speak. Don't speak, Naruto. Just rest until we get back to the village, Kakashi says in a serious voice. Did we fail? Naruto croaks out. Don't worry about that now, Kakashi says. Did anyone die? Naruto asks with tears beginning to form in his eyes. No one has died yet. But some are not out of the deep end yet, Kakashi says. Naruto grabs on tighter to Kakashi's shoulders. The rest of the trip was in silence. Naruto even let his consciousness fade. When Naruto woke up the next time, he was staring at the white roof of the Konoha hospital. He sighs. It didn't hurt as much as it did before. Then, Naruto heard a knock on the window. Naruto couldn't go and open it, and the one who knocked seemed to know this since it opened soon after the knock. How are you feeling, Naruto? Jiraiya asks. Better than before, Naruto answers in a small voice. I'm planning on taking you on a 3-year training trip, Jiraiya says. Why? Naruto asks. I have reliable information that the Akatsuki will not be making any more moves until that 3-year is up. I also have some info that suggests that Orochimaru took a new body. He will not be able to take another one for roughly 3 years, Jiraiya lays out. I see you are not going to stop me from hunting down Sasuke. Naruto asks his teacher. I know you, and I knew your father. You aren't going to leave this alone. There's no point in even trying to convince you to give up on him, Jiraiya says with a shrug. Even if that is the better option, he says quietly. He perks up before he can say anything else. We have an audience, Jiraiya warns. Why don't you come in? Jiraiya says in a cheerful voice. The door slides open, and Ino is standing there. It was clear she had been crying. Naruto! She exclaims, seeing him lying in the hospital bed. She runs over to him and cheeks every nook and cranny of Naruto's body. Naruto adopts a small smile. I see I worried you. I'm sorry, Naruto says. Don't worry about that. You are back and alive. That is all that matters, Ino says with her own small smile. This is my time to leave. I would say think over what I just said. But you need this. I already talked to Tsunadeheim. She gave the okay. She even gave some medical scrolls that you need to train with, Jiraiya says as he jumps out the window and onto a giant toad sitting outside. What was that about? Ino asks. Ero Sennin wants me to go on a training trip, Naruto answers honestly. And you are going? Ino asks. As you heard, I don't have much of a choice, but I would have gone either way, Naruto says. How long? Ino asks. 3 years, Naruto answers concisely. I see, Ino says. Her voice was thick with emotion. She didn't want him to leave. Don't worry, when I get back I'll be the most awesome ninja you have ever seen, Naruto tries to cheer her up. I need to see Choji, Ino says and leaves. Naruto was alone again. He hadn't heard anything from his teammates. He decided that no news was good news. Then he heard a slight knock on his door. Come in, Naruto answers. The door opens slowly. Naruto wasn't looking toward it, he was looking out the window. He heard from the footsteps that it was Sakura. Naruto, she says quietly. I told you not to worry about Sasuke and I meant it. I'll bring him home, you will just have to wait a while. I told you I never go back on my word, Naruto interrupts her. Sorry, Naruto, Sakura says before breaking down crying. Bad time? Shikamaru's voice asks the two. No, I already told Sakura what she needed to hear, Naruto answers. Sakura nods and leaves. The others are fine by the way, Shikamaru says after some seconds of silence. That's good, Naruto says. Sorry I made you fail your first mission as platoon leader, Naruto apologizes, looking depressed. Don't worry about it. I know you did your best as did the rest of the squad, Shikamaru says. A few more seconds of silence. So Sasuke was further down than we anticipated, Shikamaru says. Yes, something like that, Naruto answers. It's just I had him but I wasn't checking my surroundings and some goons snuck up behind me, Naruto rants. Don't beat yourself up over it, Shikamaru says as he starts to leave. Get some rest. It looks like you need it, Shikamaru says as he closes the door. Naruto took his advice and got some sleep. The next day Naruto was discharged but with an order not to train strainingly the next few days. Naruto walks toward the Hokage's office. He opens the door. Tsunade back and he says, Hello, Naruto, she answers. I hear you okayed me leaving with Jiraiya for 3 years, Naruto says as he takes a seat. Yeah, the Akatsuki is becoming a real threat to you and the village's safety, Tsunade answers. I will miss you, Naruto says after a few seconds. He stands up and begins to leave the office. Just as he reaches the door and is about to leave, Naruto, Tsunade says. He stops. She was not behind her desk any longer. She was right behind him. Get strong, listen to Jiraiya and grow up well, she orders. Naruto turns around. She hugs him closely. Don't worry about me, you should be focusing on running the village until I take the hat from you, but can you hold on to the hat until I save Sasuke? Naruto asks his aunt. Why? She asks. I would be a lousy Hokage if I can't even save one friend, Naruto says as he untangles himself from the hug. I'll do my best, Tsunade promises. Naruto wanted to make one last stop before taking off with Jiraiya. He walks up to his favorite store in Konoha and opens the door. The pleasant smell of flowers bombards his nose. Inomi, Ino's mother, is the one tending to the register. Hello Naruto, it has been a long time, she greets with a warm smile. Yeah, it has. Is Ino home? Yeah, she is upstairs, Inomi says with a slight giggle. Naruto ignores that and goes up the stairs. He knocks on the door where he can see a small sign with Ino's name on it. I'm coming, Mom. He hears her scream from the inside of her room. She opens the door and is visibly shocked to see Naruto standing outside it. Hello Ino, Naruto says. She was dressed like she was during the final part of the Chunin exams. Her hair has grown quite a bit since then as well. However, she still wore it in a high ponytail. I just wanted to say goodbye before leaving, Naruto says. You are leaving today? Ino asks, sounding kind of hurt. Yeah, Naruto answers. I wanted to tell you something before I leave, Naruto says as he fidgets slightly with his hands. Ino would have thought it was cute had she not been so sad that he was leaving. I think I might like you, he says. Ino freezes for a second. Her crush had just confessed to her. She hugs him as soon as her brain powers back on. Naruto hugs back after realizing what just happened. You are a bit of a bastard for confessing when you are about to leave, Ino says into his tea. I know, Naruto says. But you are my BGMI from now on, okay? Ino says as she pulls him even closer. I can live with that, Naruto says as he pulls her closer as well. When you get back we are going on a date, Ino orders. Just name a place and time and it'll be there, Naruto says. They hugged each other for a few more minutes. Until it was time for Naruto to leave, Ino sneaked an embrace on his cheek just before he left and closed her door as fast as she could. Naruto stroked the place where she had kissed and made his way to the gate where he was supposed to meet Jiraiya with a dopey smile. Jiraiya didn't comment on the smile on Naruto's lips. He just smiled and walked ahead. This was going to be fun.